Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Sleight of Hand by Julie Rowe, narrated by Jeffrey Kafer. Chapter 1. February 1, 8 a.m. Fired. He was going to get fucking fired. Dr. Gunnar Anderson stood in the open doorway of a shared office, a cup of coffee in one hand, a growl clawing its way out of his throat. His desk faced the door and was the first thing to come into view. It held the same mess of papers, folders, and sticky notes covering the scuffed surfaces as when he left. The same four-sided rectangular shape and banal beige as a million other desks government employees rode. It was the second desk, perpendicular to his, that caught his attention. Clean, free of paper and everything else, its excessive neatness made it stand out and shot for attention. Gunnar continued to stare at it for a moment, dread's cold fists pummeling his stomach and diaphragm. His work partner, Raymond, a man in his late 20s who still lived with his parents, had cleared out his stuff. Or had he just tidied things finally? The guy was disorganized, stacking files, reports, and notes all over the place. It drove Gunnar nuts. There was no excuse for being unable to find information on your desk because it was a pigsty. He strode to the stripped workspace, searching for signs of life. He was out of luck. Everything was gone, right down to the paper clips and stapler. Raymond, a microbiologist with a hand-washing fetish, had abandoned ship. Son of a bitch. That little twerp had left him with over a dozen open cases to properly investigate, classify, and offer recommendations on. Fingers itching to strangle the shit, Gunnar took a swig of his coffee and contemplated what he was going to say to his boss, Dr. Carmen Rodriguez. She'd given him fair warning when the partner before Raymond had bailed on him, telling him to stop acting like a jerk and get along with his coworkers, or else. She hadn't specified the or else. Worst-case scenario was he'd get fired, which did, in fact, bother him. Sometime during the last couple of years, he discovered he liked investigating hotspots of disease. He liked untangling the threads of an outbreak to find its source. He liked seeing normal return to places and people who'd been devastated by disease or disaster. Disease always followed disaster. A few months ago, he'd been assigned to work as part of the Outbreak task force, whose members were the boots on the ground who implemented medical assistance. He liked that most of all. It was exhausting, difficult work, but that just made success more rewarding. What he didn't like was having to break in another new partner. Someone cleared their throat behind him. Gunnar turned to find DS, as he preferred to be called, standing in the doorway. He was a retired Army drill sergeant who took his new job of settling in new employees very seriously. "Got a new partner for you, Gunnar," the grizzled older man said. His brush cut looked fresh and precise, his jaw clean-shaven and his clothes pressed, making him look like he was wearing a uniform even though he wasn't. "I'm not fired?" Gunnar asked, genuinely surprised. Diaz smiled, and it wasn't altogether friendly. "Rodriguez thought about it, but decided to give you one last kick at the can." Diaz looked way too happy about the situation. That didn't bode well. "So was this person my worst nightmare?" "Of course not." The Diaz's smile definitely had an edge to it. "I'll bring her up as soon as she's finished boxing her stuff for the move in here and other crap. Should be in about an hour." Diaz turned to leave, but stopped and glanced over his shoulder at Gunnar, the smile nowhere in evidence. "Ray wasn't a good fit for you. Too young. Too inexperienced." But Diaz didn't have to elaborate. Gunnar had lived through years of hell and horror. It had changed him, made him less patient and less tolerant of politics, power plays, and polite niceties. Who had time for that shit when people all around you were dying? "How do you know this one is different?" Gunnar asked. The smile returned. "Her 8 years as an Army nurse, for one thing, and if that doesn't convince you, she did a stint as a combat medic, too. She isn't going to be scared of a little bit of snark." His pulse picked up speed. There was only one person working for the CDC in Atlanta that fit those parameters. "And if we don't get along, I'd start looking for a new job." The older man walked away. Gunnar sat down behind his desk. Joy Ashiro. He'd stayed away from her for several very good reasons. Petite and curvy with dark hair and eyes, she added something energetic and fresh to a room when she walked in. But it was her smile and laugh that grabbed him by the balls. They did something to his insides, lessened the pain, the regrets, the wounds on his soul, made him feel human again. When she'd shown up on Thanksgiving with food or whoever was working, complete with pumpkin pie, he'd almost asked her to stay and eat with him. Keeping his mouth shut hadn't been easy, but his gut told him that if he spent time with her, his physical attraction to her would grow beyond his ability to control. If he allowed himself to feel anything, the dam inside his soul would burst, and the weight of his dead would suffocate him in sorrow. He wasn't ready for that burden. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Still, every time Joy glanced at him with all that passion in her gaze, he wanted to find out if maybe he could exist outside of the prison of his memories, outside of work without self-destructing. That scared the shit out of him. His cell phone dinged with a text. It was from Dr. Rodriguez. "My office, now." Great. She was going to read the riot act to him, including all the ways she was going to fire his ass if he couldn't get along with his new partner. Blah, blah, blah. He walked into her office, then had to wait while she ended a phone call. Carmen Rodriguez stared at him after she put her phone down, her gray hair cut in a feminine style that made her look younger than the color of her hair said she was. "Raymond is going to need therapy." "Raymond needs some field experience to toughen him up," Gunnar countered. "I don't have the time or inclination to handhold anyone." "I was hoping you'd act as his mentor," Gunnar shrugged. "Maybe in 5 years or so, when he isn't afraid to get his hands dirty and swear once in a while." Rodriguez shook her head. "This is the last time, Gunnar. If you can't work with Joy, I'll have to cut you loose." "Joy Oshiro? Say no. Please say no." "Yes." Rodriguez fixed him with a stern stare. "Figure out your shit, Gunnar. I don't want to lose you." Fuck. Gunnar managed to keep his mouth shut and just nodded. Did she think he wasn't trying to get his head on straight? He had done all the things you were supposed to do. Psychiatric assessment, regular counseling, and an alphabet of medications. He knew damn well he suffered from PTSD and depression, but the attitude of most of the mental health professionals he'd encountered had gone in one of two directions. Either they smiled, patted him on the head, and promised him that with enough time he'd be able to function normally in society again. Gee, thanks for making him feel like he was a charity case. Or they offered even more medications, enough to knock an elephant on its ass, without asking the right questions about what he'd experienced. They simply didn't have a frame of reference to understand what he'd been through. What he was still going through. He hadn't been able to control his environment even on the most basic level in Syria. Now a tightly organized apartment and office was a key coping strategy for him. Expecting his partner to keep their goddamn desk clean wasn't too much to ask for, was it? "I'm not chasing people off on purpose," he said. "It's like I've lost all my filters, and no matter how hard I look, I'm not finding them." Rodriguez considered him for a moment. "Maybe you'll get along then, because Joy doesn't have any filters either. Shoo." She turned her attention back to her computer screen, a not-so-subtle message for him to leave. Gunnar left her office and returned to his own as frustration built up against the internal fence he'd constructed to keep his emotions corralled. Now what the fuck was he going to do? Work. If he focused hard enough on work, it would keep him from acting like an even bigger jackass than he was afraid he could be. He sat down and began wading through the most recent lab reports from American hospitals and clinics of reportable diseases and infections. Everything from antibiotic-resistant bacterial infections to weird viruses some newbie resident thought was brand new. A lot of the reports were nothing unusual, but you never knew when something interesting or dangerous might pop up. A brisk knock at the door, followed by someone entering, brought his attention back to the here and now. DS walked in with Gunnar's personal kryptonite right behind him. Adrenaline kissed his bloodstream, and he had to force himself to maintain his relaxed posture. She was small, with short dark brown hair and brown eyes. Her scrub top and jeans told him she was ready to work and wasn't afraid to get a little dirty. Better start this off on the right foot. Professional. He could do professional. Gunnar got up and went around his desk to shake her hand. "Gunnar." He took her hand, and a tendril of her scent, autumn leaves and pumpkin pie, set off a chain reaction inside him. It fed him energy and adrenaline. He savored it, noting she was at least a foot shorter than his 6'2" height, and her curves were even more lethal than he remembered. Her grip was firm, confident, and she had a sprinkling of freckles across her nose. He paused, her hand warm in his. He loved freckles. Why hadn't he noticed them before? He could have stood there for a long time, soaking in her warmth and savoring the bite of attraction nibbling on every nerve in his body. She gently pulled her hand away. "Joy," she said, and her voice was a pleasant alto. She tilted her head to one side and looked at him with a half-smile. "Huh. You don't seem as carnivorous as the rumor mill describes you." A shoot-first, ask-questions-later person. It shouldn't have been appealing, but a part of him that had been sleeping for a long time cracked open an eye to evaluate this new and interesting creature in his lair. "We've run into each other a few times before," he said, trying out a smile. Hey, look at that. His face didn't even crack. "But we weren't introduced. Besides," he shrugged and glanced at the empty desk, "I just ate." She cleared her throat and looked at him sidelong. Still full or suffering from indigestion? Was she laughing at him? He glanced at Diaz and found the older man smiling widely. Yup, laughing. Gunnar looked at his new partner again. Full. She had a sense of humor. Bonus. His cock took notice. Fuck, that's all he needed. She was his new work partner, nothing more, nothing less. "I'll leave you two to get better acquainted," Diaz said. "I'll be back at lunch." He left the room, leaving the door open. Gunnar focused on Joy. If he didn't get his body under control, she was going to see just how happy he was to have her working with him. He moved to sit behind his desk. Not to retreat. Nope, no sir. "I know I'm supposed to be polite and refrain from using bad language, whatever that means, but I was wondering if you'd like to, skip the bullshit." She met his gaze with one that briefly showed surprise before it morphed into a delighted smile. "Please." Where to start? "What do you know about me?" "We went through the CDC's outbreak investigation training at the same time, but never interacted together directly. I'm the third person assigned to be your partner in the last 6 months. Your previous partners have described you as irritable, short-tempered, and impatient." She leaned forward and lowered her voice to whisper loudly. Those were the nice words. He snorted, almost laughed. What were the not nice words? She grinned and started unpacking as she said, "I quote from your first partner, he's an asshole. Your second one said, he has all the diplomatic skills of a starving velociraptor." Colorful, but obviously she didn't find the not nice words intimidating. Most people would hesitate to work with someone like that. I'm not most people. So you've worked with a few asshole dinosaurs before? The army is full of them. She met his gaze and her smile had gained a sharp edge. Whatever I receive, I can dish out. His gut said she wasn't boasting. Diaz said you were in combat rescue. How long did you do that? One deployment, about 8 months. She considered him. I heard you spent some time in Syria. Doctors Without Borders, yeah, 3 years. She paused, the smile falling off her face. That's a long time. Did you move around? Some. Most of the time I was in Aleppo, but I also spent time in Damascus and Homs. She stared at him, a frown on her face. Some serious shit went down in all of those places. Shit is a good way to describe it, but completely inadequate. More like total death and destruction. "So, what was the deal with you and your previous partners?" she asked, in a carefully cheerful tone. Phony feelings he could do without. "Are you trying to manage me?" That's what getting along with people is, figuring out how to manage them. She gave him a duh look. You're smart enough to know that, so I ask again, what was the deal? She hadn't known him 5 minutes, and already she wanted to take him apart. She glanced at him and started to laugh. Did they take one look at your awesome grumpy face and start babbling? No, he said, but even he could hear the irritation in his voice. I bet they shut right up. She laughed again. I talked to Raymond for a couple of minutes this morning. And what did he have to say? She rolled her eyes. What a whiner. I'm not surprised he didn't get along. I think he wants to work with a mother figure. I don't have the hips for it. That wasn't the only reason. What could he say that wouldn't scare her off? Wait, did he want to keep her? With her experience, she might be a good fit. His mind went to places it should never go with a coworker. He cleared his throat. I do swear a lot. Gunnar confessed. It's made some people here uncomfortable. Fucking A, she said with a grin that now appeared completely genuine and way too energetic. Oh boy. Are you always this happy? No, I'm usually much happier. Happy people give me a rash. Gunnar rubbed his face with both hands. Maybe I should just kill myself now. Where would the fun be in that? He pulled his hands away from his face to find her smiling, but it was quieter, less silly. I don't care if you're bitchy, she said, the humor not quite leaving her face. As long as you do your job, you back me up when I need it, and I'll do the same for you. Sounds reasonable, he said. All traces of comedy fled from her face as she said in a tone so hard and sharp it could flay the skin off his bones. But if you try to fuck me up or fuck me over, I will bury you. Her gaze was clear and direct. Do you get me? Joy Ashiro, trauma nurse, had a scary side to her, and damn if he didn't find that both admirable and attractive as all hell. It was Gunnar's turn to grin. That is the best deal I've heard in years. Chapter 2. February 14, 2:30 p.m. Joy paused outside her office door and kicked it with one foot in lieu of knocking, both hands busy holding up a precariously piled high pillar of coffee cups, pumpkin muffins, and a container of her killer pumpkin cream cheese icing for the muffins. Gunnar had a soft spot for pumpkin-flavored treats. She'd found that out a few months ago when she'd popped in with food for whoever was on duty over Thanksgiving weekend. He hadn't been overly friendly, but the sight of the pumpkin pie amongst the containers of food had turned him into Mr. Cooperation. He kept looking at the pie like it was going to spontaneously combust at any moment and cheat him of his opportunity to consume it. Did he look at a woman he wanted with the same laser-intense focus? She'd gotten hot just thinking about it. Gunnar wasn't classically handsome, but his broad shoulders, fit physique, and direct blue gaze heated her blood, turning it molten. She wanted to touch him to see if skin-to-skin contact raised her temperature even more, or if it was her imagination creating something out of nothing. She'd been leery of this assignment to work with him, especially after she'd heard a multitude of asshole behavior horror stories from his past partners. So far, he'd been occasionally grumpy, but she discovered he simply needed time to inhale a couple of cups of coffee before he was ready to talk to anyone. That and a neat and organized workspace. Last week, she'd brought in another pie to eat with lunch and shared it with him. He'd been positively giddy the entire afternoon. DS even asked what wonder drug she'd put in his coffee, like she was going to hand over her secret weapon because he asked so politely. Ha! The office door opened. Gunnar already had his mouth open, probably to bark, "What?" But as soon as he took her and her burdens in, he stepped out of the way and grabbed the tray of coffee she had precariously balanced on the top of the food containers. She managed to make it to her desk without dropping any of her precious cargo. He followed her, staring at the food. Is that what I think it is? As long as you think it's pumpkin muffins with pumpkin cream cheese icing, she replied. He stilled and closed his eyes. You figured me out. What are you so worried about? Joy shrugged. Everyone has a weakness. She lowered her voice to a stage whisper. Mine is dark chocolate, by the way. He opened his eyes and attempted to pin her with a stare. Who knows? About your passionate penchant for pumpkin? No one, she smiled. Yet. His eyebrows crowded low over his eyes. She sighed and shook her head. I still don't think you're scary. He glanced away, then took a step closer to the food and examined the muffins. You baked these yourself? He asked, suspicion coating every letter. I picked them up at that TV show cupcake store, but the icing is all my own creation, she replied, then watched him relax way too much at her answer. Hey, the only thing I've burnt was my toast last week. You set off the fire alarm, he drawled, and completely fried the toaster. He paused. The ceiling in the lunchroom has to be repainted. If you don't stop complaining, I'm going to eat all the icing. It was not an idle threat. She'd only brought one small container of her incredible cream cheese icing. She'd planned to share it, but if he was going to act like a jackass, he was going to eat his muffin naked. The mental image of Gunnar eating with no clothes on and licking his fingers clean only made her hungry for things other than food, like a peek at his outstanding ass or shredded abs. She'd seen him shirtless a few times at the gym they both went to. Delicious. No, bad, Joy, very bad. Sometimes, though, it was good to be bad. I'm not complaining. He took a muffin and a coffee. I'm stating a fact. He spread some icing over his muffin. Why the pastries? He asked, his gaze taking in her face with narrowed eyes. Huh. What he really meant was, is this charity or pity? Because if it is, fuck off. She'd never met anyone so suspicious of kindness in her life. You didn't eat any lunch and I was afraid you'd starve without someone dropping you an aid package. His expression turned bland. If you're this desperate to get a job with the Red Cross, have no fear. I'll write you a recommendation and you don't even need to feed me. Cheeky bastard. I'm trying to keep your blood sugar within normal limits. Eating crap out of the vending machines isn't healthy. He made a show of looking at his plate full of muffiny goodness. I doubt this is going to spare me from diabetes, and I'm absolutely certain it isn't going to do my arteries any good. She rolled her eyes. You really make it hard for a person to like you. I don't want anyone to like me, he said, almost cheerfully, taking his muffin back to his desk and sitting down. I just want to do my job and go home. What a load of bullshit. If she said that out loud, he'd stop listening. Too bad you have to talk to actual human beings in order to do your job. Yes, he gave her a sad face. It's a struggle, but I persevere, adapt, and overcome. I think the adage is improvise, adapt, and overcome, and you stole that from the Marines. Psst, you say potato, I say tomato. She winced. That's not how that one goes either. He didn't reply, choosing to eat his muffin instead, but there at the corner of his mouth, was that a smile? Yes, the corners of his eyes were slightly wrinkled. The jerk was smiling. She pointed a finger at him. You have a sense of humor. That wiped the happy right off his face. I do not. You sneaky son of a bitch, she breathed. It was underhanded, camouflaged, and buried under a mountain of snark, but he definitely had a sense of humor. They stared at each other like two gunfighters at a fast-draw showdown. Who are you going to tell? He asked, breaking the silence. No one, she said without hesitation. If they can't figure it out for themselves, too fucking bad. His gaze turned speculative. You ever play good cop, bad cop? No, but I'd be curious to try good nurse, bad doctor. His eyebrows went up. Oh, for fuck's sake, not that. Not that she wouldn't mind doing a little of that with Gunnar. The man was hot. But anything more than fantasizing in her head would be stupid in the extreme. He flashed her a smile. The first genuine real smile she'd seen on his face, and a concern that had paced restlessly in the back of her head stopped moving and went to sleep. As long as I get to be the bad one most of the time, deal. How is that fair? He wore his stubborn face. Okay, fine. When you're done, can we talk about your open cases? I've gone through them all, and there are a few things of note. He finished his muffin, dusted off his hands, and pulled out a dog-eared notebook. Shoot. The Free America from Oppression assholes are mentioned in nearly half of your notes, she said, having made notes as she read through each case. They can't actually be involved in all of these, can they? Only if they're paying union rates. Gunnar sounded as irritated as she felt. I doubt it, but with bioterrorism scares on the rise, that particular organization is at the top of everyone's mind. Plus, I think they sometimes take credit for shit they didn't do. That's awfully juvenile. It's stupid and disgusting. He shrugged to say, what can you expect? He was trying hard to appear casual, but the muscles along one side of his face were tense enough to stand out. It really bothered him, more than he was saying. We'll get them, she told him with quiet confidence. They're going to fuck up and we'll catch them. Someone else will take their place. Then we'll catch them too. She gave him an arch expression. We don't give up. He glanced at her, and for a moment he looked exhausted, tired to the bone. Then he took another bite of his muffin and said, Who do you think we are, the Postal Service? We're better than them. We're the quiet, unseen superheroes who save the day without anyone knowing we were even there. You put something weird in the icing, didn't you? She didn't bother dignifying that remark with an answer. Chapter 3. February 24, Sunday, 9 a.m. Gunnar parked the CDC van Joy and he were using outside of a quiet-looking university frat house. They'd gotten called into work at about 8 a.m., proving that disease, disaster, and dumbassery didn't take weekends off. After grabbing gear and a vehicle, they had driven to the address just off the Georgia State University campus. According to EMS, several of the people in the house were exhibiting signs of possible food poisoning. Something nasty was behind it because 2 kids had been admitted to intensive care earlier that morning. Food poisoning, aka foodborne illnesses, were common. Thanks to rigorous surveillance programs and hospital surveys, the CDC could reliably predict that approximately 48 million people in the USA would get sick, 128,000 would be hospitalized, and 3,000 would die every year from foodborne diseases. Most people got sick, rested up, followed doctors' orders, and recovered without complication. A high concentration of illness within a group living in close proximity and with a narrow age range was not good news. A frat house wasn't much different than a cruise ship for close-contact living conditions. A foodborne disease could sweep through either like wildfire. Gunnar took one step inside the house, Joy beside him, and stopped. He'd seen a lot of weird stuff in emergency rooms, clinics, and yes, even in hastily erected tents in disaster areas. What he was looking at right now this morning was something he'd never imagined seeing. The room was large, square, and overpopulated by men between the ages of 18 and 22. No one was standing. Most were prone, with a few sitting awkwardly in a chair or on a couch. All of them reeked of a cocktail of alcohol and vomit, and a salt on his nose despite the particle mask he wore. At first glance, it looked like a mass, self-inflicted alcohol poisoning. If true, what these kids needed was a couple of days in the local drunk tank. The smell alone would cure most of them from ever drinking in such quantities again. If it weren't for the 2 frat brothers who'd arrived at the Atlanta Central Hospital with symptoms pointing to more than just being passed out drunk or eating pizza a day too old. Rapid onset high fever, depressed kidney output, and worse. That meant Joy and he had to go through the motions and eliminate the possibility of one of several possible biological threats before he could turn this house of stupidity over to the police and the university. "For fuck's sake," Joy said. "I'm tempted to borrow a gun," he said quietly. "No," she said with patience. "You may not put any of them out of their misery." "Spoil sport," he muttered before calling out. "Is there anyone here who's in charge?" Someone stumbled down the stairs, arriving on the main floor more by way of gravity than some concerted effort or plan. The man was young, had bloodshot eyes, and wore a shirt with the Greek letters of the house on it. He came to a stop a few feet away from Gunnar. "Can I help?" He took in 2 ragged breaths. "You?" "Yes, you can." The kid threw up. "Sorry," he said right before depositing more on the hardwood floor. Yeah, this day so wasn't going the way any of them had hoped. "How long has everyone been sick?" Gunnar asked. The guy wiped the back of his hand across his mouth. "I don't know, maybe a few hours?" He looked around, taking in the sunshine coming through the windows. "Wait, what time is it?" 10 o'clock in the morning, Gunnar replied. The guy blinked, then glanced at the people waiting behind Gunnar below the open porch. Police, paramedics, and university staff. "Why are you dressed like—" The guy waved his hand up and down Gunnar's body. "That." Joy and he were wearing sets of hazmat orange Tyvek coveralls, safety glasses, particle masks, and gloves. "We need to inspect the entire building," he replied. "Take samples and talk to everyone here." The kid glanced behind Gunnar and Joy again at the 4 police officers, 3 university staff, and 2 lawyers, all waiting to know if it was safe or not for them to enter. "Don't you need a warrant?" the kid asked. One of the cops stepped forward and handed a piece of paper to Gunnar, who handed it to the kid. He opened it and blinked several times before reading it. He said hesitantly. "Okay." The cop began questioning the kid from about 15 feet away. After telling the kid not to move from where he was, Gunnar strode farther into the house and began examining the rest of the occupants where they were laying, sitting, or sleeping. One young man stared at Gunnar with a fuzzy gaze. He used his penlight to check the boy's pupils and found them normal. The smell from the kid, however, was awful. That was not a good sign. "Everyone says it's coming out at both ends," Joy said, coming to a stop a couple of paces away. She angled a thumb over her shoulder at 2 snoring young men on the floor. "Same over there, asleep covered in their own body fluids. All doing occult blood." She didn't sound optimistic. Joy wasn't one to sugarcoat anything. She called herself a realist, but Gunnar suspected she had the concept of basic human decency replaced with cynicism a long time ago. Joy swabbed the stained back of some kid who was snoring louder than an artillery barrage, wiped it onto the cardboard test surface, then added a couple of drops of a chemical reagent. "Positive," she announced. Gunnar examined the fallen, sleeping and semi-conscious young men. "We need to check everyone." Joy nodded. "If this were just a group hangover?" She didn't finish. No point. "I'm going to check the kitchen, look for a possible source." He met her gaze and saw the same resignation in her eyes that was probably in his own. "Call in EMS. Some of these kids are going to need more than time to sleep it off." He walked to the doorway and spoke to the waiting group of concerned officials and law enforcement. "A cursory examination of several of these people indicates a possible real threat. There are upward of 30 people in there. We're going to need more EMS and ambulances." "What do you mean, a possible real threat?" one of the university people asked. "Whatever is making these kids sick," Gunnar told the man. "It isn't your garden variety bug." "Isn't this a case of too much partying?" There was a note of desperation to the man's tone. "If you treat this as some kind of infection or poisoning, it's going to cause a panic. This is the Sunday morning after a Friday night party. The majority of these kids should be up and around, not semi-conscious, disoriented, and still hurling. Some of them may be suffering from alcohol poisoning, which is bad enough all on its own, but with 2 serious cases at Atlanta Central Hospital, I'm not so optimistic." "What do you mean by serious cases?" "Their kidneys are shutting down and there are early signs of sepsis." He let his words sink in, then said firmly, "We're required to investigate and determine what's making all these kids sick. You saw the court order. Don't get in my way." The dude did not like that at all. After a moment's surprise, the man narrowed his eyes, squared his shoulders, and said loudly enough for everyone within 20 feet to hear, "How dare you try to minimize the assistance of everyone here? We all have a role to play in mitigating the damage as a result of this." He looked at the House President, who was shaking, pale and sweating, and seemed to have trouble swallowing. "Misadventure." This guy had all the hallmarks of a politician, right down to his insincere empathy and equally sincere desire to control the situation. Gunnar managed to hang on to his temper, then stomped down the steps and got into the asshole's personal space to say in an even tone, "Fine, we all have a role." He took another half-step closer, but wasn't able to keep the snarl out of his voice with his next words. "Yours is to stay out of my way, or I'll have you arrested for hindering a CDC investigation." He glanced over at one of the cops. "Could you and this gentleman begin compiling the information we're all going to need for our reports? Series of events, identities of all these people, everything they can remember of the party, what they drank, ate, everything." "Yes, sir," the cop said to Gunnar. He addressed the university guy next. "The faster we get all this done, the sooner it can get cleaned up." University guy wasn't happy, but he went with the cop without arguing. At least not verbally. If looks could kill, though. Shaking his head, Gunnar went into the house. "Would you like to borrow my sledgehammer for the next one?" Joy asked, subtle humor in her tone. He frowned at her. Irritation made his voice sharper than he intended. "What?" "It's a really big heavy hammer used mostly to knock sense into other people who are annoying you." He snorted. Funny. It shouldn't be, but he discovered that her sneaky sense of humor managed to find the funny in all kinds of things. "EMS? On their way?" And just like that, she was all business. You'd know that if you'd checked your phone. Her ability to switch from one mindset to another was something he admired. "I've counted 15 on this floor," she continued. "I sent a couple of the cops who have masks and gloves on upstairs to see how many more casualties there are." Casualties. Despite being out of the Army a couple of years, she often used military terms. "Good. Carry on." The mask prevented him from seeing much more of her face than her eyes, and hers were laughing at him. "Nope, not going to ask why." Off in the distance, sirens wailed. EMS was definitely on its way. Gunnar went into the kitchen and paused in the doorway. If he'd thought the front end of the house was a mess, this was the aftermath of an earthquake. Empty bottles and cans of beer and coolers littered the counters and floor. There was also trash, food, and clothing strewn around. 2 sneakers, not a pair, hung off of a suspended light over the sink. A large metallic beer keg sat on a large table just off the kitchen. 2 additional steps into the room revealed a mound of garbage up against a waist-high counter and cupboards. An empty can lying on its side nearby explained the trash. Gunnar towed the pile of refuse and discovered a shoe attached to a leg. He swept his foot over the pile, revealing a person face down on the floor. The young man had managed to partially crawl into a cupboard. Gunnar observed him for a moment. Something was off. He was too still. The guy wasn't breathing. Gunnar leaned down and searched for a carotid pulse, but couldn't find one. The body was cool to the touch, so he died some time ago. He was also covered in body fluids. This wasn't good. Agirin his chest twisted and tightened, serving notice to the rest of him that trouble was on the horizon. Two gravely sick at the hospital and one dead here told him a shitstorm was brewing that would add lawyers and more bureaucrats to the already overcrowded circus of interested parties. He hated bureaucrats and lawyers. "Joy," he called out. A couple of seconds later, she appeared in the kitchen doorway. "Gunnar?" He nodded at the body. "We have our first real casualty. We'll need an autopsy." "Autopsy?" Someone behind Joy asked with a panic-induced squeak. The university's man pushed past her. "What do you mean, autopsy?" Gunnar pointed at the kid on the floor. "He's dead, and what are you doing in here? You're not wearing proper personal protective equipment." The man's eyes bugged out as he stared at the body. "Aren't you going to try to resuscitate him?" "He's cool to the touch," Gunnar said, trying to be patient, but he'd much rather tell the asshole to do it himself if he didn't want to believe a doctor. "There's no point. He's been dead for a while." Voices, several of them, joined the cacophony of sound in the frat house. "That's EMS," Joy said. "I'll get them organized and ask for the coroner." She disappeared. The university guy couldn't seem to rip his gaze off the corpse, his chest billowing in and out so fast he was going to make himself pass out. "The university can't be responsible for this." "That's probably true," Gunnar said in an unfriendly tone. "But someone is." The cop who'd stepped up to keep the paper pusher busy earlier entered the kitchen, saw the dead kid, and muttered, "Ah, shit." Gunnar addressed the cop. "Please escort this gentleman and anyone else from the university or fraternity who wasn't here for the party outside to wait until they can be interviewed by the CDC and police." "Outside?" University man said, alarmed. "No, I need to oversee this investigation, ensure no mistakes are made." "The CDC is now responsible for that. This," Gunnar said, looking at the body, "changes things by an order of magnitude." Death always did. The cop put a hand on the man's shoulder and guided him, still protesting, out of the kitchen. Gunnar went to the doorway and observed Joy explaining the change of status of the investigation to everyone else who needed to know. From possible problem to lethal pathogen. Chapter 4. Sunday, 11 a.m. Joy had to work hard to inject a cooperative, professional tone into her voice as she once again explained why everyone but CDC and EMS personnel had to leave the building. Senseless death made her angry. No, not angry. Furious. Tearing someone like the whiny official who thought he could intimidate the CDC into pieces might help her achieve a Zen status, but it wouldn't be enough. She swallowed down all the aggression, disgust, and contempt, attempting to corrupt her vocabulary, and worked on clearing the room of all non-essential people. Something had killed one young man and put two more in the hospital in critical condition. That something needed to stay contained, though that might be a fool's hope given the number of students who'd probably been in and out of this house during and since the party. The sick would need to be removed for treatment, the dead boy to the morgue, and samples taken. Identifying the pathogen or chemical that caused all this misery would take meticulous attention to detail. Her years in the Army had spoiled her. Had this been an Army investigation, there'd be no question about what would get done, by whom, and when. The world outside the military seemed to enjoy injecting confusion and control freaks who had no business being in a leadership position into any given situation. The cop she'd sent upstairs reported there were 8 more people there. She thanked them and asked them to finish getting the civilians out. No, not civilians, bystanders, before she moved up to the 2nd floor. She caught one young man in the bathroom, unable to leave thanks to his body evicting everything, and backed out, saying, "I'm calling paramedics to assist you." "Wait." His voice was barely audible, but there was an edge of panic in it that made it impossible to ignore. "I'm not the only one. Before my roommate passed out a few hours ago, he had the same thing." "I'll check on him. Second door on the left." The roommate was lying under the covers of a twin bed, only the top of his head visible. "Hello?" No response. She nudged the blankets, but there was still no response. She whipped off the blankets and the smell hit her first, knocking her back a step. Decomposition so strong not even her particle mask could protect her from it. Just what they needed. Another body. How had the cops missed him? Maybe the pile of blankets that didn't look like a person fooled them. Whatever this was, it was killing people, young, healthy people in a place where they congregated. Joy quickly checked the rest of the people on the second floor, ensuring no one else was dead, then headed downstairs right behind the paramedics and the kid from the bathroom. Gunnar was talking with one of the sick kids, the house president. "Sir," she said. She didn't come to attention and salute, but it was close. Gunnar hated it when she did it, and she loved getting a rise out of him. One of these days he was going to get his revenge, and that idea shouldn't have excited her as much as it did. "Girl, you have problems." He glanced at her, his eyes narrowed in a frown, and barked, "What?" It was that reaction that explained why everyone called him Dr. Grumpy. She loved it when he got growly. It made her pulse jump. "Another casualty, sir." A lot of people would react to this news with dismay, concern, or fear. Nope, not Gunnar. He took bad news personally and got mad at it. He didn't let it impact his decision-making skills, though. "I'll talk to EMS," Gunnar told her. "Please begin taking samples from the entire house. Food, water, anything that might have been ingested by several people." "Yes, sir." She could see the wince wrinkle at the corners of his eyes. "Don't call me Sir, Joy. You're not in the military anymore." "Of course, sir." She didn't actually plan to continually irritate him with the use of sir every time she addressed him, but it was fun to poke the bear. He didn't disappoint, shaking his head before stomping away. The kitchen was a good place to start, so she went there first, sampling everything in the room. Bottles, cans, pizza boxes, chip bags, containers that had held dip and guacamole, Chinese food containers, open milk jugs, and more. This was going to take a while. She wasn't sure how long she'd been at it when Gunnar came in sometime later. "How many samples have you taken?" She stopped to count. 58. "Really? Wow, that was a lot, and she wasn't even close to being done." A glance at her watch told her a couple of hours passed. Then she caught sight of Gunnar's face. No wrinkles or lines, just smooth, relaxed skin. He knew something. "Did you take a sample from the beer?" "No, with its alcohol content, it never occurred to me." "There's not enough alcohol in it to kill off all bacteria. I'm going to do a field test for E. coli." That's what he suspected. She'd never heard of an E. coli case causing death in less than 48 hours. "But they're dying so fast." "I got reports from the 2 cases at the hospital. They're showing the classic symptoms of hemolytic uremic syndrome. The onset is rapid, very rapid, but stranger things have happened with E. coli." He performed the test, adding a small sample of the beer still left in the keg to the small plastic bag containing the reagent. Both of them stared at the positive result. That did not make sense. The process of brewing beer made accidental contamination unlikely. "It'll have to be confirmed," she said softly. "Given the speed and severity of symptoms, we could be dealing with a new, more virulent strain," Gunnar said, already texting someone. It wasn't 30 seconds before his cell phone buzzed. So did hers. A text from their boss, Dr. Rodriguez. "Received preliminary E. coli result. More testing to follow. One of the kids at the hospital died." Her heart rate went up, preparing her for the fight her hindbrain knew was coming. She looked at Gunnar. "I'd better get the rest of the samples we need." It was a big house and they'd only done the kitchen. "I'll help," he said. He opened her collection case, stared at the contents, then took a handful of sample containers from the case. "Did you bring extra?" "I did an internet search of the building and thought a house that big with that many people going through it might need additional resources." He grunted. "Most people would say that's not their job and not do it, especially when it's not their job." "I'm not most people," she replied. "If being in the army taught me anything, it was to never assume you know enough. Up-to-date and accurate information can save lives, including your own. He seemed to think about that for a moment. Words of wisdom, he said, without a trace of sarcasm. Some people offered respect with words, some with actions. Gunnar did it with attitude. It shouldn't have been a turn-on, but he treated her like a true partner, equal, valued, and respected. It got to her in ways no slick smile ever would. It should not have made her panties damp, but the grumpier he acted, the hotter she got. Get your head back in the game. She put his sexy voice out of her mind and got back to work. What made you suspect the beer? It's the only food or beverage that's everywhere in this house. When they were done, only 6 sample containers remained unused. As she packed the active samples up, more vehicles with sirens blaring arrived out front. One of the CDC's lead investigative lab techs, Henry Lee, walked into the kitchen a minute later. "What do you have for me?" He didn't usually show up at the scene of an outbreak. That he was here told her the situation was worrying a lot of people in the upper echelons. "This room," Joy said, giving the kitchen a nod. Henry looked into the box of samples. "Jesus Christ." He shook his head. "I'm having difficulty believing the E. coli started out in the keg of beer," Joy said, finally voicing the concern that had been bothering her since Gunnar had gotten the positive result. "Breweries are usually so damn sterile you could operate on the floor, and this particular bug's pathogenicity appears to be amplified times 10. Could the keg have been contaminated by one of the sick kids at some point after the party started? Maybe, but finding out means tracing every positive test result back to its source." Gunnar crossed his arms. "No matter how it arrived, this E. coli is causing multi-organ shutdown and death faster than I've ever heard of before. It's possible hundreds of kids went through this place during the party and have been exposed, which means we haven't seen all the victims yet. We have to be sure." Henry sighed. "Okay, I'm on it." He picked up the sample case and left. Joy rushed to follow him. "You said you'd stocked me up. They're in my van." He swung an arm toward his vehicle. "Come on." As soon as they got outside, the van looked an awfully long way off. Between the lawn of the house and the street was a line of police and university security holding back a crowd of people. Most of them were reporters, but some, from their worried faces and shouted demands to see their sons, were the parents of the men inside the house. The van sat behind the crowd of people. Henry spoke to one of the cops. A couple of minutes later, the police line was moved to either side of the van. Joy followed Henry to the vehicle, snatched the additional containers from him, and turned to retrace her steps back to the house. The air was alive with shouts and cries and screams from the people behind the police line. Her route forward narrowed until it was blocked by bodies yelling at her, but no matter how upset they were, she had to get through, had to get to the wounded. No. Her breathing, fast and shallow, echoed in her ears. There were no wounded, and this wasn't a war zone. The victims weren't suffering from shrapnel wounds and bleeding out. This was a frat house, not a military checkpoint in any of the country she'd been deployed to. The crowd of people weren't touching her. They were behind the yellow tape. She was safe from them, and they were safe from her. She didn't have time to have a nervous breakdown in front of the press and public. People, Gunnar, were depending on her to do her job. She dashed to the frat house. Gunnar was waiting and slammed the door behind them. He said with a growl, "I hate reporters. I despise the cocksuckers, all of them." He gave her a quick once-over. His gaze lingered on her face, and he reached out to her, but aborted the move halfway and settled for asking, "Are you okay?" "I think so," she said, in as relaxed a tone as she could manage. Her body was still vibrating, convinced she was back in Afghanistan or Iraq, trying to get to wounded men who'd been saved, or not, a long time ago. The iron-rich scent of blood filled her nose, but that wasn't right. The blood here was mixed with decomposition, and the mask she wore filtered out most smells. Yet the mask seemed to intensify the scent. What she smelled wasn't real. It was part of her memories, that scent, memories trying to transport her to a battle zone a lifetime away. Focus on your job, on what needs to be done now. Live in the moment. Be in the moment. She cleared her too tight throat and said, "Let's get this finished so the police or cleanup team can take over." Gunnar nodded, his gaze much too intense on her. Had he noticed how close she was to succumbing to the nightmares replaying over and over in her head? Did it matter? That was an answer she didn't want. work. Work would keep her focused. Since the kitchen was done, they tackled the main living area, then spread out to the bedrooms and bathrooms until they consumed every sample container they had. Having a task helped pull her out of the grip of the past into the embrace of present day. When she came downstairs with the last of her samples, Gunnar was talking with two hazmat-suited men in the doorway of the house. As soon as she got a look at their faces, she recognized them from one of the CDC's biohazard cleanup teams. "Do we have a definitive identification?" she asked. "No, still the presumptive E. coli," Gunnar answered quietly. "Another kid has died. The university is losing its collective mind, and the news media is blowing it into Hurricane Outbreak." He sighed. "To make matters worse, Free America from Oppression is claiming responsibility for it." Her stomach muscles tightened. What a huge, steaming pile of crap. "That's all we need," Joy said. "Until we know what happened here, drawing any kind of conclusion is irrelevant." Gunnar laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. "It's all over social media that the next great plague has started and we're all going to die." "Don't joke," one of the cleanup guys said. "Someone might overhear you and report it as fact." "The online mob mentality is going to hurt a lot of people if the information on this is mishandled," she said. "The PR department is doing their best," the cleanup guy replied. "It's the dozen or more private citizens taking pictures and video of everything that's the problem." "Fucking cell phones," Gunnar muttered. He looked at her. "Ready?" Her limbs felt disconnected from her body, but there was only one answer she could give, even though it felt like a lie. "Yes." "Let's go." The mob of people had only gotten bigger since she'd been outside. There was a lot of shouting, pushing, and throwing of crap at the cops. Why are people so stupid? Did they want to get sick? She and Gunnar got into the van, and they managed to drive down the street without hitting anyone. A couple of students with open cans of beer in their hands pretended to step off the curb in front of their vehicle. Gunnar stepped on the gas, swerved at the last moment, and swept past them. Her stomach, which had attempted to crawl up and out of her throat, bounced around, leaving her sweating and out of breath. Joy had known he was angry, but playing chicken with those two students showed her he was riding the edge of his volatile temper into a place where fear didn't exist. If he could harness his anger, he could use it to sharpen his focus, think faster on his feet, and make better decisions. If he couldn't, the results could be very, very bad. Chapter 5. Saturday, 4 p.m. Gunnar squeezed the steering wheel tight to conceal the shakiness of his hands. He literally vibrated with the need to kill something, or someone. Preferably one of the idiotic protesters or members of the press shouting at the top of their lungs outside the fraternity house. Who in their right mind protested outside the location of a possible mass poisoning or disease outbreak without a mask or any other protective equipment? If it was contagious, and it could be, running over them with a van would be a much kinder death. The thought didn't scare him. How long he considered the thought did scare him. Was this what burnout felt like? A lack of energy and enthusiasm for everything, impatience with the stupidity of others, and a general desire for everyone to leave you the hell alone. Why did the idea of hurting some of the stupid ones seem for a moment so rational? Shit. He should sign himself into a psychiatric facility before he did harm someone. He'd stopped seeing his psychologist a couple of weeks ago. Maybe he should go back. She was scared of him, though. He'd known that, seen it in her face, and the fear hadn't lessened as the sessions went on. If he was going to talk to someone, it had to be a person who wasn't afraid, who'd understand what he'd seen and done and how he'd survived. Gunnar? Joy made his name a question, and when she spoke his name with her husky voice, he wanted to park the van, drag her into his lap, and kiss the daylights out of her. Even in the orange outfits they both wore, she was brain-meltingly sexy. That was a daydream that couldn't happen because she was his partner. She was intelligent, thoughtful, and worked hard. Joy? He tried for a normal tone, but figured his attempt crashed and burned since he could see her study him out of the corner of his eye. If you want to play road hockey, I'll buy you some sticks and a couple of goalie nets. He snorted. He hadn't considered hockey. Fighting wasn't just legal in the sport, it was encouraged. That almost sounded fun. Find me a pickup league and I might take you up on that offer. Yes, sir. she said, making those 2 words a promise. He couldn't decide if he liked or disliked the responsibility that promise assigned to him. He'd been with the CDC for 2 years, but he still didn't like the prospect of being personally responsible for the health and safety of coworkers. Oh, he could and did shoulder that obligation, but it wasn't a comfortable thing. He'd lost too many people in the past for it ever to be comfortable. His cell phone went off. So did hers. He nodded at her to indicate she should answer. She did, putting the cell on speaker. "This is Joy Ashiro and Dr. Anderson," she said. "River here," a brisk male voice said over the phone. A veteran Special Forces soldier who was the unofficial head of security for the Outbreak task force. River never made nuisance calls. "We have a secondary location on your E. coli, same time frame and symptoms." Adrenaline shot a spear of ice through Gunner's raging gut. "Are you sure it's secondary?" he asked. "Not a second separate event?" "We're not sure of anything, but it's at a residence hall at George Technical College. The chance that there's no overlap isn't big." A secondary location meant one of 2 things. Either the pathogen was highly contagious, or the source of the pathogen was more widely spread than this one frat house. All it would take was one party crasher from another college to pick up or overshare a nasty bug to hundreds of young people. Bad news all around. "We're out of sample containers," Joy was saying. "Plus, we've got another case of samples for Henry with us." "Are you on your way back here?" River asked. "Yes," Gunner answered. His brain suddenly caught up with the real impact of River's news. Were they the lead investigators on this case? Yes. "We're going to need more boots on the ground to deal with the public and the press at this new location. The crowd wasn't cooperative when we left the first one." "It's in the works. I've called in everyone who's in Atlanta, but we're going to have to ask Homeland Security for assistance as well." "Do we have to?" Joy asked in a whine that made her sound like she was about 5 years old. "Sorry, sweetheart," River said, his tone turning playful. "Come on home, drop off your samples, and grab fresh supplies. We need to know definitively if the 2 locations are dealing with the same pathogen and if they're connected in any way, or if this is 2 separate events with different pathogens." "Got it." She ended the call. Just as well. Considering the pet name he'd called Joy, anything coming out of Gunner's mouth directed at River wouldn't have been nice. "Sweetheart?" he asked Joy. Only after the word was out did he realize how harsh he sounded. Jealous much? "I thought he was engaged to Dr. Ava Lloyd." "He is engaged to her, but he caught me eating the better part of a bag of cookies all by myself a couple of weeks ago. Naturally, he thought I was in a funk and chatted with me until I was darn near rolling on the floor with laughter. Afterward, Dr. Lloyd told me he's decided to adopt me as a little sister, so I should be prepared to be nagged if he catches me overindulging in cookies, ice cream, and/or chocolate in the future." Gunner thought about what he would have concluded if he discovered Joy eating that much sweet stuff alone. "He thought you were depressed." "Yep." "Were you?" "Not really." She gave him a direct stare. "It was that time of the month." "Of course it was." "Did you tell him that?" "Yep." For a moment he felt sympathetic guilt pains for his fellow male. Nah, the guy deserved it for assuming. Good. She glanced at him, her eyes wide, then started to laugh. "He shouldn't call you a sweetheart at work, though," Gunner said. "It's not professional, and other people make assumptions." Her tone was a little smug when she said, "Like you just did." "I didn't," he said. "I asked what was up with the pet name before making any assumptions." It was a good thing he had asked, because if he'd kept quiet and made those assumptions, he might very well have punched River in the face the next time he saw him. Joy was his partner, and he didn't give a fuck if he stepped on toes to keep her. Fuck professionalism. Maybe he should punch River anyway. Joy's laugh had died, and he realized she was watching him closely. "When you were in Doctors Without Borders, what was the most exotic location you went to?" "Huh. Never thought about where he went in terms of exotic. Finally, he came up with Kathmandu, Nepal. After an earthquake, I was there for 3 months. "I mean, where did you go on vacation?" "I came home, spent some time with my folks and my sister and her kids." "You didn't go to Hawaii or Mexico to sit on a beach and soak up the sun?" He let some of the memories of some of the places he'd gone out of the vault inside his head. Disaster in war zones with orphaned children, widowed spouses, and scores of injured people. He'd gotten lots of sun in many of those places. It hadn't felt relaxing. The heat sucked too much water out of the air, leaving leathery tongues and sunburnt faces. Dehydration killed just as easily as bullets or landmines. I can live without a lot of sun. What about mountains or hiking in a forest? She could name every environment on the planet, and he'd probably have some horrible memory to match it somewhere inside him. Vacations aren't about where I am, he said, hoping to stop her rather depressing intention to find a location he might want to daydream about. They're about who I'm with. Oh, she sat up straight. That's... Her eyes were smiling again, as if he'd provided the answer to a particularly difficult question. Smart, she laughed. Sort of a home is where the heart is thing. Hold on now, he said with mock outrage. Don't go saying I've got a heart out loud. You'll ruin my reputation and people might actually try. He leaned toward her and whispered loudly, talking to me. She closed the imaginary zipper over her lips and tossed away the equally imaginary key. He chuckled, an actual chuckle. How had she gotten him from wanting to beat the shit out of someone or something to laughing? What's so funny? She asked, looking at him like he were an interesting zoo specimen. I'm a lucky son of a bitch, he said as they drove through the gate. Oh, no plans to run me off? Joy, to be honest, you're the only person I've worked with who doesn't drive me nuts. She blinked. Well, I'm happy to do my part in keeping you sane. If she was happy, why did she sound so damned disappointed? You're organized, efficient, and don't argue over every little thing. She turned away to gaze out the windshield. Okay, somehow he'd made things worse. I know I can be a miserable son of a bitch to work with sometimes, he said. Tell me if I overstep. Her gaze was incandescent when she glanced at him this time. I wouldn't change a thing about you. That didn't make sense. He'd been told to his face what a bastard he was by many people, probably too many people. He parked the van and turned to look at her, but she was already getting out. Gunnar got out himself, then waited for Joy to grab the samples before walking with her into the building. She handed over the samples to a tech, then they both went to their gender-specific decontamination rooms. Had he been an asshole? She never complained, never acted like anything he said bothered her in the slightest. He found the concept of behaving in a way that made her uncomfortable, untenable, and unacceptable. He was out of decon before Joy, so he waited for her. While he waited, Dr. Rodriguez called and asked to see both of them. More trouble? Joy asked, as they walked to their boss's office. Probably. He waved away the topic. I need to know something. What's that? Have I been an asshole? She stopped walking. He stopped a couple of steps away and turned to face her. Her jaw had fallen open. Why would you even ask that question? When we were talking in the van, you sounded... Great. He probably sounded like he'd lost his marbles. Upset. She sighed. Just some bad memories crowding my head. You're sure? You'd tell me if I was behaving like an asshole? She stuck one hand up in the air and put the other over an imaginary Bible. I solemnly swear to tell you when you're being an asshole, every single time. Thank you, he said to her. I think. I'll tell you too, said a female voice. Dr. Rodriguez stood in the open doorway of her office. Come in, I've got new information. They entered Rodriguez's office and took seats in front of her desk. You were told about the secondary location, correct? Just that there was one, Gunnar answered. We came back for more sample collection supplies. Rodriguez looked like she'd been carved out of stone when she said, Field tests are showing E. coli at several other locations as well. How many other locations? Joy asked, as she sat a little straighter. He'd seen this body language from her before. She was preparing to go into battle. 3. Is there a common source? Gunnar asked. We don't know, but we must find out. Rodriguez's face made it clear she'd already drawn a conclusion and was simply looking for enough evidence to make her case. You believe this was deliberate? Joy sounded shocked. Couldn't this be a naturally occurring outbreak? If the lab comes back with the same strain of E. coli from each location, we'll know. However, the virulence of this infection points to nothing natural. Who would do that? Now Joy sounded pissed off. Yeah, he liked her reaction way too much. Rodriguez looked at the two of them like they should know the answer already. FAFO claims they did. Joy sat back in her seat. Did they? Or are they trying to keep their name in the news? Rodriguez cleared her throat. Cause panic, civil unrest, and take the information out of our hands and into theirs. That's what they're trying to do. The incidents in El Paso, Texas, and Small Blind, Utah, Gunner said. I know the FAFO was under investigation for being involved somehow in both incidents. Has it been confirmed? Not to the public, Rodriguez smiled. We've worked tirelessly to ensure there's been no public panic over the FAFO. She dropped the smile. If everyone knew how close the FAFO came to starting a true outbreak? She shook her head. It's been an unholy mess to unravel. Aside from a supplier on the dark net, the bastard responsible for the El Paso outbreak refuses to tell us how he got the bacteria he used as a weapon of mass destruction. So, Gunner said, he purchased his pathogen nearly ready to use? Rodriguez nodded. We're afraid the darknet supplier is still in business and still providing anyone with enough money the means to start designer disease outbreaks wherever and whenever they want. Chapter 6. Sunday, 7 p.m. A cold sweat broke out all over Joy's skin, making her shiver and forget her irritation with Gunner. If her boss was right and all the E. coli cases in the city were related, maybe the FAFO was behind it. Even if the beer is the source at every location, we still don't know when or how the bacteria was introduced. At least her voice sounded calm and controlled. It could have happened at the brewery, during distribution, or even at the retail store. We took a lot of samples from the first location, Gunner said. There could be other sources for the bacteria we don't yet know about. Henry and his team are working as fast as they can to determine that. Rodriguez nodded at Joy. And you're right, the contamination could have occurred accidentally. All it would take is one person not washing their hands, then coming into contact with food or drink. We need more information before I can determine if it's the beer alone, or if the source is tied to a specific supplier, or if one person managed to contaminate all the locations during a party crawl. And wasn't that a prickly problem? The line between arming the public with information and starting a panic was so fine it was non-existent. They needed to work the problem. They needed a plan. How can we help? Joy asked. Rodriguez sighed and rubbed her face. At this moment, I have 6 multi-person teams out investigating possible outbreaks within the United States, which means I'm going to ask you two to take on more responsibility than I would normally saddle a 2-person team with. I hadn't realized there were that many teams already deployed, Gunner said, a frown creasing his forehead. That isn't normal, is it? No, but ever since El Paso, we've been running with all hands on deck. She gave them a grim smile. I need both of you to inspect all the outbreak locations here in Atlanta. Interview everyone you can to find out where the food and beverages came from, who brought them, and when. Look for connections and common points of contact. We need to determine the source and secure it. Keep in contact with Henry. He's the lead tech on this investigation. The police are holding each scene for us, though they're doing their own investigation as well, so you're likely to be seeing the same law enforcement at all the locations. Rodriguez turned to Joy. You passed your firearm qualifications, correct? The question surprised a jerk out of Joy. Yes, ma'am. Rodriguez got up and went to the large safe on the floor set into the wall behind her desk, opened it, and pulled out a small lockbox. Inside was a Beretta 9mm, a holster, and some papers. Our people have found themselves under fire during the course of 2 separate investigations within the last year. Homeland Security has made the decision to allow us to be armed in the field. She looked at Joy. Yes or no? It had been a couple of years since she'd touched a weapon outside a firing range. Firing at another human being wasn't something she wanted to do, but if someone did take a shot at Gunner or her, she wouldn't hesitate. Yes. Her boss handed her the papers. Sign these. A minute later, she was checking the weapon. Gunner? Rodriguez asked. No thanks, he said, his voice flat. He cleared his throat and tried to smile, but it looked uncomfortable on his face. I'd prefer not to go armed. Will my carrying a weapon be a problem? Joy asked him. No. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. It's a personal choice. This right to carry firearms is new. Rodriguez gave them a half grin. All law enforcement agencies were supposed to be notified, but I doubt very few are aware of it. I'll be careful, Joy said. Gunner got to his feet and nodded at Rodriguez. "We'll let you know as soon as we have any new information beyond lab results." Joy followed him out of the room. Neither of them spoke as they headed back to the office they shared. As they re-equipped their sample collection kit and gathered the tools they'd need for this wider forensic investigation, she asked with caution, "Are you sure you're okay with me carrying?" Gunner's smooth movements came to an abrupt halt, but only briefly. He continued packing as he said in a careful tone, "I don't have any problems with you being armed, but handling a gun myself?" He shook his head. The sound of a shot, the smell of gunpowder, the inevitable thunk as a body hits the ground, any of it takes me nowhere good. PTSD? PTSD, anxiety, disorder, depression. It's all part of the fun merry-go-round I've been on the last 2 or 3 years. His voice was so full of sadness and despair it squeezed her heart with frozen fingers until every breath, every beat bled viscous red blood. She understood how easy it was to be sucked into the waking nightmare of memory. So many of the soldiers she'd served with struggled with the same or similar mental illness. She struggled with them too. After a moment he said, "Unfortunately, I think I overshared with my last psychologist." She canted her head to one side. Overshared? Was that even possible? He paused to meet her gaze, and for the first time she saw regret in his eyes. "The woman couldn't—" He stopped, then tried again. "She was afraid of me." Afraid? A psychologist? Surprise made her voice rise. He shrugged. "I spent 3 years on and off in a part of the world where war, guns, and bombs were part of everyday life." "That shouldn't be a surprise to anyone," Joy said, angry on his behalf. "The news footage coming out of there didn't hide much. You did a lot of good there, saved a lot of lives." "I guess hearing me describe some of the things I witnessed convinced her I wasn't stable. You're impatient with stupid people and grumpy if you don't get enough caffeine into you, not dangerous." Something about me scared her. He was a man with a strong personality and an unfailing drive to do his job to the best of his ability. No matter how horrific his experiences weren't something to be afraid of. His psychologist should have been an absolutely safe sounding board. Showing fear could potentially traumatize the person she was supposed to help all over again. Of my 8 years in the military, I spent half that time deployed to somewhere unfamiliar, unwelcome, and unsafe. I've seen people do horrible things to each other. Saying the words didn't do anything to lessen their impact. I've had men I know, friends, die from bullet wounds and IED explosions. She shook her head. Too much blood, too many broken bodies and blown-up lives. Compared with all that, you're a cuddly teddy bear. He stopped and searched her face. "I'm sorry," he said with a wince. "I didn't mean to trigger unpleasant memories." He sighed. "I've heard a lot of people claim they understand how I feel, but I didn't realize. I think you're the first person who actually does understand." Okay, she managed to get out. "So we've managed to establish we're both a little beat up. Yay us. We should start a club, go old school, and get decoder rings." He blinked, covered his face with one hand, and started to shake. Her stomach turned into a block of ice. Oh no, she'd triggered him too. He was breaking down, losing his shit. A laugh boomed out of him, and it surprised her so much she stumbled back, tripped, and landed on her butt on the floor. That made him laugh harder. "Thanks," she said, biting her lip to keep him from laughing along with him. People were going to think they were drunk. "Jerk." His laugh carried a little too much tension, too much energy. "Decoder rings? When were you born, during World War II? He held out a hand and pulled her to her feet. "No." She rolled her eyes. "Stop giggling. We have work to do." He cupped one of her cheeks with a large, gentle hand, his gaze warm and direct. "Thanks, friend." She froze at the contact, and her breath caught in her throat. His touch was gentle, yet he didn't release her or drop his hand. She swayed toward him, wanting, needing more of his warmth. Surprise entered his expression, followed by heat. He brought her face toward him. A moment of panic mixed with anticipation made her weightless. Was he going to kiss her? That was a bad, bad idea, even if her body was more than willing to try it. She angled her chin higher so his lips would land below her mouth. Maybe he'd been planning to kiss her nose, because her move resulted in his lips landing square on hers. He immediately softened the impact, making the kiss almost chaste. A simple resting of mouths together, but it ignited a flame deep in her belly and her breath caught. So did his. Their lips slid apart, then back together again. His touch was firmer this time, his mouth nudging hers to open, giving his tongue all kinds of opportunities to tease hers. That flame flared, and with it came the warning clang that should have been ringing all along. She pulled herself away to stare at him with dawning horror. She'd just kissed her partner. At work. In their shared office. His hands put pressure on her back. When had they gotten around her? His eyes flared open and he stepped back. But when she stumbled, he caught her with both arms. Joy gazed up at him, unable to look away from the sexual hunger on his face, and gulped great lungfuls of air. Gunner's cheeks were red. She pulled away and held out her palm to stop him. If you apologize for kissing me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life, which will last about another 10 seconds because if you finish that sentence, I will shoot you. He raised an eyebrow in one corner of his mouth. He was going to say it. She knew he was. I apologize for not asking for your permission first. She glared at him, saved by a technicality. He laughed, a genuinely happy, intimate sound, something she'd never heard come out of him before. Are we good? She patted her sidearm. If we're not, all I have to do is find a deserted ravine to hide your body in. So you kiss him, then threaten him with murder? Great going, idiot. Her threat made him laugh harder. He was holding his stomach with one hand around his middle while wiping his eyes with his free hand when someone knocked once, then walked into their office. Walter River looked at Gunner like the other man had lost his mind. Then he looked at Joy and said, He's laughing. Yes, I know. She crossed her arms. And at my expense, too. River studied Gunner carefully. I don't think I've ever seen him smile before. This, he waved a hand at the doctor, is troubling. Why? She asked. Laughter was a reasonably healthy response to stress. River was still looking at Gunner, his expression concerned. Did you put something in his coffee? You mean aside from the 3 teaspoons of sugar he shovels in? No. Then what happened? For some reason that question made Gunner laugh harder. Joy studied River. You're not going to let this go, are you? Nope, he said, bracing his feet apart while he considered Gunner. Fine. We got into a discussion about why he doesn't carry a gun and, well... Her face heated and she sighed. There really wasn't a good way to explain it. Suddenly we're creating a club for people with battered souls, complete with decoder rings. Then he accused me of being my mother. Oh, River grinned and nodded. I get it. He did? Well, that made her the odd man out because she had no idea why Gunner was still laughing. Stop, she hissed at him. More people are going to want to know what's going on. You could give someone a heart attack. He cleared his throat and tried to talk, but the second he looked at her, he started chuckling again. She rolled her eyes and went back to packing her gear. River chuckled too. Are you okay? Yes, it was just so. Gunner searched for the word. Juvenile, silly, inappropriate, River offered helpfully. Bastard. What do you need, River? She asked, as grumpy as Gunner on a bad day. I just wanted to check in to make sure you two were good to go. The smile slid off his face. This could go sideways on us damn quick. Yes, let's redirect this conversation to something she was good at, dealing with sick people. You are in El Paso, Joy said. What should we look for? Dead bodies in bathrooms, science experiments in places they don't belong, and college kids who really think they won't be the ones who get hurt. Thanks, she said dryly. That really narrows it down. We're dealing with weapons we can't even see, River said, his tone deadly serious. Assume everything can kill you and you probably aren't wrong. He took a deep breath and continued with, the kids in El Paso had been brainwashed to believe there wouldn't be anyone left to prosecute them, so watch your backs. Between Joy's aim and my ability to irritate the shit out of people, we'll get to the bottom of this. Gunnar said. River shook his head. That is the worst promise to do a good job I've ever heard. Picky, Joy said to Gunnar. He's getting married, Gunnar replied with a perfectly straight face. He's probably still trying to decide on the china pattern for the gift registry. River flipped them both the bird, then left the room muttering, I fucking hate working with smart people. Hate it. Ha! You know you love us, Joy shouted. She waited a couple of seconds before glancing at Gunnar. River had walked in at an awkward moment, and she wasn't sure what the status of their partnership was. Getting frisky was a sure way to ruin a good working relationship. How badly did we screw up? Chapter 7. Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Gunnar didn't like the worry he saw in Joy's face. She held her body too stiff, like she was ready to absorb a blow. Maybe she'd had to during her years in the army. Plenty of assholes went into the military because it was the only way to legally kill people. Those guys, and he'd met a few, could fuck up a church service. As you so accurately pointed out earlier, I'm a jerk, not an asshole. We're fine. She cocked her head. What's the difference between a jerk and an asshole? The question sounded serious, but her lips twitched with the beginning of a smile. A jerk is someone who is occasionally dumb but not malicious. An asshole is someone who hurts people because he likes it. The smile flashed across her face. That is a very direct and distinct explanation. Thank you. You are indeed a jerk, not an asshole. Just so you know, he added, if you want to get rid of someone without having to shoot them, I'm your guy. Her eyes widened in surprise. He closed his eyes and mentally gave himself a kick. Idiot. I mean, I'm armed and ready to irritate the fuck out of them. I can live with that, she said, her voice soft. She gave him a shy smile, then went back to her packing. That smile impacted his system like napalm, frying more than a few brain cells and turning his cock into a steel rod. It had been so long since he'd felt any kind of attraction to anyone he wasn't sure what to do. Pound his head against his desk a few times, maybe. She was right. That kiss had changed something between them. He wanted more. Impossible unless he was aiming to get demoted to an asshole, which he wasn't. He'd been riding the edge of civilized behavior for more than a couple of years, but one of these days he was going to crash and burn. If he had an emotional connection with Joy beyond friendship, he might take her with him. Hurting Joy was never going to be an option. Okay, then. He could do that. That being nothing. Not one thing of a personal nature, because if he did what his hormones were telling him to do, it would be everything. He focused on his go-bag, finished getting his shit ready. Then they both left the office and headed toward the van they'd been assigned. It was waiting for them along with a member of the supply team. I've added a half-dozen clean suits for both of you so you can go from one site to another. A safe disposal bin is also inside. Thanks, Gunnar said to the man. Joy echoed him, and they got into the vehicle, Gunnar driving. Joy gave him the first address, and he drove out of the underground parking area. It's after dinner, Joy said, looking out at waning sunshine. Yeah. When she didn't add anything, he asked, What's wrong? Something tells me we can't waste any time. We can't, he agreed. Multiple incidences of contaminated food or beverages in college housing causing death is a nightmare. The logistics alone are enough to give me a headache. She didn't say anything, didn't nod or smile or even make eye contact. Joy, he said. She glanced at him, but it was too quick, too casual. Alarm bells went off in his head. Earth to Joy, come in. Finally a frown. What? I need your help to get this job done the way it should be. What do you mean the way it should be? You spent all that time in the army getting assholes organized and all pointed in the same direction. We're going to need your organizing mojo at every site. Organizing mojo? What the hell is that? Your superpower. He paused, picturing her in a tight superhero outfit. What color would you like your cape? Lab coat white with an organizational chart for your superpower symbol? Gunnar, you've lost your mind. Nah, I know where it is, but seriously, what's the likelihood of all those different law enforcement people working well together? -1 million. Exactly. She stared at him. You're acting weird and saying even weirder things. I don't know, maybe seeing a house full of college students wearing their own vomit with a couple of dead bodies thrown in for fun was more than my poor brain could handle. Your brain is not poor, he laughed. Out of that entire statement, you protest the description of my brain? And you're laughing again. I don't think I've ever heard you laugh, an actual happy sound, before today. That was taking the observation too far. Mirth deserted him. I've laughed before. Sure, but it was loaded with sarcasm and was usually at someone else's expense. Right, because I'm a jerk. The silence from her side of the vehicle was deafening. What was going through her head? Are you saying you prefer to work with a jerk rather than the professional doctor? Can't I have both? Yes, you can. Any way you want. Fuck, if he said that, he'd be justifiably out of a job. Are you saying you like it when I'm a jerk? She opened her mouth to answer, but closed it again before saying anything. He waited while she frowned and stared blankly out the windshield. A few seconds later, his patience was rewarded. Your grumpy irritation with anything not relevant to the job at hand cuts through a lot of bullshit. People need to learn to focus on the problem and not clutter their attention with non-essentials, he said, with just enough tentativeness to make it a question. Yes, that. Her grin was the kind you give to a kindred spirit, a friend and buddy. Let me know if I seem too agreeable. A thump on the head ought to do it. They pulled up 10 minutes later near another large house, though not as big as the first one. The police had cordoned off a larger section of the street, providing enough space for the 2 ambulances, a coroner's van, 3 police cars, and their CDC van. The police opened a gap in the caution tape for them to drive through, and Gunnar parked the vehicle. He and Joy put on their protective gear. She grabbed the sample collection equipment while he brought a digital voice recorder. As soon as they left the van in their gear, a policeman was there. They followed the cop past the vehicles and up the sidewalk to the front door. Most of the police and EMS were huddled close to it and were wearing surgical masks and gloves. There was a staircase going up to the second floor about 8 feet inside the entrance. The 2 young men were sitting on the stairs with bowls on their laps, talking to a uniformed policeman who was taking notes and another man in a suit who was asking questions. As he and Joy came through the door, all 4 of them stopped what they were doing to look at his partner in him. This is the president and VP of Kappa House. The man in the suit angled his head toward the 2 kids. Joy walked up to the group and glanced into the bowls. I'll need your full names and birth dates. She set the collection box on the floor and opened it. Could you gentlemen catch me up to speed? Gunnar asked. He turned on his recorder and held it up so the detective could see it. A concise summary, please. 911 call came in about 3 hours ago. Sounded like a drunk kid, but he started raving about someone being dead, so a unit was dispatched to check it out. He nodded at the uniformed officer. McDougal was the first in the door. The officer took up the story from there. There were 6 people in the main living area. 3 of them were unconscious, 2 were awake but throwing up, and 1 was dead. The officer paused for a moment to glance toward the living room and a covered lump on the couch. The dead kid looked like he'd passed away in his sleep. He was all curled up, but he stank like an outhouse, so I called it in. You checked the entire house, right? Just the 1 body? Yes, sir. The cop blinked and lowered his voice. Are there more bodies somewhere else? I can't answer that directly, but this guy, he thumbed over his shoulder at the coroner, isn't the only one from his office getting calls today for similar situations. Gunnar talked to the CSI who'd performed the field test for possible pathogens, and then he interviewed the president and VP of the house, while Joy collected more samples from the deceased and other house residents. How many people attended your party? He asked the 2 boys. I don't know, 40, 50 people maybe? The kid on the right looked at his friend. Any chance you could give me a list of names? You're joking, right? The kid said. It wasn't like you had a guest book or something. The other one said with a grimace. People came and went. The 2 young men listed off a half-dozen Greek houses. McDougal took note of them as well. The dead kid turned out to be the one who had picked up the alcohol for the party. He'd brought the keg to the house a few hours before the party started. "What killed him?" the first kid asked, the whites of his eyes a little too prominent. "Is this something we're all going to get? A virus that's going to turn us all into zombies?" "No one is going to turn into a zombie," Gunner said. He looked at McDougal. "Someone is going to need to keep an eye on them. We haven't got a definitive identification on the pathogen, but assume it's easily transferred by contact with contaminated hands. It could be in food or drink." Paramedics came in with a rolling collapsible gurney and cases of medical equipment slung over their shoulders. Joy said, "Sir, do you have time for me to show you a couple of things? Then we should be finished here." She led the way into the kitchen, where she nodded at the familiar-looking metal beer keg sitting perched on a table. Same brand of beer. "I did a second field test," Joy said. "It confirmed CSI's positive result. All the open beer I could find have tested positive. 11 samples. The CSI and detective both froze. "You found 11 more positive tests?" the detective asked, horror coloring every word. He looked around the kitchen at all the mess and the size of the keg. "That means there are more victims who've gone who knows where," Gunner said, "spreading the bacteria around to who knows how many other people." 9 p.m. Joy nodded, studying the men and seeing the same dread on their faces as she felt. "Anyone who drank that beer will need to be monitored." "How many ambulances are out there?" Gunner asked. "One now," the detective said. "The coroner just left with the body." "Does the hospital have the capacity to keep an eye on that many people?" the CSI asked. "I mean, with all the other cases from the other house?" She winced. These guys didn't even have all the information. "Houses," Gunner corrected. "There are 3 other incidences reported to the CDC today. All student housing in the city, but at different colleges." "You're shitting me," the detective said flatly. "I shit you not," Gunner said. He looked at the CSI. "Your concern regarding the hospital's capacity is valid." Gunner glanced at her, the question open on his face. She nodded. The guide asked a smart question, was thinking of the big picture even though he didn't have all the information. The detective was sharp too. "Yes, tell them," Joy explained. "This is a fecal coliform. It's not airborne contagious. You have to consume it like these kids have been doing." The detective narrowed his eyes. "Poison?" "We don't know how it happened, but it's been in 2 kegs of the same brand of beer." "Jesus," the detective breathed out. "Spring break is in a few days." "If it's all the same brand of beer, can't you just order a recall?" the CSI asked. "Sure, but we don't know if the contamination occurred at the brewery. If it happened at some other point in the process or after they left the brewery." Gunner shrugged. "That's why we're still investigating, and we'll keep investigating until we figure this out." They left after promising to keep the detective and CSI in their information loop. Once they were on the way back to CDC to drop off the samples, she spoke with Henry and Dr. Rodriguez, who wanted the brewery inspected in the morning. "We need to investigate the entire production chain of the beer kegs from the manufacturer until we figure out how the E. coli got into the beer," Gunner said. "Can we recall any kegs that have been sold?" Joy asked. "I imagine that's what Rodriguez is going to want to do first, but until we know how and when the bacteria were introduced to the kegs, we won't know if we've gotten this bug out of the hands of the public." "It has to be an accident, doesn't it?" He gave her a look that communicated all too well what he thought of that. "You're going to lecture me on the number of assholes in Atlanta, aren't you? Anyone who did this deliberately is far beyond an asshole. They're now a mass murderer." Nausea churned her stomach, and she thought she'd have to ask him to pull over. She managed to keep everything where it belonged by breathing through her mouth for several seconds. Why was this hitting her so hard? Was it the age of the victims, or how quickly they were adding up? "Joy?" Gunner asked, giving her several worried glances as he drove. "This has gotten me off kilter, but I don't know why. I've seen much worse scenes, been involved in a few combat rescue missions that were pretty awful, but none of it made me this sick." Gunner didn't say anything for a couple of minutes. Finally, he asked, "You didn't just join the CDC 2 years ago. You left the Army at the same time, right?" "Yeah, so?" "So this is happening at home." "What's that got to do with anything?" "We don't yet know if this is an intentional poisoning or if it's accidental, but you didn't have any trouble until it became clear it could be a deliberate act. At home, in the USA, where we're supposed to be safe from terrorists. A cold wave rolled over her and settled in her gut, beginning an ice age that crept across her body. Was he right? Was that why she couldn't seem to find her bearings? How do you know this? I went through something similar during my first break between assignments with Doctors Without Borders. For a while, the nausea was so bad I wasn't sure I could practice medicine anymore. What did you do to get over it? I kept on working anyway. He shrugged. I still have bad days, and it's another reason why I'm so damn grumpy. It's hard to have patience with stupid questions or asshole behavior when you're trying not to have a panic attack. Okay, so maybe she was feeling the cumulative psychological effects of her work overseas in the army and the threat she was feeling in her gut to her safe place. Home. Fuck. She wasn't going to let this shit win, wasn't going to let it stop her from doing what she loved and living her life. What coping strategies do you use besides being cranky? I spend a lot of time at the gym. Physical exercise helps me vent the negative shit running around loose in my head. His voice deepened. He gave her a heated look and waggled his eyebrows. I imagine any kind of physical exercise would accomplish it. She smacked his shoulder. Stop that. Just trying to put a smile on your face. His smile was light and teasing. He was trying to make her laugh. Jerk, she said, but it came out sounding like an endearment. Ah, yes, he said in a smug tone that did more than just melt the ice in her gut. I need a pet name for you. A pet name? Fine, nickname, whatever, you need one. Laughter bubbled up inside her, and she had to hold herself back from letting it out. I do not. Sure you do. He glanced at her, and she could see the wicked gleam of humor in his eyes. Nurse Pansy-ass? She shook her head so hard she got dizzy. Not funny, not going to laugh. How about Joy Ashiro, badass nurse? She went to shake her head automatically, but stopped herself. Badass nurse? He glanced at her and said triumphantly, Aha, badass nurse it is. He hummed for a moment. Maybe badass for short. Gunner stopped the vehicle, and Joy realized they'd reached the CDC's main gate. He rolled down the window and flashed his ID. The gate guard let them in. He parked the van, and she opened her door and got out, energized and ready to work. Holy shit, it worked. She felt normal. Good. Chapter 8. Sunday, 10:20 p.m. Gunner grabbed 2 of the sample collection cases, leaving the last one for Joy to carry. He was grinning, though he tried to hide it. Badly. They arrived at the lab where Henry waited. He took the 3 cases of samples and checked the paperwork. Joy went into detail about how she collected a couple of the samples and which ones had positive field tests for E. coli. As soon as she was done, Henry told them Rodriguez wanted to see them. Do you think we're going to be sent somewhere else? Joy asked. It took more effort to do everything, walking, lifting, talking, than it should. But since getting out of the van, determination to finish the job had given her an adrenaline boost. It's after 10 o'clock. Gunner replied after a quick consult of his watch. We've been working for more than 13 hours. Joy winced. We're not in outbreak conditions. No, he agreed. Dr. Rodriguez's office door was open, and she was on her feet, talking on the phone with someone. She handed Joy a tablet and mouthed, "Read." Gunner leaned close to read along with her. His breath heated and teased her nape, sending a spear of lightning through her. Would he kiss her neck soft and slow, or nip and nibble? Focus. The document on the screen was one of a series of microbiology reports. They all had the same result. Shiga toxin-producing E. coli, STEC 0157H7. Joy glanced at Gunner. This result wasn't a surprise. This strain was the commonest cause of E. coli illness in the country. He nudged her shoulder with his and nodded at the tablet. She scrolled down to show further results. A second strain of E. coli had been isolated from several of the samples, STEC 0121. 2 strains, she breathed. The news was as good as a cold shower. She'd never heard of such a thing. Is that why people are getting so sick so fast and dying? It might explain how virulent the resulting illness is, he said slowly. But 2 pathogenic bacteria in the same samples? He shook his head. That doesn't spell accident to me. Dr. Rodriguez ended her call and faced them. I agree with you, Dr. Anderson. I was speaking with Homeland Security just now, and they don't like it either. The CDC has been asked to find the source of the bacterial contamination and prove that the contamination was either an accident or a deliberate act. Gunner cocked his head. That sounds like business as usual for us, but your tone says something else. Since the El Paso case, the threat from biological weapons is perceived as high by the Justice Department. We almost lost control of that situation, and Homeland Security doesn't want a repeat. Ma'am, Joy said, interrupting her. We'd like to continue with this investigation. Rodriguez held up a hand. You are. Your roles in the task force are changing. You're joining the ranks of my first-to-last responders. First ones in, last ones to leave, maintaining a better level of continuity for the entire investigation. It means more responsibility, but the two of you have worked well together. She pointed at Gunner. But be warned, it means more scrutiny from outside sources, so don't pick any fights with anyone. Joy glanced at him. Today hadn't been a good day, not for her. Maybe he wouldn't want to continue as her partner. Their new jobs were higher profile and higher stress than their current positions. He met her gaze and nodded ever so slightly in a show of support and encouragement. Unless this new role isn't a position you're interested in? Rodriguez asked, glancing from one to the other. I'm good with it, Gunner said. Joy sucked in a breath. She could do this. She would do this. So am I. Excellent. The lab is continuing to test the samples from all the locations. That's going to take the rest of the night and into tomorrow. Now's your chance to sleep, because I can guarantee that once you're on the hunt, things can go sideways and you might not have many chances for rest. She checked her watch. Be here by 0700. Yes, ma'am, Joy said, coming to attention. She almost saluted, but managed to stop herself from doing so at the last moment. Gunner led the way out of the room and to their shared office. He began adding stuff to one of his go-bags. Sleep? She asked. I figure I have more time now to gather up a few extra items than I will in the morning. He was remarkably organized for a man who'd never been in the military. Organized and strategic in what he chose to pack. She followed his example, ensuring she'd have everything she'd need for at least 2 days, clothing, food, and clean water. Let's go, he said with a shoulder roll indicating she should follow him. She hesitated. It had been a day of emotional upheaval, leaving her feeling as if she were standing on the only solid stone in the middle of a sea of quicksand. Any step could result in her sinking into a dark, deep, dangerous place. But staying where she wasn't an option. Okay, I'm right behind you. He didn't reply, didn't even grunt, just strode down the hall with more energy and purpose than was polite. Joy followed and managed to not get left behind. His Jeep looked old and dirty, but the engine rumbled to a start and purred. Do you leave it like you just crossed the Sahara on purpose so no one steals it? She asked. Just haven't gotten around to doing the bodywork yet, he said. Brains before beauty. How long have you had it? 10 years. She chuckled. You're going to have to start over at this rate. He flashed a smile at her. It's always good to have long-term goals, even if it's just fixing up a car. Purpose was important. She'd had plenty of purpose right up to the moment she left the Army. After her discharge, for the first time in more than 8 years, she got to make all the decisions. Not only could she make them, she had to make them. And didn't that just suck? She'd gotten lazy. That was part of the problem. The rest was, adjusting to civilian life? After 2 years, she should be completely integrated back into the everyday, average reality most Americans lived in. But now that she had a regular job with regular hours, she didn't know what to do with herself when she wasn't working. Wow. Lazy and a coward. She'd gotten too used to relying on her work to keep her brain busy. Suck it up, princess. You've had a rest. Time to figure your shit out. After she got in, she let her head fall back against the seat and closed her eyes. Maybe I should buy an old junker and fix it up. He didn't respond for a few seconds. Do what makes you happy. If it doesn't bring you joy, don't bother. She opened her eyes and looked at him. He seemed relaxed, more so than usual. Is that your secret for success? The muscles in his shoulders tensed. Not much, but enough for her to notice. It's my secret for staying alive. Witnessing horror took a toll on a soul, on one's emotions and sense of safety. Witnessing and living that horror over and over again would be infinitely worse. Syria, and the war that had been consuming that country for years, was horror of the worst kind. Maybe balancing that out with new happy experiences was the best way to go. Or maybe it was the only way to keep going. "What makes me happy?" she asked out loud. Unfortunately, a definitive answer outside the military didn't miraculously pop into her head. "What was the first thing you thought of when you asked that question?" Gunnar asked. "You're going to laugh." "No, I'm not. Now answer the question." "My job in the Army." "Why?" "Well," she had to think about it. "It was structured and had rules. I knew what to expect and could count on my fellow soldiers to do their jobs to the best of their ability. The CDC should provide the same things." "It doesn't, not in the same way." "Then you need to go deeper. Why did being in the Army make you happy?" She wasn't sure she had enough brain power for this kind of deep discussion, but his face told her he wasn't going to let this slide. "People depended on me to do my job, and that job was clearly defined. I always knew what I was supposed to do and when to do it. I was able to complete the job and see that it was done well." Her voice had risen, but she didn't care. She was tired in mind, body, and heart, and he pushed her over a cliff she hadn't known was there. He grinned at her, and it made her so irritated she nearly hit him. "That's it. That's the real issue." Did he know he sounded like a crazy man? "What?" "We've been investigating possible disease hotspots and outbreaks, but we only got as far as the initial assessment of the situation and collection of samples. We never finished those cases, never saw the results, didn't render a decision, and didn't offer treatment to those affected." Every word he said was a bomb dropped on her head. It sounded right. It felt right. But she wouldn't know until she actually did take charge of a case and ran with it to its conclusion, whatever that might be. "So this change in our role might be exactly what you need," he finished for her. Could it be that simple? Gunnar pulled his Jeep into his parking lot at the apartment building they both lived in. Its close location to the CDC offices meant quite a few people who worked for the CDC rented apartments in the building. Joy's apartment was on the second floor, while his was on the third. He paused as they reached the second floor. "You need anything?" "How about another kiss?" She managed to keep that question to herself and answered with a smile that felt stiff and tired. "No. Good night." He stared at her for a moment. "Call or text me if you need anything. See you in the morning." "Okay." If she didn't get to her place within the next 10 seconds, she was going to break down into an ugly cry right there. She didn't remember the walk to her door, unlocking it or going inside. The wall was cool and solid against her back as the tears flowed down her face, but they eventually dried, leaving her exhausted. She stripped off her clothes and crawled into bed, where sleep ambushed her almost immediately. So did her most frequent nightmare. The air was so hot it sucked all the moisture out of anything exposed to it in seconds. She wanted to pant, but opening her mouth meant losing fluids faster. The helicopter she was in raced at top speed, passing over the landscape below fast enough to make her dizzy. She kept her eyes on the horizon. 3 minutes to target, the co-pilot called out over the radio. Joy and the rest of her combat rescue team got into position to exit the aircraft and sprint to the wounded soldier on the ground. The bird touched down, and the door at the ass end of the helicopter opened. She ran, her attention on the man lying on the ground. 2 other soldiers hovering over him, using their bodies to shield him from the dust, dirt, and rocks the bird's blades kicked up. She reached him first. Her job at the moment was to determine injuries and let everyone know what they were dealing with, what they were going to do, and what equipment was needed. She took in the situation at a glance and started yelling out information. "Male, IED impact to lower extremities." One of the men with the soldier had put tourniquets around both thighs just above the knees, but blood was pouring out of what was left of his legs. "Partial amputation to both legs," she shouted. She looked at his face and met an unfocused gaze. Holy shit, he was awake and aware. "Injured is conscious. Blood loss priority 1. The two medics who'd run with her got the injured on a stretcher and secured a second set of tourniquets around his thighs. They picked him up and rushed him to the waiting aircraft. She brought up the rear. As he got into the bird, something pinged a few inches above her head. It was followed by more. Ping, ping, thunk. They were under fire. Joy pulled her sidearm as she turned to face this new danger. A man's head popped up over some rocks about 30 feet away. She aimed, fired, and kept firing as the helicopter took off, the rear ramp slowly closing. By the time she had to stop firing, a risk hitting the bird, she'd gone through her entire clip of bullets. Behind her, the medics were motionless. She stared at them, confused. One of them glanced at her, then said, "He took a headshot after we got on board." The medic pointed at the blood pooling on the floor. "He's gone." Son of a bitch. She stared at the body, anger, guilt, and loss combining in her gut in a caustic mess, setting off a wave of nausea that had her bending over to retch. Son of a bitch. Something pounded on the walls of the aircraft, something big with King Kong-sized fists. Joy jerked upright in bed and had to take a couple of seconds to look around before remembering when and where she was. Atlanta, Georgia, USA. She wasn't in Afghanistan, wasn't trying to save the life of a dead man, wasn't under fire. Who was pounding on her apartment door at... She checked the time. 3:30 in the morning. Chapter 9. Monday, 3:30 a.m. Gunner slammed his fist against the door 3 more times. If Joy didn't answer it soon, he was going back upstairs to his place and grabbing his lockpicks. He'd heard the odd shot from her apartment in the early hours of the morning before, but never the raw-voiced screaming that had woken him out of a sound sleep a minute ago. Joy's door opened, revealing a very sleepy and pissed-off-looking nurse. "What are you doing?" She glanced up and down the hallway. "You're going to wake everyone in the building." He stared at her. "You were screaming." That brought her attention back to him in a hurry. "What?" "You were screaming," he repeated slowly. The terror that had shot through his body at the sounds coming from the bedroom 1 floor beneath his had turned his voice to gravel. "Like someone was torturing you." When she kept frowning, he added, "My apartment is above yours." Irritation slid off her face. "I was screaming?" "Yes." She sagged against the doorframe. "Shit, I'm sorry." "I assume no one is torturing you?" "Just myself," she said, then rubbed her face with both hands. He noted the bags under her eyes and pale complexion, and his worry turned to understanding. "Nightmare?" "Yeah, mixed up with a really bad memory." She moved back. "Come in." He entered her apartment and took a quick look around, but there wasn't much to see. She had the bare minimum of furniture, a chair and a couch in the living room with a small coffee table in front of them. On the table was a closed laptop. A TV hung on the wall opposite the couch, with a small stand of electronics crouched below it. No pictures on the walls or knickknacks anywhere, though there were a couple piles of books. If the rest of the place was as sparsely furnished as this, she could have herself packed and moved in an hour. That didn't sit well with him. Even he had more than this. No one should live this Spartan. "Do you sleep on a mat?" Okay, he hadn't meant that to come out sounding so sharp. She blinked at him like an owl, then looked at her furniture and shook her head. "No, I have a good bed. First thing I bought after I signed the lease on this place." She yawned, and he finally let himself notice that she was wearing a red t-shirt and some short shorts underneath it and not much else. With her hair mussed, she looked soft and touchable. "Keep your hands to yourself, asshole." He tried to soften his tone. "You want to talk about it?" When Joy gave him a pale smile, then looked at the carpet under her feet, he figured he hadn't been as successful at sounding sympathetic as he'd hoped. "It's just your typical PTSD stuff," she said with a shrug. "Nothing about PTSD is typical," he said, working to keep his tone non-threatening. "You know that. Response to trauma varies from person to person." She raised an eyebrow. "So you quote the textbook when you get an answer you don't like?" "When it agrees with my opinion," he said without hesitation. "You agree with it too, or you wouldn't be trying to pretend otherwise." Her shoulders drooped. Fine, I'm having trouble sleeping, getting to sleep, and staying asleep. She paused, but he didn't say anything, only waited for her to finish. When I do stay asleep, I'm plagued by nightmares. I've heard the occasional shouted order. He smiled to show her it didn't bother him, but never screaming like tonight. Damn it, she whispered, hunching in on herself. I'm sorry. Are all your dreams the same? Yes and no. Yes, they're all variations of shit that happened during my deployments. No, not everyone died when shit hit the fan, but in my dreams they do, even me. Survivor's guilt can mess up your head in so many ways. His own head was an unholy tangle he wasn't sure would ever get straightened out. Joy didn't answer beyond a weak nod of her head. She looked exhausted and bruised and alone. No one should have to go through the kind of hell she'd been through. Her brain was making her relive it every night, making herself her own worst enemy. He knew firsthand how difficult it could be to be the one who survived. He knew what that was like. His mind had done the same often enough to know how demoralizing it was to realize there were memory bombs in your head. Alone when that was happening was a bad place to be. A place he couldn't leave her in. He opened his arms. Hug? She studied him with an urgency that bordered on desperation, then all but dove onto him, wrapping her arms around him tight. She took him, a fine tremor that had been visible, but it sent a chill through him. He enfolded her in his arms, pulling her even tighter to him until she was plastered against him from knees to the top of her head. He'd give her whatever comfort he could. Hell, tomorrow night it might be him reliving one of the horrors he'd survived. He'd never had anyone he could trust that close offer him a hug. Joy would. She was a badass army nurse, and she wouldn't hesitate. She was warm, and her body curved in all the best places, so she shouldn't have been surprised when his cock sat up at attention. Damn it, he didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable in any way, so he shifted his body, hoping she wouldn't notice. Or tried to. She had a spider monkey's grip on his torso and followed his movements. He knew the moment she realized what was going on. Her muscles tensed up, but she didn't back away. She rubbed her body against his. His cock turned to stone, and he tried to convince himself that her movements were an accident. She did it again, and he had to lock his muscles in place to stop himself from doing anything else that might get him into even hotter water. Her nose against his chest, she sucked in a deep breath and said in a husky voice, "Wow, you're huge." "Gee, thanks." Now what the fuck was he supposed to do? She'd just awoken from a fucking nightmare triggered by PTSD. Even giving her a hug was stretching the line between acceptable and unacceptable behavior with a coworker. His cock did not give a single fuck about any of that. When she wiggled again, he all but growled. He wanted her so bad he was the one shaking now. If he didn't put a stop to this, he was going to do something unforgivable. "Joy, I'm not a lost cat. If you keep petting me, I'm going to do something really fucking stupid." "Huh," she said, rocking against him. "We did stupid already, and it wasn't enough." "Fine," he muttered. "A clusterfuck, then." He threaded a hand through her hair, tugged her head back, and kissed her. She moaned, her lips parting to let him in. He wrenched himself away, though he couldn't make himself let her go. "This is a bad idea." "The worst," she agreed, swallowing hard. "But I think I need it, and right now you're the only man I trust enough to—" "Allow this close?" "Yeah." She swallowed hard. "Is that okay?" He snorted. "This is about as far from okay as it can get, but I don't want to walk away from you right now, even though I should." She stiffened and frowned. "A pity fuck?" He took her hand and pressed it against his rigid cock. "Does this feel like pity to you? God damn it, woman, I'm about as close to coming in my pants as a man can get." He lowered his head until they were nose to nose. "Because you push every button I've got and then some." He kissed her again, lingering, savoring the flavor of her lips and mouth. Kissed her until they were both out of breath. "Yes or no?" She didn't hesitate. "Oh, hell yes." He picked her up, both hands under her amazing ass, and she wrapped her legs around his hips. He ran his mouth over her neck, nipping, sucking, and kissing. The walk to her bedroom was more of a drunken stumble, but he managed to get there without dropping her or falling on his butt. He kicked the door shut while she nibbled on his neck, and that nearly buckled his knees. He managed to get them to the bed, holding her still for his kiss. She moaned and slipped her hands under the t-shirt he'd thrown on before he'd left his apartment. Skin to skin, that's what he needed, what she needed. He pushed up and grabbed the hem of her shirt and pulled it up and over her head. She wore no bra. Holy fuck, no bra, and her breasts were full, her nipples pink and tight. He cupped her soft, sensitive flesh in his hands, his thumbs teasing the edges of her, going around and around. "Gunner," she whispered, a plea, and arched her back. He bent down to lick and suck at her. She groaned and shifted restlessly. When he used his teeth, she damn near came off the bed, but not in protest. Please, she whimpered. "Don't tease. I need—" "What do you need?" he asked, licking a path from one breast to the other. "Your mouth on me," she said, her voice strained. "Your cock in me." "One thing at a time." He sucked hard while one hand snagged her shorts and underwear, jerking them down her legs and off. His own sleep pants were pushed down by both her hands, though she abandoned them as soon as his cock was revealed. "Oh, yeah," she said, her husky voice sending pleasurable shivers across his skin. "You're just what the doctor ordered." He burst out laughing. "I did not." Then he choked as she took his cock in one hand and his balls in the other. "What I need," she said. "Come here." Jesus Christ. With her hands on him, she could order him to do anything. What she did was get him between her legs, head of his cock at the entrance to her body. "Slow down," he said, panting. "Why?" she asked, wiggling her hips. "I don't know, foreplay maybe?" "We did plenty." She looked at him, her eyes hazy with pleasure. "I want you." There was a desperate edge to her voice he couldn't ignore. There was a reason why he couldn't take her yet. A really good reason. What the fuck was it? Condom. "Do you have protection?" he managed to ask. She sucked in a breath. "Shit, yeah." She yanked open the bedside table, fished around in it for a few seconds, then came out with a small box of condoms. He reached for her, but she pulled it away. "Nuh-uh, I want to put it on you." She did, slowly while biting her lip. "You're good to go," she whispered when she was done. "You are a menace to my ability to think." He pressed inward and groaned at the warm, wet tightness of her body. By the time he got all the way in, they were both shaking. He lifted his head so he could make eye contact. "Okay." She snorted and gasped out. "Don't be ridiculous. Outstanding is a much better description." "Good to know." Then he let loose the reins. His first thrust nearly finished him, and he had to concentrate on not coming, because there was no way he was going to leave her wanting. He found an angle that made her gasp and grasp at him, and sped up, taking her hard. It wasn't long before she screamed out an orgasm, then he allowed himself to follow her. It took a couple of minutes for him to catch his breath. He pulled out of her and got off the bed to dispose of the condom in the bathroom. When he returned, she was already asleep, her face serene and breathing deep and even. She hadn't asked him to stay or return to his own apartment, just passed out. As a demonstration of trust, it was a powerful one. His chest tightened, shallowing out his breathing. That kiss had changed things between them, and he didn't want to return to the friendly coworker relationship. He wanted more than one night. He was going to have to show her the value of having her very own in-house doctor. Breathing deeper, he crawled into bed with her, but before he could scoop her up, she rolled over and snuggled up to him. Maybe he wouldn't have to work so hard after all. Joy woke as she always did at 0500. What was different was the fact that she was completely entangled with a man's body, and both of them were naked. Gunnar lay on his back with her on his chest. He had one hand tangled in her hair and the other looped over her waist. She had one leg over his groin, and he had a hell of a boner. Memories of a few hours before flooded her brain and body. The hot impact of his kisses, the drugging pleasure of his hands on her breasts, and his cock. Dear God, she loved his cock. It filled her so full he had every nerve ending inside her. Achieving orgasm with a new partner had always been hit or miss for her. Mostly miss. Not with Gunnar. He'd hit a home run off the first pitch. Now she was all hot and bothered again. Whatever was she going to do about that? It was time to get up, wasn't it? She nosed the nearest of his nipples, then licked it while her hand circled and teased the other. It didn't take long before his breathing hitched. Changing tactics, she caressed his cock, then slid down to lick the head and blow on it. He tensed and groaned, so she nibbled, sucked and played with him until his hands were in her hair and he was swearing the air blue. Holy fuck, Joy. Shit. Joy, you're stripping all my neurons down to the atom. Good. She wanted him ravenous for her. He kept swearing as she worked him into a frenzy, and she loved every second of the satisfaction and pleasure it gave her to watch him come undone. He groaned and rolled her onto her back before she realized what was happening. She took in a breath to laugh, and he slammed his mouth down on hers. His hands were everywhere, and he surrounded her with his body as if he feared she'd melt away into a mist. His urgency fired up her own, and when he moved down to suck at her nipples and rub her clit, she found herself ordering, "Take me. I need you now." "No," he growled. "Not until you come first." He looked at her with a gaze and smile so hot they could have lit an iceberg on fire. And second and third. Panic drove her hands to push at his chest. "I want on top." He laughed then and put his mouth on her sex and sucked. It sent her over a cliff she hadn't known she'd been backed up against, the pleasure burning through her a shock. He kept up the assault, adding fingers that teased her until she was delirious with need. When he plunged one in, she came again. This time, when she finally came down from the high, he was kissing his way up her body. "Want another?" he asked in her ear when he got that far. "Oh, yeah," she groaned, tilting her head to one side so he'd have better access to the tender, sensitive skin of her neck. He flipped her over onto her belly, then put his hands on her hips and pulled her up onto her knees. His hands coaxed her legs wider apart, then he took his cock and rimmed the entrance to her body with it. Over and over until she thought she'd lose her mind. She tried to impale herself on him, but his grip on her hips prevented that. Now, he said in her ear. "Patience." "It's overrated," she ground out, desperate for the orgasm he promised. He plunged into her without any warning, and it felt so good she collapsed onto her elbows. "Fuck," he hissed, pulling all the way out and moving away. "What?" she wailed. He wouldn't leave her hanging like this, would he? "No, where are you?" The answer became apparent when he grabbed another condom from her meager supply in the nightstand. "That's twice we nearly had sex without any protection," he muttered as he rolled it on. "You short-circuit my brain." She opened her mouth to complain it wasn't all her fault when he slammed home in one stroke. Surprise, pleasure, and a tiny bit of pain drove all thought out of her head, leaving only the desperate need to feel more, take more, give more. The build to orgasm wasn't gradual, more of an uphill sprint at a hell of a steep angle. It crashed into her a moment later with thunder and lightning. A few seconds later, Gunnar groaned out his own pleasure. It took a couple of minutes for them to catch their breath. Gunnar pulled out and disposed of the condom. "Hey," he said from the bathroom. "Want a shower? I'll wash your back." "Deal," she said, rolling with effort out of bed. "You're sure not a morning person," Gunnar said as he disappeared into the bathroom. The sound of the shower running gave her a bit more impetus to get in there. She followed him into the shower stall. "You're not one either," she said, examining his smile. "Usually." He ducked under the spray. "Yeah, well, there's this sexy woman I work with who managed to wake me up feeling pretty fine." The over-the-top love-struck expression on his face made her laugh. "You just got laid. Of course you're in a good mood." "It's not just about the sex, Joy," he said, surprising her with a serious tone. "You know that, right?" His gaze was steady now, with no trace of humor. Good, since she liked him too and didn't want to work with anyone else. Chapter 10. Monday, 5:28 a.m. Gunnar wasn't sure what was going through Joy's head. She was too casual, too cheerful. His concern must have shown on his face because she rolled her eyes at him. "Gunner, you just knocked me out for the best sleep I've had in a very long time." She poked his chest with one finger. "I deeply appreciate how carefully you're proceeding this morning. A lot of people would say what we just did was a bad idea, but I don't believe that." One corner of his mouth curled up. "What do you think about us sleeping together?" "I think that for most folks it would be a disaster, but for you and me, we've both been banged around by some pretty serious shit. I need that connection with someone. I need a partner I can trust with the weird crap that might come out of me." She shrugged. "Because if I worked with anyone else and a mental shitstorm hit me, they'd lock me in a loony bin." "Huh," he said with exaggerated casualness. "And all I have to do is give you an orgasm or two." "Exactly, and quid pro quo. I'm not sure anyone has tried sex as therapy for PTSD. Maybe you should apply for a government grant and do a study," she suggested with a grin. Smartass. He leaned down and kissed her. "I don't know, I might need more evidence of success with this approach." "I think I could go along with that," she said, her voice husky. Her hand slipped over his wet skin and they kissed for a long time before he lifted his head and stepped back. "As much as I'd like to have you in the shower, we don't have time." "Not into quickies?" "Nope," he grinned at her. "I like to take my time." She blinked. "Wait, take your time? Last night, was that your idea of fast?" He nodded and a blush spread across her face. "God, you're going to drive me insane with anticipation. Those are the best orgasms." "Oh my God," she said, then laughed out loud and ducked under the water to rinse out her hair. They arrived at the CDC office 50 minutes later, clocking in at 06:30. Rodriguez was waiting for them in their office. "Did you sleep?" Gunner asked her. She looked like she was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. "I got 4 hours, which is plenty for me," their boss replied, sounding almost pleased that he asked. She handed them both a largish smartphone. "New phones. Both have a direct link to the lab results connected to this case, so you'll see them as soon as they're in the system." "Sweet," Joy breathed, her fingers dancing over the touchscreen in a flawless ballet. Gunner tucked his new phone into a pocket and asked Rodriguez, "What do we know?" "Henry is currently ripping the bacteria apart by individual RNA base pairs until he figures out why so many of the infected are dying and why they're dying so quickly." "That could take a while," Joy pointed out dryly. "What about the beer?" Gunner asked. "A lot of the positive results came from the same brand of kegs." "That's what you two are going to do, find out how the bacteria was introduced to the beer. Was it during the bottling, or were the bacteria somehow introduced to the beer between leaving the brewery and arriving at their final destination?" "What about the public?" "We're announcing a warning and issuing a recall for all Frank Creek beer in about an hour." "That ought to be fun," Gunner said, with more than a touch of sarcasm. Rodriguez gave him a quelling glance. "Find the source. I'd rather not have to shut down the entire beer industry right before spring break." "Yes, ma'am." "The address for the brewery has been sent to your phones. Go." They headed out with the 20 field test kits and 5 times that in sample containers. "I don't think we're going to get a warm reception at the brewery," Gunner said. "I hope we won't need the police. They're not going to be happy, but I don't think anyone who's innocent would lose their shit over us wanting to get to the bottom of this." She shrugged. "We're about to tell them their beer has killed several people and made many more seriously ill," he said. "Then we're going to call into question their entire set of production procedures. I've seen people lose their shit over less." "This is the United States, not a third world country. We're not the enemy." "I'd feel more confident about that statement if you sounded like you believed it." She sighed. "I'm trying to be rational here. What does an outbreak of deadly E. coli have to do with rational anything? The second we identify ourselves as CDC, they're going to do one of 3 things." He held up a hand and extended one finger. "Deny everything and freak out, complete with wringing of hands, abject apologies, and more denials of any wrongdoing." He held up a second finger. "Deny everything, including any possibility of the bacteria entering their beer at their brewery or at any time before the customer bought the keg and took it home." He extended a third finger. Deny everything, call their lawyers, deny us access to their facilities, and when we don't leave, have their security people toss us out on our asses." Joy snorted. "I'd like to see them try." Gunnar thought about that for a second. "You know, I'd pay to see you hand some rent-a-cop his ass." She grinned, and it was evil. "So you like to watch?" "I also follow ambulances and go to racetracks hoping to see a car crash." She laughed, a full-throated sound that calmed him faster than any words could have done. He drove to the brewery while Joy went through the company's website, reciting the information and the many types of beer they produced. She swore when she reached their events page. Fuck, they have an event happening right now. Some kind of outdoor beer fest with live bands and a barbecue. She kept reading. They've sold several hundred tickets. How long have they been in business? She clicked through the site. 30 years. Nothing interesting until a couple of years ago when the patriarch of the family died and the Creek brothers found a recipe in a safe deposit box. Brothers? Gunnar asked. How many? 2. She glanced at him. They get along? Nothing here about that. I called dibs on being bad cop. She narrowed her eyes. You're always bad cop. When am I going to get a turn? When we come across someone you can't stand, let me know. She shook her head. Tell me again why that makes you bad cop? I can't stand most of humanity. He paused. Present company accepted. That's just because I have a vagina. Yeah, so? When she didn't say anything, he glanced at her and found her shaking her head. What? Jerk, she muttered, but there was laughter in her voice. That made him smile. The brewery was located on the north side of the city at the edge of an industrial area. It had a large parking lot, and the lots on either side of it had for sale signs planted in front. One of those lots had a couple of large tents set up. They parked the van at the end of one row of cars, got out, donned their protective gear, gathered the rest of their equipment, and walked toward the main entrance of the brewery. They were still several feet away from the doors when a man wearing a black quasi-police uniform with the word security printed on it in large white letters came out in a rush. His eyes wide, he stopped about 10 feet away and raised a hand, palm facing them. His other hand, visibly shaking, rested on a taser holstered above his right hip. Stop! It came out in a squeak. They stopped and waited for the security guard to continue, but he seemed unable to speak. After several seconds and swallowing hard a few times, he asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? Why are you wearing that? We're with the CDC, Gunnar said, here to take samples and conduct... The guard interrupted him. You can't go inside like that. You'll freak out our customers. Who's in charge at the brewery? Joy asked. Perhaps it would expedite matters if we talked to them. Mr. Creek, but he's strict. Without a warrant, he won't let you go inside the building, not wearing what you're wearing. We're not the police and we don't have a warrant. What we do have is something better, Gunnar said, holding out the papers. What's better than a warrant? The guard asked, looking confused as he took the papers and glanced at them. An order, Gunnar told him, from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the agency we work for. Disease? The guard asked absently as he read the first page. Why would... There are a number of details involved, something I need to have a conversation about with Mr. Creek. Gunnar took the papers from the guard. Please lead the way. But... He looked ready to argue for hours, so Gunnar added, This is time-sensitive. Either take us to your boss or get out of the way. The guard hesitated for another moment, then turned toward the entrance. Gunnar followed while Joy brought up the rear. The room beyond the front doors was set up like a winery tasting room, but this space was all about beer. There were antique wooden barrels, beer-making and beer-drinking items tastefully placed all around. Several bar-height tables dominated the center of the room. A woman wearing dark jeans and a collared shirt with the Frank Creek beer logo on it came toward them wearing an expression of shock, worry, and horror on her face. Jesse, she hissed at the guard, get these people out. I have an order instructing this brewery to stop all sales and ingestion of beer until the CDC completes its investigation, Gunnar interrupted. He held up the papers. Investigation? The woman asked, looking from Gunnar to Joy and back again. What investigation? This isn't the best place to discuss it, Joy said. We need to talk to Mr. Creek. Could you show us the way? The woman nodded. He's in the office. She hurried across the room and through another set of doors on the other side. The space beyond the doors was huge. The walls on the left were lined with large metal vats that narrowed into a funnel at the bottom. A bewildering number of metal pipes snaked through the room, turning the space above them into a rat's nest. To the right was another door leading to a separate space. Above the door to this room was a sign reading "Office." Gunnar followed the woman through the door. A long desk faced the door, and behind it sat a middle-aged woman with streaks of gray running through her blonde hair. She frowned at their guide. "Rhonda, what? These people are from the CDC," their guide said. "They need to talk to Mr. Creek." The receptionist glared at all of them, but she got up and went down a hallway behind her, leaving Joy and him standing in awkward silence. Heavy footsteps announced the arrival of someone besides the receptionist, though she appeared from the hallway first. The man following her was maybe 40, tall, fit, and sporting a military short haircut. He also carried himself like a soldier, with a straight posture that was just a touch too controlled. Next to him, Joy stood a little straighter, so she saw it too. "Frank Creek," the man said, holding out his hand, despite the protective equipment they both wore. Gunnar shook it once, then watched Joy take the man's measure while she took his hand. Creek studied Joy for a second longer than he had Gunnar. "Have we met?" he asked her. "I don't believe so, but it's possible, I suppose," she replied. "My last post was combat rescue in Afghanistan." Creek's eyebrows shot up. "Doctor?" She shook her head. "Trauma nurse, Army, retired. I'm currently assigned to the CDC's Outbreak Task Force. You've met my partner, Dr. Gunnar Anderson." "Dr. Anderson?" Creek said, meeting his gaze. "What do you need?" This was why he liked working with Joy. No bullshit and right to the point. "Gunnar," he corrected with a half-grin. "Anderson sounds like a guy who works in an office." He handed the paperwork over to Creek. "You'll need to halt sales and consumption of your beer until after we've completed our investigation." He shut up so the guy could read the order through. It didn't take Creek long. "Heather," he said, looking at the receptionist, "shut everything down." "But what about the beer tasting?" Creek angled his head at the papers he held. "Everything." His gaze landed on Rhonda and the security guard, and he said again, "Everything." "Yes, sir," the guard said, turning on his heel and striding out. Rhonda followed him at almost a run. Creek nodded at Gunnar. "This order mentions kegs. Is that where you want to start?" "I want to start at the beginning of the process and work our way through it." "Can I ask what you're looking for?" "E. coli." "In our beer?" Creek asked, his voice rising in pitch. He looked away, thinking hard. "That's extremely unlikely. There just aren't many opportunities for E. coli to be introduced and survive the brewing process. We pasteurize about 80% of it." "And the other 20%? Joy asked. "We have craft label beer that isn't. It's brewed using a recipe and technique from my great-grandfather. We babysit that beer like it's a newborn." "How many people come into contact with it?" "A dozen or so, but it's all family employees who've been with us for years. That beer's been a labor of love for all of us." "Is it sold in metal kegs?" Gunnar asked. "Yes, but they're limited in number." "Interesting. Expensive?" "Double the price of any of our other beers." "Can we see what you've got?" "Sure." He looked at both of them. "What happened?" Joy glanced at Gunnar, tossing the question into his court. "4 deaths so far," he told Creek. "Several more in hospital. The cases aren't restricted to one event or location. They're coming from all over the city." "How many cases does our beer factor in?" "All of them." Chapter 11. Monday, 9:43 a.m. Joy watched the impact of Gunnar's words drain all the color from Frank Creek's face. She wanted to wince in sympathy, but knew better than to let that show. A man like this, with military practically tattooed on his forehead, would not welcome pity. That moment of reaction didn't last long. He rallied, lifting his head and squaring his shoulders. "Let's figure this out before my father climbs out of his grave to do it himself." He led the way out of the office and into the brewery. "The CDC is issuing a recall on all of your beer until we've cleared this up," Gunnar told him with a surprising amount of empathy. Damn. Years of hard work died inside that short word. "We realize this is difficult for you," Joy said, her voice softening. "We'll do everything we can to help get your brewery back up and running as soon as possible." Frank glanced at her. "Thank you, but we're not a large company. Coming back from something like this might be impossible." Gunnar said, "This is a setback, but you can use it to change things for the better." Frank snorted. "Didn't peg you for the inspirational speech type." "I'm not." Gunnar's gaze never moved from Frank's face. "You don't strike me as the sort of man to give up so quickly. Safety trumps profit." Frank made eye contact with Gunnar and Joy, then added, "Always." They moved through half the building before entering an area containing several large wooden vats. The wood looked weathered and old. "This is where we age the beer." Gunnar put his equipment on the floor, got out gloves and a couple of sample containers, then took a small sample of beer from the nearest vat. He handed it to Joy, who performed the quick test for E. coli. "Negative," she reported as she collected a sample from the second vat. He handed her the sample, and she reported the same results as the first. They continued to follow the path the beer took from vat to bottling, taking samples along the process, receiving only negative results. "The bottled beer is sent out at this point," Creek said. "There's just the craft beer kegs left to check." They had to walk around a wall of stacked cases of beer to reach the area where the beer was decanted into the same kegs as had been found at all the sites he and Joy had investigated. The kegs were also stacked in several pyramids, cutting the space into something of a maze. There were voices audible from somewhere close. "What's he doing here?" Creek asked no one in particular. "He?" Joy asked. "My brother." Frank strode forward and Gunnar followed with Joy. The place looked clean enough to eat off of, but all the kegs of beer testing positive came from the same brewery, the same label. That couldn't be a coincidence. If something was going on with Creek's brother, they needed to investigate. They came around a stack of kegs to find two men reading a piece of paper, their heads close together. "Mike?" Frank Creek asked. "What are you doing here?" Both men looked up. The one on the right hesitated a moment too long before flashing a brilliant smile. "Hey, big brother, I heard about the tasting today and thought I'd help out." "The tasting is outside and you're supposed to be at school." The smile dissolved into a frown. "College," Mike said, drawing the word out. "I'm in college. I can miss one day to lend a hand." He stepped away from the other guy who folded the paper, put it in his pocket, then turned and began walking toward a door marked Exit behind them. "You can't afford to miss any days," Frank said. "Not if you want to pass." Joy made eye contact with Gunnar, then strolled toward the kegs, examining the taps on each one. Gunnar followed, but noticed the guy heading toward the exit kept looking over his shoulder at them with fear-widened eyes. Odd and creepy. Gunnar changed his trajectory to follow. "Who are these guys?" Mike asked, taking a step toward Joy. "Inspectors," Frank answered. "Never seen any inspector wear shit like that before," he muttered. Gunnar rounded a stack of kegs, which took him out of sight of the Creek brothers and Joy. The guy he was following sped up, turning his head every couple of seconds to look at Gunnar, gauging the distance between them. Gunnar lengthened his stride, closing on the increasingly nervous man. A few feet from the door, Mr. Nervous glanced back, noted how close Gunnar had gotten, and broke into a run. Gunnar dropped his case and sprinted after him, catching him as he slowed to open the door. He grabbed the back of the guy's shirt and jerked him backward. He fell on his ass. "Where's the fire?" Gunnar asked conversationally. "And why are you so concerned about me? You look like one of those geeks who fool around with danger." He stopped talking to suck in a breath. "Dangerous substances." Gunnar took a good look at the guy's face, noting the tint of yellow to the whites of his eyes as well as the smell of weed mixed with something acidic coming off his skin. "You mean like the stuff you use to make whatever drug cocktail you've been smoking or shooting up?" The guy's eyes went wide and he rolled, pushing to his feet, but Gunnar was there to trip him. A one-way trip to the floor. "Joy!" he shouted. "Call the police." The guy panicked, his body visibly vibrating as he tried to get to the door. Gunnar managed to block him a couple of times before the guy got around him. This time he wasn't going to be polite about anything and tackled the dude. They went down hard, but as soon as he got a grip on the guy's torso, Gunnar's blood went cold. There was something under his shirt. He'd felt something like it once back in Syria on the torso of a suicide bomber who'd been killed by a sniper. It couldn't be. This was Atlanta, Georgia, United States of America, not some battle-fatigued city filled with crumbling concrete, blast-zone craters, and broken people. Gunner kept the bastard off him with one hand and rammed the other over the lumps under the dude's clothing, praying he'd been mistaken. There was no mistake. The idiot wore a suicide vest. Son of a bitch. He grappled with the guy, grabbing his wrists, but the dude fought like it was his last stand. Maybe it was. People were running toward them, but Gunner couldn't take his focus off the asshole trying to blow up himself, this building, and everyone in it. The first pair of shoes to enter his peripheral vision were Joy's. "Suicide vest," he shouted. "Clear the area." There was nothing but army in the volume and tone of her voice after that. She barked orders he didn't have time to comprehend, swore. Then he heard the distinctive click of a clip of bullets being inserted into a handgun. "Move," Joy said, her voice hard and cold, "and you're dead." Suicide guy froze. "I haven't done anything," he said, trying to sound reasonable. "This guy grabbed me for no reason." Gunner choked back an incredulous laugh. "You were so fucking anxious to get away from me, you ran, asshole." "I don't even know who you are," Suicide guy said so fast his words ran together. "I ran because I had to take a leak, man." "No sober adult runs like a 3-year-old for the bathroom." Suicide guy tried to shove him off, but Gunner knew what could happen if he let the asshole go. Either they'd all get blown up or Joy would shoot the guy. Maybe both. "It's just your bad luck I know what a fucking suicide vest feels like when it's on a human being before it blows up." He had the asshole's attention now. The guy stared at Gunner like he was speaking Greek at a Texas barbecue. "Why the hurry to die?" Gunner asked, keeping his tone casual like it didn't matter all that much. "Seems like overkill." "The police are 2 minutes out," Joy said quietly. Asshole began to struggle again. Frank Creek approached at a run, his brother and 2 security guards behind him. The brother stayed back, but the 2 guards split up and circled around until they had clean shots on everyone. "Drop your weapon," one guard said in a no-nonsense tone to Joy. He had his taser out and pointed at her. "I'm authorized to carry and discharge my weapon by Homeland Security," Joy said, keeping her gaze and the business end of her gun focused on Suicide Guy. "I advise you to wait until the police get here." The younger Creek brother, who stayed out of eyesight of Frank and Joy, was looking at the security guard, pointing at Joy and pantomiming shooting her with his finger and thumb. Son of a bitch. No one was shooting his partner in front of him. Not going to happen. "Check your 6, Frank," Gunner snarled. The man immediately spun around, catching his brother in mid-shoot. "What the fuck are you doing?" Mike raised his hands in surrender. "I was just kidding around." The smirk on his face ruined the innocent act, though. "What part of suicide vest didn't any of you get?" Joy yelled at everyone. "Get out of here." "He's really wearing a vest?" Frank asked, his frown one of disbelief. "Clear the building," Gunner said out of patience, politeness, and peaceful intentions. Suicide Guy twisted and jerked his shoulders. Something made a bone-chilling crunch, but it allowed him to move in an unexpected way out of Gunner's hold. Gunner managed to get a grip on him again, but the guy weaseled out of it, got to his feet, and began unzipping his jacket. He wasn't going to reach the asshole in time to stop him. That was about the moment his ears caught up to the rest of the world, and what Joy was yelling registered in his brain. "Gunner, get down! Fire in the hole!" He threw himself away from Suicide Guy. The boom from Joy's gun reverberated before he hit the ground. It swept him up in a wave of sound, merging with memories of another shot. The bullet that killed his wife. A bullet that should have hit him, but she'd seen the shooter and had thrown herself between him and Gunner. Grief, horror, anger, and despair rolled over him like a wave of quicksand, tugging at him, pulling him back into that moment 3 years ago, the moment that broke him and left him a wreck of a man. The suicide bomber cried out, then fell backward, blood blooming on his left pant leg. He started screaming obscenities, his hands going to his wound. Outside, police and EMS sirens made it clear the cavalry had arrived. The bomber's head came up, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his skin pale and damp with sweat. He dropped his leg and reached for his jacket. "Tase him!" Mike Creek shouted. "Tase him before he sets off his bombs!" The 2 security guards moved closer to get a clear shot. "No," Joy shouted. "You might set off the explosives." Too late. Both men fired. The business ends of their tasers shot out. One latched onto the guy's calf. The other landed on the back of his head. The crack and sizzle of the combined shocks made Suicide Guy convulse. His eyes rolled back in his head, and his teeth chattered like it was 50 below. "That's enough," Joy shouted. "He's down." Gunner couldn't say anything, couldn't move. The smell of iron-rich blood and burning flesh, combined with the sirens and shouts, mired him in the past. Joy's shots continued to echo through him, turning the past into reality. It was as if time had stopped the moment Sandy died, leaving him trapped in a place he believed he'd left behind a long time ago. 3 years ago, he'd been in Aleppo, working 20 hours a day trying to save little kids after their legs had been blown off. 3 years ago, he'd been in Aleppo working 20 hours a day trying to save parents who vowed revenge against the monsters, taking their families away from them 1 limb at a time. 3 years ago, his wife had died 2 feet in front of him. The bullet that killed her meant for him. How many times had he imagined knocking her aside? She was so small it would have hit him high in the chest instead of going through her head. He might have survived it. He blinked, trying to clear his vision of the superimposed memories of dust hanging in the air. Dust that had been whipped into swirling ghosts by the souls of the dead. Syria was full of ghosts. So many dead. So many wounded. Too many for one doctor or even 100 to help. What was one more casualty to add to an already too large pile? Sandy lay on the ground, draped over the dead body of the last man they'd tried to help. Even though she was only a few feet away, Gunner hadn't been able to go to her. One of the other doctors with them had tackled him, forced him behind a broken concrete wall, and all but sat on him. All he could do was watch as her life dripped out of her 1 drop of blood at a time until her skin faded to bluish white. All he could do was ride the wave of rage rising up out of the gaping, bleeding hole in his soul created the moment Sandy had been murdered. Rage that hadn't abated 1 iota in those 3 years. Rage that demanded a target to destroy before it destroyed him. Gunner got to his feet, but the world wasn't steady, and he almost fell on his ass. No, he had monsters to stop, monsters that had already killed too many people, destroyed too many lives. He managed to stay standing and avoid the thrashing body between him and his new target. The man the most primal part of his mind told him was the biggest threat in the building. Men in uniforms ran toward him, guns out but not pointed at him. They were pointed at the man on the ground whose teeth were shattering a little more with every jolt from the stun guns. The uniforms pointed their guns at the 2 security guards, and the woman holding a 9mm Beretta aimed at the man on the ground. They were worried over nothing. The guy on the ground wasn't going anywhere. The 20 or 30 seconds of exposure to the electricity currently applied to his skull wasn't going to do him any good, but it wasn't going to kill him. Probably. Maybe. What would stop working if they didn't let up on the electricity was his ability to breathe. Stun guns put muscles into a contracted state and kept them there, exhausting the fool on the receiving end of the shock. And the security guards were just doing what they were told. Though the world still didn't feel like it was properly under his feet, he headed toward Mike Creek. The asshole was still yelling at the guards. "Ignore her! He's a terrorist! Hit him again!" The fucker wore a huge grin on his face. Gunner approached him, gave him a "Hi, I'm here to help you" smile, then punched the bastard in the stomach with every ounce of anger he had in him. A couple of the cops glanced at them while trying to keep up with the action on Suicide Guy. "You think this is fun?" Gunner asked in a low voice, putting his hand on the other man's back like he was trying to help him. "Open your mouth again and I'll put my fist through it." "Help!" Mike wheezed out as he tried and failed to stand upright. Gunner grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt and towed him a bit too fast toward one of the cops. "This one needs watching. He's involved in this shit up to his eyeballs." "Who are you?" the cop asked. He almost said Doctors Without Borders, but his tongue remembered the right answer. "CDC." Mike gasped, pointing at Gunner. "Hit me!" "If our suicide candidate dies," Gunner said to him, "it'll be your fault." He turned to yell at Frank, get him to stop the guards, but Frank had already done it. The guards backed away from the man on the floor, who wasn't moving at all. "He's not breathing," Gunner said, striding toward the still form on the floor. "Joy." She was there, a step in front of him, checking for a carotid pulse. She shook her head. Gunner knelt next to the man and opened his jacket carefully. A series of oblong objects were duct-taped to his shirt. 2 sets of black cables linked each object to the one next to it until they finally disappeared into rectangular boxes under each of his arms. "Shit," one of the cops muttered. Another cop stepped up close enough to get a good look at the whole mess. "We need the bomb squad," he said into his radio. Gunner studied the cables, the tape, and whatever was under it. Something was off, like really off. He pulled the guy's shirt out from under his waistband and slid his hand under. The objects didn't weigh what they should. They felt empty. "It's a fake," Gunner announced, causing the room to go quiet. "There's nothing here but plastic tape and a couple of HDMI cables." He nodded and stared at Mike Creek. "Should I cancel the bomb squad?" the cop asked. "No, we'll do this right. Get it all checked out before we do anything." He didn't take his gaze off Creek. All the cops took notice and everyone began to look at the little shit, who was sweating. "You ordered your security guards to stun this man," Gunner said. "Yeah, so?" He shifted his weight from foot to foot. "You're the one who cried suicide vest." "It looked good enough to fool me, and it sure as hell was meant to fool someone. A prank, Mike?" Mike opened his mouth, but stopped himself from saying anything and closed his mouth again. "Gotcha. As pranks go, this one was pretty damn dumb, so dumb it got your friend killed." "I don't know that guy." "You and this imbecile stood with your heads together reading," Joy said with a snarl that a tiger would have been proud of. A hungry, pissed-off tiger. "Pretty hard to claim you were just giving him directions to the nearest bathroom in the middle of the brewery." Mike's jaw dropped for an entire second. Jesus, he'd actually thought everyone would believe him. Mike Creek was a dumb fuck and a dead one if Joy got her hands on him. "How did you do it?" Joy asked, scorn a serrated edge to her words. "How did you, with your minuscule imagination—" She pinched her fingers together to illustrate how small she meant. It was pretty fucking small. "Manage to poison your family's beer." For a moment that seemed to last forever, Mike's face transformed into a mask of anger and hate. "There you are, the real Mike." The next second, the ugliness was smoothed over, concealed with an innocence so thin it hid nothing. "I don't know what you're talking about." Chapter 12. Monday, 1:14 p.m. Joy really wanted to slap the stupid out of Mike Creek. She settled for giving the idiot the scary-ass smile she'd learned from her Army drill sergeant. "You're not too bright, are you, Mikey?" She looked at his hands. "The evidence is all over you. Why don't you save us all a lot of time and effort and tell us what you did?" "Mike," his brother Frank said, "what the fuck?" "What the fuck?" Mike asked. The question triggered another transformation, and it wasn't pretty. "What the fuck?" he yelled. "That cold fish we called a father finally dies, and what happens? You come home and take over the entire company." He tried to get into his brother's face, but the officer holding him pulled him back. Frank looked like he'd been sucker-punched for about 2 seconds, then his face closed up and settled into a combat stare. "Dad wasn't cold," Frank said, his voice as dangerous as his expression. "He worked hard and he expected us to work hard, but you weren't interested in working at all. All you wanted to do was party." Frank crossed his arms over his chest. "Why was Jerry from our shipping department wearing a fake suicide vest?" Mike sneered at his brother. "To see what you'd do. Find out if you really were the soldier Dad said you were or not." So he set up a friend with a fake suicide vest to see what would happen. That was bug nuts. "Are you fucking crazy?" Joy asked the mouthy asshole. "I don't know what your brother did in the Army, but from the way he moves, it wasn't riding a desk." She stepped closer to him. "You told those security guards to shock that poor bastard and keep shocking him until he was dead." "No joke there," Gunner added. "This whole shit show looks premeditated." He looked at the cop holding Mike. "Arrest him, but don't take him anywhere." Gunner turned to her. "Joy, could you swab his hands and do a field test?" Nothing would make her happier. Well, nothing but punching Mikey in the face, but she'd take what she could get. She smiled. Coming right up. It only took a minute to swab Mike's hands and perform the test. It's positive, she reported to Gunner quietly. The building was full of police, a bomb squad, and a group of firemen that had just arrived. Who'd called them? Frank Creek asked. What does that mean? It means, Gunner said, that your brother's got what we're looking for on his hands. Either he brought it in or picked it up from somewhere inside the brewery. Gunner looked at Mike. Got anything to say? The asshole just smiled. There's nothing funny about killing people, Joy said to him. What's the count so far? She asked Gunner. 4 dead? 5 if you count Mike's dead ex-friend. She smirked at Mike. You're going to jail for a long time, and that's nothing to smile about either. What the fuck you talking about, bitch? Mike said. I didn't kill anyone. The bacteria on your hands did. Where did you get it, by the way? Get what? The deadly bacteria on your hands and in your beer, Gunner said, moving toward the creep until he backed Mike up into the body of the cop holding him. Gunner stood 4 or 5 inches taller, and that close made the other man look up. Where did you get it? I don't know what you're talking about. They needed information. What, when, and where. Everything. He's probably already infected himself, Joy said, studying the moron. I'm sure he's touched his face several times in the last hour alone. Wiped his nose, rubbed his eyes, coughed into his hands. She smiled again. I hope you really enjoy your fever and failing kidneys. What the fuck are you talking about? That's what the bacteria you've been putting in the beer so generously does. It shuts down your kidneys, then throws your body into septic shock, which kills you. Even if you're on life support, Gunner added helpfully with a voice so calm she knew something was very wrong. If I did add something to the beer, Mike said, his expression a combination of frustrated and arrogant. I wouldn't put anything deadly in it. I might add something to make people shit themselves or barf for a couple of days. That's it. You're just trying to pin this fuckfest. He thrust a chin at the now covered body. On me. Why would you poison your own beer? Gunner asked. What are you talking about? Mike said, a smirk slithering out to sun itself on his face. It's not my beer. It belongs to the whole family and everyone who works here. Did he have any idea how his body language and tone revealed the lies coming out of his mouth? You hate us, me, that much? Frank asked, his face pale. Enough to poison people? Maybe it's just terrible beer. Again with the smirk. Where did you get it? Gunner asked. Mike smiled at him. Get what? Joy glanced at Gunner. His partner's body visibly vibrated with anger. Watching a man die like that was a horrible thing. He'd probably seen many people die in any number of horrible ways. Like her, Gunner had been damaged by it. Was that why they got along so well? There was more to their relationship than battered psyches and an understanding of how bad memories could hijack a person. Right? Where did you get the shit? Gunner asked again, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. Because a dunce like you could not have figured out how to get it without help or someone else's fucking credit card. Mikey didn't like that much. His sneer came back full throttle. If you're so fucking smart, you tell me, because I don't know what you're talking about. His anger a metallic taste in the air. Gunner snarled and took a step toward the younger Creek. What are you talking about? Frank asked. The question broke Gunner's focus on Mike. He backed up a step, glanced at Joy, then took another step away from Mike. She met his gaze with her own, hold your shit together. He must have read the concern on her face because he stepped back from Mike a 3rd time and nodded. Frank, she said to Frank, why don't you come with me for a moment while Gunner fills in the police on what they need to be aware of inside the brewery? Gunner cocked his head at her but didn't seem unhappy with her giving him backhanded orders. She moved away from the rest of the people milling around until they were at least 20 feet away from everyone else. Frank had been military. He could handle a straightforward report. The E. coli found in your beer is actually 2 different strains. This isn't something that happened by accident. Someone introduced the bacteria to the beer either here in the brewery or at some point once it left here. Holy fuck, Frank breathed. The chances are so small as to be impossible for 2 strains to be in the same sample, Joy continued. Unless your brother is a closet genius in microbiology, and no offense, he doesn't give off that vibe, he got the bugs and instructions for how to use them from someone else. You need to know from where, Frank said, shock solidifying into cold determination on his face. Yes. His phone is owned and paid for by the brewery. You can have it. She blinked. Well, this was unexpected. Thank you. Thank you for not letting the good doctor murder my brother. Frank's smile was grim. Her stomach tightened. If he noticed Gunnar was barely hanging on to his control, who else noticed? Gunnar has no patience for fools, and your brother's shitty attitude isn't helping him at all. Has Mike said anything strange or out of place lately? No, Frank replied immediately, then added, Maybe. He's been oddly quiet and agreeable lately. He usually argues with me about every little thing, but not for the last couple of weeks. 2 weeks? 3? Think back. When did his behavior change? Frank held himself still, his hands behind his back, almost at parade rest. We had an argument 3 weeks ago about money. He wanted to pay out in cash for a percentage of the brewery. He's been asking for a while, but this time I lost my temper. He apologized a couple of days later, something he doesn't do often. I thought maybe he'd started to grow up. What percentage of the company does he own? 25? He wanted to sell it to me, but there's no way I could buy him out. I spent most of our available capital on the development of the new craft label. Thank you. That gives us a timeline to investigate. All clear, someone shouted. The members of the bomb squad who'd been huddled around the body were moving away, headed for the back door. One man held the shirt with its duct tape, plastic and black cables in one hand. I don't understand any of this, Frank said, looking from the body to his brother. Mike looked bored, but when he noted his brother looking at him, he winked. He just couldn't stop himself from gloating, could he? She'd bet he was a narcissist as well as an asshole. This kind of selfish bullshit never makes sense, Joy sighed. Now the hard part begins. Hard part? Tracking down every source of infection in this building. She looked around. There's a lot of space to cover. I'll ask him, Frank began. No, let the police, or more probably Homeland Security, handle it. If you ask him anything, even a simple question, he's going to turn it into an opportunity to hurt you. She hesitated, then added, Cast doubt. Frank apparently didn't like that, but he nodded. Fine, I guess I'll call the lawyers. His phone? You'll get it. He strode to the cop standing guard over his brother. Where's his stuff? Gunnar walked over to watch both Mike and Frank like he was at the last table of a major poker tournament. No emotion at all on his face. Evidence bag, one of them said. I need the phone. I'm sorry, sir, it's evidence. Perhaps you could just give me the password? Joy suggested. Frank nodded, pulled out a business card and a pen from his pocket, and wrote on the back. He handed it to her. That phone is company property, he said clearly to her, the cops and Gunnar. I'm giving you permission to examine it. What the fuck are you doing? Mike asked, the arrogance falling off his face with the speed of an avalanche, leaving only ugliness. Frank looked at his brother and said in a low, pain-filled voice, The right thing. He walked away. You can't fucking do this, Mike shouted, lunging for his brother. That's my fucking phone. The cops grabbed him and forced him to kneel on the cement, but he didn't stop shouting obscenities at his brother. Gunnar came over to her. Homeland is on its way. They want to know if this is an isolated incident or not. They really want to know where this idiot got the bacteria. Joy looked around the huge space. Right now, I want to know what he did with it. We need a team of people to sweep the entire building before we can clear it. Yep. But our first priority is to make sure we've got all this contaminated beer collected. We're going to need to get into the brewery's records. Frank said his brother has only been acting off for 2 or 3 weeks. Weeks, Gunnar mumbled. That's enough time to distribute a lot of contaminated beer. He looked at the kegs around them. Better get started. He took a step away. Gunnar? He turned to look at her. Are you... They were out in the open with a dozen or more cops, firefighters, and EMS wandering around. She had to be diplomatic. Good to go? Yeah. He glanced at the body, now covered with a black plastic sheet. Horrible way to die. The yelling and shooting reminded me of a couple of attacks I witnessed in Syria. One of the white helmets was electrocuted when some live wires landed in a puddle of water. White helmets? Syrian civil defense. Everyday average people who weren't on anyone's side trying to help the wounded, trapped, and dying. A lot of them die doing it. Have died, will die. He shook his head, snapped his mouth shut, and walked over to where he'd left his kit. The pain that had crossed his face just now, deep, divisive, and dangerous. That kind of pain had the potential to do the kind of damage to a person that was hard, or even impossible to recover from. And the other attack? He stopped, frozen for 2 entire seconds, then continued walking as if she hadn't asked her last question. So he hadn't recovered. Damn it. He was too good a man to lose to his wounds, mental and physical. He was important. He was her partner, and she wasn't going to let him suffer alone. She might not be able to heal him, but she could stay with him, support him, care for him despite those wounds. Right now that meant doing her job to the best of her ability. Like she was any better off mentally. Joy grabbed her kit, donned gloves and a mask, and approached the pile of kegs to the right of the one Gunnar had chosen to sample so she could keep an eye on him. Hopefully the routine of work they'd performed over and over would help settle him. A new group of people entered the brewery dressed in suits, but all of them carried a sidearm. "You're all fucked!" Mike Creek shouted at them. Looked like Homeland Security and FBI. Great. Instead of actual work, they'd probably be explaining things to the suits for a week. "Hail, hail, the gang's all here," Gunnar said softly. Chapter 13. Monday, 3:06 p.m. If Mike Creek didn't stop with the maniacal laughter, Gunnar was going to gut-punch him again. He'd started cackling as soon as Homeland and FBI showed up and couldn't seem to stop. Or didn't want to. Whatever. "There's something seriously wrong with that guy," Joy said quietly to him. "He might be on something." "Do you want to deal with Homeland and FBI, or should I?" she asked him. Despite the mask she wore, he could see from the deep furrows etched between her eyes and across her forehead she was worried. Maybe she was right to be. Right now he felt numb, but earlier... Nope, he wasn't going to succumb to the rage and fear that seemed to take up more and more of the space inside his soul. "Feel free to give whoever's in charge a report," he told her. "We don't have time for both of us to stop taking samples." "Okay." But she didn't move. Her eyes were unfocused, the worry she'd displayed earlier wiped out by strain and pain. Asshole. She had demons too. "Joy, are you okay?" "Depends on how you define it." With that, she put what she was working with away, stepped back, and began taking off her protective mask and gloves. "Are you?" He wasn't going to lie to her. "I'm good for now." "Same." She took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I've got this." She turned to meet the assortment of law enforcement officers and agents coming toward them. He ignored the conversation going on between Joy and the approximately 6 men who'd surrounded her. She could hold her own with all of them, but it still made him uneasy to see them all so close to her, leaving her with no avenue of escape. His gut told him he needed to get her out of there. His head told him to get his shit together and get back to work. Gunnar focused on the kegs in front of him and the lineup of field tests he'd set up. If he continued to let his focus wander, thought too much about Joy and her safety, he was going to go ballistic right here. He told her he was okay to work, and he wasn't going to let his emotions turn him into a liar. Blocking out the sound of voices, he completed the tests on his series of kegs. Positive, all of them. Fuck. Gunnar wanted to hurt the idiot responsible, but Mike Creek could not have done this with just the dead man's help alone. In order to find the supplier of the bacteria, he was going to have to dot every I and cross every T. He carefully entered the tests and their results into his tablet, so the lab would have them immediately. Okay, now he could get up and let everyone here know the bad news. He approached Joy, who was still talking to the same group of men. "I have results." Everyone turned their attention on him. "Every one of those kegs have tested positive for E. coli. He gave the suits a measuring glance. "Don't touch anything without gloves on. It would be better if you wore coveralls, too. You really don't want to carry this stuff out of here." "This means," Joy said into the unhappy silence, "the entire building will need to be sanitized." "Shit," someone mumbled. "The CDC will handle that," Gunnar told them, waving away the size of the job. In the interest of protecting the public, there are 2 pieces of information we need to discover, and we need your help on that." "And what would those be?" one of the Homeland agents asked. He looked familiar, someone he'd seen in Rodriguez's office more than once. Agent Dozer. Hopefully he'd know how to do his job without getting in their way. Gunner held up one finger. "Where have all the kegs of their craft beer gone? We need them located and confiscated." He held up a second finger. "Where did Mike Creek get the E. coli in the first place? That source needs to be shut down." Dozer smiled at him with a predatory edge, sharp enough to cut to the bone without the victim knowing until it was much too late. "I think the way you think, Doc, you need to call in more of your people to deal with the brewery." "Yes, quite a few more." "Go ahead and do that," the agent said. "I'll get started on your honey-do list." "You'll need this," Joy said. "Mike Creek's phone is in evidence, but it's not his. The company owns it. Frank Creek gave us permission to search the phone." She handed the agent Frank Creek's business card. "The password's on the back." She paused. "Make sure you handle the phone with gloves on and sanitize it before doing anything with it." Dozer's smile brightened and he looked from Joy to Gunner. "I'm liking the 2 of you a lot." "Sorry," Gunner said dryly. "Thanks for asking, but we're not interested in a 3-way. Several jaws dropped. Not Joy's, no. She gave him a disgusted look before shaking her head and leaving the officers and agents where they were. She'd walked without hurrying back to the set of kegs she'd been about to test. The Homeland agent watched her for a moment, then looked at Gunner again, his smile tugging his mouth up. "For a minute there, I thought Rodriguez had pegged you wrong. Good to know her personality meter isn't out of whack." "I'll bite," Gunner said. "How has she pegged me?" "As an asshole, brilliant, work-obsessed, and doesn't play well with others. She told me I'd likely have to fight to get you to let me or anyone else in." "She's right on all counts, but I'm also not stupid. You guys are good at finding information. Me, not so much." Dozer's smile dissolved. "How bad will this get?" "That's going to depend on how many more contaminated kegs there are out there and where they went. He's had 2, maybe 3 weeks to fool around with the E. coli. That's plenty of time to fuck up a bunch of stuff." "Do you think it was just him and that guy?" the agent asked, nodding at the body. Gunner glanced at the body, the kegs, and the rest of the building. "Fafo has claimed responsibility, and this is already too big to believe there were only 2 people involved. The fucking fuckers. If a lot of kegs have already been shipped, we could be looking at a large number of sick, scared, and spooked people." "Are we going to be vaccinating people or trying to hand out antibiotics?" he asked. "I wish it were that easy," Gunner told him. "There's no vaccine, and antibiotics don't help. E. coli is normally found in human intestines, just not these 2 strains. Antibiotics wipe out the good kind and seem to leave victims worse off." "There's no treatment?" Dozer asked incredulously. "Oh, there's a treatment. It's not widely practiced yet, since it's a pretty new idea, but it's gaining ground." "It's something disgusting, isn't it?" Gunner gave the other man a grim smile. "Yup, it's—" "Don't explain," Dozer interrupted, looking a little green. "I'm sure I don't want to know." For some reason, the agent's reaction made Gunner feel better. Maybe it was that his response was so human, or because Gunner was an asshole. "Want to check out Mike Creek's phone?" The agent nodded and walked toward the office. Gunner returned where he'd left his equipment. It was time to call Dr. Rodriguez and fill her in. It took 20 minutes for Rodriguez to stop asking questions. Neither of them were happy with the lack of answers. "Agent Dozer is following the paper trail, trying to track down all the kegs," Gunner told her. "But I think we need to rush on that recall of the Frank Creek beer. The press releases have gone out. Pray we don't end up with a public panic. Unavoidable at this point. Once the beer is purchased by a consumer, we lose the ability to track it. More people are going to get sick. Also unavoidable." After a moment, Rodriguez said in a determined tone, "Okay, I'm sending a team to go over every inch of that building. Once they get there, I want you and Joy to work with Dozer to find every drop of that beer that's left the brewery in the last 3 weeks. Find it and destroy it." "Yes, ma'am." "Were either you or Joy injured during the takedown of the dead man?" "No." He hesitated, thinking back, reviewing his memories. "I don't think so." "Get checked out by medical," she ordered. Damn, he'd hesitated too long. "We're fine," Gunner insisted. "We don't have time to get checked out every time someone yells at us." You're no good to the investigation if your physical or mental health is compromised, Rodriguez said, her tone firm. I need you focused and healthy. You will get checked out by medical, and you and Joy will get a reasonable amount of sleep tonight and every night that follows. Allowing us to work overtime isn't going to hurt the investigation. It might, in fact, help us get to the answers faster. Working an Outbreak start to finish is not a sprint. This is a long-distance race we have to win. We have enough people available to allow for 24-hour coverage. You're not in Syria, isolated and without resources, Gunner. You're not doing this alone. You have a team. Use them. He didn't like it. He wanted to know what was happening and who was doing it every step of the way. But she was right. If he kept working without sleep, he'd be useless in 36 to 48 hours. Yes, ma'am, he said grudgingly. She sighed. I'll allow you to work 12-hour shifts, but no more than that. Thank you. I'm going to find a hotel you can stay in closer to the brewery. Getting enough sleep is one thing, losing an hour more to traffic is something else. He hung up and found Joy waiting for him. All my tests are coming back positive, too, she said. I think that asshole contaminated everything he could get his hands on. Gunner would like to have expressed how irritated he was with Mike Creek and the whole situation, but there were too many people around who might overhear. So he nodded. We're on a 12-hour shift schedule until further notice, and we have to be checked by medical before we can continue working. Joy's jaw dropped. You don't seem upset. Dr. Rodriguez was both precise and firm. He glanced around. It might be a while before this case is over. Joy crossed her arms over her chest. There's that, I guess. We're not letting Homeland take over completely. A snort came out of Joy at that. Right, sure. Agent Dozer came into sight, putting away his phone as he hustled toward them. Looks like I'm getting that three-way I wanted, he said with a cheeky grin. Gunner leaned over and whispered to Joy. Maybe I don't want a clean bill of health. She elbowed him in the side and hissed, You're not leaving me to work with a bunch of suits all by myself. Ow, of course not. Dozer's grin didn't lose a bit of its snark. Medics are waiting to look you two over. He and Joy grabbed their equipment and went out through the front entrance. They each assigned a medic. Gunners didn't say much, the minimum, actually. As soon as the medic was done, a woman approached and smiled. Dr. Anderson, I'm Sally Barker, psychologist. What the hell was a psychologist doing here? Are you lost? He asked. Her smile turned apologetic. No, I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes, if you don't mind. He minded. A lot. I'm sorry, I don't have time right now. He considered what he said, then added, I'm not going to have time for several days at least. Sally winced. I'm sorry, too, because until I clear you, you can't return to work. What? During the events of the past couple of hours, you exhibited a strong emotional reaction to the conflict that took place. It was noted and reported to Dr. Rodriguez. A strong emotional reaction? Gunner asked carefully, hanging on to his temper by the slimmest of margins. Son of a bitch. Who reported him? One of the cops? Or maybe it had been Frank Creek? Didn't matter. Unless it had been Joy. That would matter. He waved the woman off when she would have spoken again. I was angry, he said without preamble, because I had to watch while a spoiled brat sociopath ordered his security guards to stun some flunky wearing a fake suicide vest until he was dead. Then he all but gloated about how he poisoned all of his brother's beer. Gunner leaned toward her. It was disgusting to watch. Any normal person would be angry after that, wouldn't you say? You don't think your reaction was extreme? No, I punched the guy in the gut. Extreme would have been if I beat him to death. She stared at him, her expression frozen, but her eyes reflected sympathy. Did you consider doing that? Of all the ways he'd been looked at since he left Doctors Without Borders, pity was the worst. No. He smiled with his teeth. Too many witnesses. Sally the psychologist flinched. Gunner, someone hissed. He turned as Joy joined them. Are you trying to scare people? She asked him, her tone sharp. She might have said people, but she meant the psychologist. God, he hoped so. I'm annoyed, Someone told Rodriguez I lost my shit, so she sent Sally here to ask me if I was feeling the urge to murder Mike Creek, and probably if I'm still feeling those urges." Joy took her laser-eyed gaze and turned it on the psychologist. "Is that true?" Sally pinched her lips together before saying, "I wouldn't have put it quite that way, but essentially yes." "Gunnar is a jerk most days," Joy said to the other woman. "He's blunt and has no patience for bullshit or posturing, but he's not out of control." "Gunnar?" Sally asked. "Just Gunnar? I was told you're a doctor." She looked at him like he'd lied or something. "I am a doctor, but I'm also a field investigator, and I don't work in a friggin' clinic. People call me doctor, and I look around for the guy. First name is good enough." Sally cocked her head like he'd said something interesting. "Do you prefer to work alone or in a team?" "I prefer to work with competent people," he replied. "Idiots and assholes aren't welcome." "You're his partner?" she asked Joy. "Yes." Joy bit her lip. "I think it's important to point out that I'm armed. He isn't." Both eyebrows on Sally's forehead rose. "Why don't you carry a gun?" she asked him. "Have you read my personnel file?" "Yes." "Then you already know why I don't carry a gun." He stood. "I'd like to get back to work before our shift is over." He crossed his arms over his chest. "Any objections?" The psychologist studied him for a moment, then said quietly, "No objections." He strode away, went farther than was strictly necessary, so neither she nor Joy would see what he'd barely been able to hold in check, shaking hands and knees and lungs that didn't want to work. He fought his body's response, made himself choose another pile of kegs, and began the testing process. Joy claimed he was in control, so he was damn well going to stay that way. Chapter 14. Monday, 5:32 p.m. Joy didn't watch Gunnar walk away, but Sally the psychologist did, and she didn't look happy. "Have you read his file?" Sally asked after she turned her concerned gaze on Joy. "I didn't have to," Joy said. "He told me himself, just like I've told him about some of the crap I've seen. Who reported what to Rodriguez?" "I don't know." Joy snorted at the woman's cautious tone. "Gunnar doesn't hide who he is, and he doesn't hide how he feels. If he thinks you're asking a stupid question, he'll tell you it's a stupid question." "As long as he tells someone," Sally said. "The events of today could trigger problems for him in the coming hours and days." "I'm familiar with how trauma and PTSD works." "Are you?" Sally studied Joy's face but didn't seem reassured. "I'll check in with both of you tomorrow." Joy shrugged. "Okay." Sally gave her a tight smile and laughed. The whole encounter felt odd. What the hell had whoever called Rodriguez said? Joy found Gunnar testing another pyramid of kegs. "More positive results?" He glanced up at her. "Yes." He shook his head. "I'm not sure every keg has been contaminated with enough E. coli to make people sick." Joy looked around at the brewery at all the vats, pipes, and kegs. "It's going to take weeks to separate the positives due to simple casual contact from those with pathogenic contamination. What really matters now is finding the contaminated beer that's left this building." Gunnar looked like a man about to begin running a marathon, contained, calm, and composed, but anger simmered in his gaze. "Do you know who called Rodriguez?" She shook her head but said, "My money's on Frank Creek." "Why?" "The man might have left the army, but the army hasn't left him. He strikes me as a man who follows the rules, all of the rules." The sound of several voices drew their attention to the front of the building. A dozen people, all dressed in CDC protective gear, had entered the building. "Time to address the troops," Gunnar said and strode forward. It took some time to bring everyone up to speed. Thanks to their data management system, everyone had a record of all the samples she and Gunnar had taken and their field test results. Dozer returned. "Someone fucked around in the brewery's inventory tracking system," he said with a sour expression. "Right now it shows all kegs of the craft beer as in-house and unsold. It's going to take our IT guys a few hours to untangle the truth from the lies." "Shit," Gunnar said. He exhaled and she could almost feel his exhaustion. "We need to grab some sleep anyway," Joy said. Dozer looked directly at Gunnar. Good point. Check your phones when you wake up. I'll let you know what we find. Sounds good, Joy said. They were directed to a CDC truck large enough to support a half-dozen portable decontamination showers. They showered off the outside of their protective suits before moving to a second shower that got them clean to the skin. Clean clothing waited for them. Dozer was talking on his cell phone only a few feet from the exit of the showers, and he held up a hand. He pocketed his phone and held out a small envelope. There's a hotel about a mile from here. Your room keys. Our rooms are next to each other, right? Joy asked. Dozer slanted a speculative look at her. Oh, fuck off, she said, narrowing her eyes. We need to be so close we don't waste time wandering the halls looking for each other if we get an emergency call-out. Dozer put up his hands. Whoa, I wasn't implying anything. Your face did. Not my intention. You were practically shouting it, Gunner said. He sounded tired. Tired, Gunner? Dozer lowered his hands slowly. I was wishing I had more people who were team players and wondering how I could clone you two. Oh, yeah? She so didn't believe him. Yeah, tight teams of 2 get more done than any groups of 4 or 6 people who haven't worked together before. We need to go, Gunner said dryly. He glanced at the envelope, then got into the van's driver's side. Neither of them said anything until they'd left the brewery behind. The bubble of professionalism she'd managed to create to compartmentalize what she'd done, shot a man, thinned and thinned until it disappeared into nothing. I overreacted back there, Joy said, wrapping her arms around herself in an effort to keep herself together. Gunner's mouth turned down at the corners, but he kept his eyes on the road and his voice steady. That guy did everything a good suicide bomber is supposed to do, right down to wearing a vest realistic enough to fool someone who's seen the real thing before. Joy shivered. He glanced at her, and she realized he'd seen it. Mike killed him, not you. The security guards, they were just the weapons he used. You got him down. He'd still be alive if Mike Creek hadn't ordered his people to tase the bomber over and over. Do you think he knew? Her voice sounded hoarse even to her own ears. What? That his vest didn't actually have any explosives in it? Gunner sighed. No, I don't think he knew. He acted as if it were real. What did he say after you tackled him? I didn't catch it all. He whispered, this wasn't supposed to happen yet. It's too soon, not the right place, a couple of times. So Mike Creek is in this up to his eyeballs. Yeah. I also think Mike doesn't give 2 fucks about what happens now as long as his brother suffers. That's messed up. Gunner looked at her, his concerned frown etched deeply into his forehead. Did that psychologist stare down her microscope at you? Her microscope? Her eyeballs examined, evaluated, and eliminated me at the molecular level. She noted his downturned mouth. I think it's standard practice for anyone involved in a shooting. He grunted. Like neither of us has been in a situation like that before. No, they'd both seen more than their fair share of violence. Gunner's hands clenched on the steering wheel. What? She asked. It doesn't make sense. Gunner glanced at her, his head tilted to one side. Mike is a narcissist, but I don't think he's stupid. Why would a spoiled rich kid ruin the source of his money? Joy opened her mouth, paused, then closed it before saying slowly, That's a good question. I get that he's been marginalized and he knows Big Brother is going to run the company, but if it goes under, so does his lifestyle. He's too selfish to just throw it all away. How does a suicide guy fit into things? Joy asked. Mike got the E. coli from someone somewhere. Someone who told him how to do the most damage with it. The implications of that made her stomach hurt. How many more people are involved in this? Is it terrorists or a few disgruntled idiots who want to make a statement? Anyone who uses violence, or in this case a biological weapon to kill people, is a terrorist. What we don't know is whether or not FAFO is involved or if they're just trying to take credit. If they are involved, are they a homegrown group or did it originate outside the States? First it was El Paso, then that drug lab in Utah. Americans born and bred. Joy suddenly found it difficult to breathe. There are a lot of angry people who, for one reason or another, decide the best way to fix our country is to kill a lot of people and start over. And there are groups and individuals who would be happy to arm your pissed-off next-door neighbor in the hopes that he kills you along with the rest of the neighborhood. Oh my God. The idea that the disgruntled could obtain and release bacterial or viral pathogens on an unsuspecting population. Do you think Homeland is working with this theory? I wouldn't be surprised. One side of his mouth curled up. That guy Dozer strikes me as a man who doesn't leave any stone unturned. Releasing a deadly pathogen into a healthy population was unthinkable. For what? Power? Money? Unless you had a cure or vaccine ready and available, it would be suicide. Do you think they know? She asked in a whisper. Know what? That their weapon is just as likely to kill them as anyone else? If someone else is pulling the strings, maybe not. Maybe they were promised some kind of miracle drug or antibiotic. He stressed antibiotics. Idiots, she said. Yeah. Gunnar turned into the hotel's parking lot. They got out of the van, grabbed their go bags from the back, and went inside. He moved like he'd just run a triathlon with exhausted muscles and blisters on his feet. The young woman behind the check-in desk smiled as she gave them their room keys, as well as each other's room key as a security measure. Their rooms on the 4th floor were at the end of the hall next to each other. Joy checked her watch. See you in 5 hours. Gunnar gave her a stiff nod, then went into his room. That bothered her for some reason, but she couldn't put her finger on why. Her room was plain, a king-sized bed, TV and desk and chair. She pulled her toiletry bag out of her luggage, then went into the bathroom and stripped. The hot water from the shower head felt good. She let the water wash away her fear, anger, and panic, and massage the tension out of her muscles. Eventually, she had to get out. Drying off seemed to take a long time. Putting pajamas on even longer. She was running out of energy quick. She flopped on the bed, too tired to crawl under the covers, and dozed as she listened to the sound of the shower running in Gunnar's room. She thought she'd taken a long shower. A couple of minutes later, her eyes opened. His shower was still running. A quick check of the time confirmed his had been on at least 30 minutes. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes a hot shower was the best medicine. Still, he needed sleep, too. She stared at the ceiling, listening to the water run, worry a tightening cog in the pit of her stomach. Another 5 minutes passed. Another 5. Fuck it. Joy rolled to her feet, grabbed the envelope containing her room key and his, then left her room. She knocked on Gunnar's door. Hard. No response. Knocked again. Harder. If he didn't answer, she was going in without an invitation. What? A male voice asked. Open the door, Gunnar. Seconds passed. The door opened a crack. You should be asleep. So should you. Did you leave your shower running or something? He sighed and opened the door wide enough for her to enter. She closed the door, then realized he wasn't wearing anything but a towel around his waist. He ducked into the bathroom, releasing a cloud of steam into the room. The shower was still running. Your own personal steam room? She asked. Sort of, he said, coming out, the towel now riding low on his hips, revealing his lean, muscular chest, broad shoulders, and an arrow of muscles over his hips that could lead any woman into sin. Who needed hot water? She had her own version of smoking hot right in front of her to raise her temperature. Joy? She jerked her head up at the sound of her name, a blush heating her cheeks. Busted. What's up? You? No, she couldn't say that, but boy, she wanted to. Sorry, I heard your shower running and thought I'd make sure you hadn't drowned or something. He ran a hand through his damp hair and turned away from her. A fine patina of scars marked his upper back and shoulders. She stared at them. What could have made them? The muscles of his back flexed, tensed, but didn't release. Gunnar? He turned. I can't get the sound out of my head. His voice was rough with pain. What sound? The shot that put a hole in the leg of the idiot wearing the fake vest. He breathed out and in again. It's all tied up with the sounds of the bullet that killed him. He laughed without humor. Killed my wife, Sandy. 2 different continents and 3 years apart, but I can't think of one without the other. His words were blows to her body, and she took a step back. That's what triggered you. It came out a whisper. She turned his worst nightmare into reality. Her mouth dried up and she wanted to run away, but she couldn't. She was his partner. I'm so sorry." His gaze focused on her and he frowned. "This is the first time since coming back to the States that I've been close to gunfire. I didn't know I'd react that way." He shrugged. "Not that bad, anyway." Guilt forced her eyes to avoid looking at him. This was a mistake. She shouldn't be here. She should go back to her own room, get that promised sleep she'd been looking forward to. He ducked his head to catch her gaze. "You had no way of knowing what my reaction might be, just like I won't always know when some event might emotionally hijack you." He snorted. "I'm calling it a win since I didn't kill that asshole with my bare hands like I wanted to." "You wouldn't have—" "Oh, no?" he interrupted, the same feral expression on his face now as right after the shot. Chapter 15. Tuesday, 12:26 a.m. Gunnar watched shock widen Joy's mouth and eyes. It disappeared, erased by her indignation. "No, you wouldn't have. One punch doesn't make you a killer." When he would have interrupted to correct her, she kept talking. "It makes you human." She strode up to him and poked his chest. "Like everyone else." Her support lifted a weight off of him, but he also wasn't going to lie to her or himself. "I can't afford to react like everyone else. I need to keep a lid on my emotions or I really will flip my shit someday and make some situation much, much worse." He was a doctor, sworn to heal, yet he needed to hurt that little shit Mike, craved doing violence to him like it was candy or cocaine. "I don't believe you'd have done much more than punch him, even if you could have gotten away with really hurting him." One of his eyebrows rose. "Oh?" She thought she knew him, thought she'd seen all there was to see. There was a gaping wound in his soul, a deep, dark well of pain that terrified him, and it had almost gotten out, almost escaped his control. He would have done a lot more than punch the target of that rage and pain. He would have killed it. "Yes, oh," she said, with a prim pout to her lips. He wanted to kiss those plush lips, kiss and suck and bite them until she forgot how to speak. "I've seen you deal with all kinds of assholes. You have a loud bark, but you don't bite." Was that a challenge? He allowed a sensual smile to spread across his face. "I've been known to bite." "Uh-huh." She shook her finger at him again. "No changing the subject." He took her hand and brought it to his lips, kissing that annoyed finger, then sucking it into his mouth. She gasped and tugged, but he held on, flicking the sensitive pad with his tongue. He bit, only hard enough to get her attention, then sucked the small pain away. She leaned toward him, her focus on his mouth, her jaw dropping open. He took it as an invitation. With one quick pull, he jerked her into contact with his body, slid his free hand around her back, and kissed her. She moaned, then her body trembled and tensed as if she was about to pull away. No, he needed her too much, needed her acceptance of him despite how damaged he was. If she turned away, rejected him now, he'd lose containment of the black death that lived in the pit of his soul. Seduce her. That dark voice whispered in his head. Beautiful and tough, she could handle all of him. Violence transformed into passion, need, and an awe of the woman in his arms that allowed him to gentle his kiss. He teased her, making her follow him until she became the aggressor. He took a step backward, and she followed. Another step and another. The bed blocked his way. Gunnar took over the kiss again, moving smoothly around until the bed was behind her. Then he pulled back and allowed the towel to drop to the floor. She glanced down. He used the moment of distraction to grab the hem of her sleep shirt and lift it up and over her head, but he didn't remove it entirely. The fabric tangled up her hands, and he used her off-balance position to carry her down to the sheets. "Kinda right." He kissed her, soft and sweet, hoping he could tempt her into sin deep enough to forget all protests and promises to stay in her own room. "I need you," he whispered. She hummed a positive sound, and her body relaxed in his hold. The relief that surged through him made him dizzy. Slowly, he slid both hands under her back and lifted her higher onto the bed. He crouched over her, kissing her while his hands began working her pajama pants down her hips. Her neck, an elegant curve that tempted him to learn it with his lips and tongue, drew him down to her collarbone. He nipped her there, then sucked the small wound until she squirmed. He swept her pajamas off, discovering her wearing only a plain white thong. The scrap of fabric was the sexiest thing he'd ever seen. He stared at it, wanting to tear it away, rip it into shreds, but she made a sound and said, "Is this a good idea?" He smiled as he looked her over, all spread out for him to feast on. "It's the best damn idea I've ever had." Her breathing sped up, causing her breasts to shimmy. When she tried to bring her bound hands down, he pounced, trapping her wrists on the bed above her head. He leaned down and kissed her soft, succulent belly, which made her giggle, so he kissed her there again. Her laughter was champagne in his blood. His route upward was circuitous and took a long time. So long that she began to beg in a continuous litany, "Please, please, suck them, bite them." She tried to arch her back, lift her breasts higher, but he held her down. Still, who was he to refuse a lady's request? He explored her generous breasts, fascinated with how sensitive they were. Every place he touched with his lips or tongue wound her tighter and tighter. She made the sexiest sounds. Finally, he sucked one tight nipple into his mouth, pulling hard, and she damn near came off the bed. He couldn't wait, not another second. He had to be inside her, had to feel in the most basic of ways connected to her. He moved to the edge of the bed so he could grab the condoms he'd shoved into his go-bag. It had been wishful thinking, or so he thought. He got a condom on and returned to suckle and nip at her delicious breasts. He waited until her gaze was glassy with pleasure and her body shaking with the need to orgasm before he pressed one leg up high and wide, then entered her with one smooth, hard thrust. She sucked in a deep breath and detonated. He sealed her mouth with his, stealing her scream of pleasure all for himself. He wanted more, wanted every sound, shake and shiver. Her pleasure fed the dark place inside him, calmed the rage, and it felt so fucking good he just wanted to watch her climax over and over. Gunner set a fast, hard pace guaranteed to drive them both to the edge of sanity. Joy watched him with dilated eyes, her arms stretched above her head, her hands tangled and fisted in her sleep shirt. She curled her free leg around his hip to kick at his butt. "Harder," she said, her voice a low whisper. "Give it to me." Hearing those words coming out of her mouth was fucking hot. He gave her what she asked for, using one thumb to circle and press her clit, while he let go of his control and took her hard. This time when she came, he came with her, the climax rolling over him, detonating a pleasure bomb inside him. He came down from the highs slowly, his body finally relaxing in a way he hadn't been able to since the incident at the brewery. Sex was an even better medicine than laughter. Gunner took in Joy's sleepy, satisfied expression. Nah, not sex in general. Sex with her. She smiled at him. "Are you going to untie me?" "Will you run if I do?" He meant to ask the question with a playful tone, but when she raised an eyebrow, realized he sounded a little too serious. So he leaned down to kiss her plush mouth. "I'd give chase." "Depends," she said, wiggling her arms and her hips. He liked this playful joy. "On whether or not you catch and release." "I'm too hungry," he said, kissing her again. "I'd rather dive in for seconds." She laughed. "Where did this punny guy come from?" "Shh," Gunner said. "Don't scare him away. He's a bit of a hermit, but with a fishing so good." She nudged him with her tangled-up hands, laughing. It took him a minute to pull her shirt loose. She'd managed to twist it up a lot more thoroughly than he had. He left the bed to dispose of the condom, and when he came back, she'd put her pajamas back on. "I'd better go," she said, her hair mussed in the skin of her face and neck, showing the faint blush of whisker burns. "Stay." The word was out of his mouth before he could think of all the reasons why it was a bad idea. She stared at him. "And if someone from the CDC knocks on my door and I don't answer?" "I'll tell them you went in search of more coffee. Then you can sneak back to your room." She covered her face with both hands. "No one is going to believe that." "We both had a rough day, so not getting to sleep easily would be expected. I'll make up a bed on that tiny sofa over there, and we'll say I slept there." She pulled her hands away and glanced at the sofa. Yeah, it was barely big enough for two people to sit. Joy didn't say anything, but she did get back into his bed. He got in and spooned up to her back, draping one arm around her waist and thrusting one thigh between her legs. He wanted to feel as much of her as he could, needed that contact to keep the darkness at bay. The scent of her hair and the feel of her body as she took in steady breaths lulled him into the comforting darkness of sleep. Joy let herself doze for a while, waiting until Gunnar was deeply asleep before she carefully freed herself from the full body hold he had on her. He looked so nice and normal while asleep. No trace of the usual sardonic expression on his face or hint of the mental battle he'd fought only hours ago. He'd witnessed the death of his wife 3 years ago, and the sound of it had etched a permanent hole in his soul. A sound Joy had made when she shot that idiot today. How could he want her after that? The man deserved someone soft, caring, and gentle. She was hard thanks to the crucible that was the army. Only with an innocent could she be gentle. She just didn't run into too many people who weren't guilty of one sin or other. After a search for the envelope containing her set of keys, she found it on the floor next to the bed and went back to her own room. She lay down but didn't feel the least bit sleepy now. Her bed was too large, too cold, and too damned empty. Maybe she should have risked being discovered if it meant a good night's sleep. Her alarm blaring out in order to wake up had her sitting up in surprise. She'd slept for a solid 4 hours if her phone was telling the truth about the time. A swipe of her finger silenced the noise. Today was going to be a busy day. The door to her room opened. No knock, no hello. Joy stood and in one motion grabbed the pen and pad of paper the hotel provided off the side table and threw them at the intruder. Gunnar whacked the pen out of the air just before the paper hit his chest. He frowned at her. "Good morning to you too, sunshine." She glared at him. "You didn't knock or say anything." He smiled at her with his teeth. "So I should be glad you didn't shoot me or something?" "Yes, you should." He glanced around the room. "Where is your gun?" She nodded at the closet. "In the room safe." He came all the way inside and let the door close. He was dressed for work. Joy took in his unhappy expression and crossed arms. "What?" "You left." He sounded confused and cranky. Damn it, she should have set her alarm earlier. She headed for the bathroom. "I did." He got in her way. "Why?" His question stopped her mid-stride. Why? All the reasons ticked through her head one after the other. One, if someone hurt Gunnar, she wouldn't shoot the bastard in the leg, she'd kill them. Given her reaction yesterday to shooting someone, doing so might kill her in all the ways that counted. Two, if any of these law enforcement types had found them together, they'd look down their noses at her for being easy. Three, he'd witnessed the death of his wife up close. She'd been working with him in a dangerous situation as his partner, just like Joy was now. He might seem okay with it for the moment, but when the crisis was over, she didn't think he would stay okay. And it wasn't exactly something she could bring up without hurting him even more. "Oh, I don't know," she said. "I like my job and want to keep it. Our jobs are in no danger. Fraternization isn't against any rules in the task force." Fraternization? He made it sound like their being together was nothing more than simple convenience. "It might not be against the rules, but did you see Dozer's face when he teased us about the possibility? Credibility and respect, that's what we'll lose." "What do you think Dozer is going to do, watch the security tapes for the hallways?" Gunnar asked. "He doesn't have time for that." Really? She hadn't had nearly enough sleep to find her way through arguments standing on shaky rational ground. "How do you know? That could be something he always does when lots of people are working on a case or whatever this is." She pulled a clean set of work clothes out of her go bag and went into the bathroom. It was very satisfying to shut the door in Gunnar's face. "Joy," he said loud enough for her to hear him through the door. "We're not done talking about this." She yanked the door open and said, "Yes, we are, because it's not going to happen again." This time, when she closed the bathroom door, she locked it. "What the fuck does that mean?" he asked, as if he had every right to be irritated with her. She jerked the door open again and got right in his face. "It means exactly how it sounds. I'm not going to sleep with you again." "You didn't sleep with me last night." He lowered his head so they were nose to nose. "You left." "I was trying to save both our reputations," she hissed at him. Then maybe I need to quit, because having you in my arms, sleeping without the constant nightmares, is worth more than any job." Her mouth dropped open. You can't mean that." His response sounded like a growl. "I mean every word." How was she supposed to deal with this? He sounded crazy. Someone knocked on the door. Gunnar looked through the peephole. "Son of a bitch," he muttered, then opened the door wide. Agent Dozer looked at Gunnar's face, then hers, and asked, "Not a good time? Is there ever a good time for you Homeland agents to show up anywhere?" Gunnar asked at his grumpiest. He pushed past Dozer. "Didn't sleep well?" Dozer asked. Joy turned a narrow-eyed gaze on him. "I slept fine. He," she angled her thumb at Gunnar's room, "is the one who didn't." "Maybe he's picky about the mattress." She glared at the agent. "Have you read his file?" Dozer lost the slight smile and nodded. "Then you know he's not picky about the mattress." She closed the door in his face, took a step toward the bathroom, stopped, turned, and opened the door again. Dozer hadn't moved yet. Good. "Stop trying to be my best friend or his best friend or whatever you think you're doing. We've both been through some serious shit. We know each other. We don't know you. Not well enough. Stop tap-dancing all over our buttons." As she spoke, Dozer's eyebrows rose until they were fully deployed. He didn't say anything for a moment, then said, "That's fair." He tilted his head to one side. "In the interest of staying away from buttons, are you two good? I could hear your argument in the hallway." Gunnar's door opened and he stepped out to snarl. "We're fine. We weren't that loud. Were you standing right outside her door?" He glanced at Joy, and his tone was perfectly polite when he said, "I'm ready when you are." Joy ignored him to smile at Dozer. "See? Just fine." She shut the door on both men. Chapter 16. Tuesday, 5:23 a.m. Gunnar glared at the door, then glared at Dozer. It was his fault Joy left last night. He'd put the specter of someone watching them and reporting them in her head. "What do you want?" Dozer's lips twitched before he coughed into his hand. "Short briefing on what we've uncovered while you were sleeping." It looked like he was going to keep talking, so Gunnar went ahead and shut that down. "Wait until Joy's out." He paused, lowered his voice, and said, "If it concerns the investigation, she needs to be present if at all possible." Dozer rocked back on his feet a little. Sorry, I should have thought of that." "Yes, you should have." Gunnar went back inside his room and shut the door on the smug bastard. It was better than what he wanted to do, which was tell the irritating bastard to fuck off. That would be a one-way ticket into a rubber room. Gunnar already had that psychologist watching him for the warning signs of losing his shit. Anything that uncooperative would get him off the case and active duty, and result in a new partner being assigned to Joy. She'd repeatedly said she didn't want to break in another partner. She hated the get-to-know-you stage, said it was too much work, so he'd better not screw up. That thought had him relaxing for the first time since he'd woken up to find himself alone. Holy fuck, was he that needy? What he really needed was to pull his head out of his ass before Joy or Dozer questioned why his behavior had gone from jerk to asshole in the space of a few hours. Stop being a big baby. Gunnar grabbed his go-bag, then went to the door to find Dozer leaning against the wall between his room and Joy's. "I assume we need to vacate our rooms?" he asked the other man in a perfectly reasonable tone. "Don't know where we'll be tonight, so yeah," Dozer said, as if he hung out in hotel hallways every other day. Gunnar grunted, did one more check around the room, then picked up his stuff to wait in the hall. Both men studied each other. Gunnar wondered what the other man was looking for on his face. "You good to go?" Dozer asked, in a quiet voice and with a pleasant expression. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be? Yesterday turned out to be a shit show with you having to tackle that moron wearing the vest and Joy putting a bullet in him only a couple of feet from you." The polite smile was gone now, replaced by serious concern. Gunnar shrugged. The agent could fish all he wanted to. This fish wasn't biting. The vest was fake and Joy's an excellent shot. The door behind Dozer opened and Joy stepped out. She paused when she saw them. "You guys waiting for me, or are you trying to stare holes into each other's head?" "Waiting," Dozer and he said at the same time. She rolled her eyes. "It's too early for macho bullshit." She headed for the elevator with her go-bag. "I need coffee." Gunner followed with Dozer bringing up the rear. They got in the elevator and got off on the main floor. The breakfast room was open and the smell of coffee woke up his stomach. All three got food and coffee, then found a table in one corner. "You two are eating like this is your last meal," Dozer said, watching them with raised eyebrows. "And you expect someone will try to take it away?" Gunner stopped mid-chew to stare at the agent. Joy chuckled, but it didn't sound all that happy. Old habits die hard. She went back to eating with single-minded focus. "Habits?" Dozer asked. "Lack of food, time, and safety forces a body to develop certain habits," Gunner explained. "When there's food, you eat it because you never know when you could be called to an emergency, attacked by artillery, or have your next meal blown up by assholes." "This is the United States," Dozer said, sounding insulted. "Not some third-world country at war with itself." Joy put down her fork. If people were more aware of what's going on around them, some terrorist attacks and mass shootings might be prevented. She finished her coffee. "We aren't immune to violence. Most people just don't expect it. They figure it happens to other people, never them, until it does." Dozer shook his head. "You two are depressing." "Thanks," Gunner said. He glanced around, but there were only a couple other people in the breakfast area, neither close enough to overhear them. "How about giving us that report?" Dozer also looked around before saying, "When the computer guy tried to reconstruct the files, the entire system shut down." He pressed his lips together tightly. "They're still working on it. In the meantime, we're working with the shipping department at the brewery. They're giving us some useful info, but only for the last few days. Where earlier kegs went." He shrugged. "They don't remember specifics." "What do they remember?" "Spring break is only days away. A lot of hotels, restaurants, and bars started ordering extra stock a few weeks ago. Frank Creek had done some kind of push in New Orleans for his craft beer. The shipping people said they remember a number of kegs going out to the city in the last couple of weeks." "What about other cities?" "Shipments went out to at least 10 other cities in southeastern states." Gunner and Joy exchanged horrified expressions. "How are we—" Joy began. "Homeland, the CDC, and the FBI have combined resources," Dozer interrupted. "We've put out a recall on all Frank Creek beer, and we're organizing teams to track down every barrel and bottle, but—" "But?" Gunner asked. "After you two crashed, a team of CDC investigators discovered that not every keg tested positive. In fact, more than half of the kegs only tested positive around the taps, but the beer inside tested negative for E. coli." "Doesn't change our response," Joy told him. "We still have to find every drop of that beer and destroy it." "Find anything interesting in Mike's cell phone?" Gunner asked. "What wasn't there was more interesting than what was," Dozer said. "His texting history was completely empty and showing no messages sent, ever. He'd also managed to uninstall a bunch of apps, but hadn't gotten to them all before your altercation with him began. He'd have only done that if he knew we were coming. Or guessed a visit from law enforcement wouldn't be long in arriving," Dozer said. "But he hadn't gotten it all, which means we got lucky." "How so?" Joy asked. "Mike was taking a trip to New Orleans. His itinerary, hotel info, and a meeting in his calendar all seemed to say he was going there on legitimate business." "I'm hearing another but," Joy said. "His brother says he has no idea Mike was planning a trip and that it wouldn't have been for the brewery if he did go." "A disgruntled younger brother devises a plan to destroy the family business." Joy shook her head. "Sounds like the plot on a daytime soap opera. This guy didn't come up with this on his own." "Agreed," Dozer said. "We're looking at all his social media accounts to see if we can identify who might have been involved." "What about our would-be suicide vest participant?" Gunner asked. "Any connections between him, Mike, and unknown persons?" "We're working that angle, too." Dozer's cell phone buzzed, and he pulled it out to look at it. 6 months ago, Mike rented a storage unit not far from here. He glanced at them. "Feel like a field trip?" "Thought you'd never ask," Gunner said. Now that he had some food and caffeine in his system, he was more than ready to go. He was ready to kick some idiot ass. "I need you suited up," Dozer said to them as they walked out of the hotel. Joy gave Gunner an irritated look. "Is he aware that we're aware of how to do our jobs?" "I blame lack of sleep," Gunner said. He turned to Dozer, who was giving them both the evil eye, and asked, "How much sleep did you get?" Dozer shook his head and muttered, "This is all I need, a couple of comedians." He got into his car, started the engine, but didn't drive off. Gunnar and Joy went into the back of their van, put on their ugly orange clean suits, and waved at Dozer to let him know they'd follow him. As they left the parking lot, Joy turned to Gunnar and asked, "What was up between you and Dozer?" "He did a mental health check on me, something I'm rapidly losing patience for." Joy frowned. "He's not going to be the only one. I don't mind when a trained psychologist does it, that's their job. But any armchair Freuds who tried today can go fuck themselves." She snorted. "I say go for it. Anyone who knows you knows that's normal for you. I'd worry if you were suddenly nice." She glanced at him as he drove. "That's all he did? A mental health check?" "We didn't have time to slap each other with gauntlets," he said, making an effort at the last moment to lessen the sarcasm in his voice. "Or decide on the details for our duel." "You don't like him?" He shrugged. "Don't know him well enough for an opinion." "Uh-huh." She most definitely didn't believe him, but all she said was, "I heard he's got a thing for Rodriguez." "I thought she was married." "No, her husband died a couple of years ago of lung cancer." "Why do I need to know this?" "If Dozer's mental health assessments get annoying," she said, a smile in her voice, "do one on him." That was a dreadful idea. He loved it. "Suddenly I feel much better." He drove the rest of the way to the storage facility, humming a happy tune under his breath. Just as they arrived, pulling in behind Dozer's SUV while he went in and served the attendant with a search warrant, Joy said quietly, "Last night I made a mistake." Her words triggered an ice age inside Gunnar's gut. Hadn't they already talked about this? Unless she decided she didn't want the work and worry of a relationship. "I'm sorry you think so." Sorry? Sorry? He'd been glad she came to him. He'd thought they both needed the physical safety of the team, but now he had to force himself to look at her. "Don't worry, I won't bother you again." "Bother? What?" she asked. "That's not what I meant." He cut her off with a gesture, a horizontal slice through the air. Dozer was walking toward them. Gunnar rolled down the window. "Found it?" "Yep, follow me." He headed for his vehicle. "Gunnar, I think you misunderstood. Was your mistake leaving or staying with me as long as you did?" he demanded. When she flinched, he had his answer. She turned her body away, shutting him out, and that was a brutal kick to his gut. She was tougher than this. He'd seen her handle armed, angry men with grace and still be kind to anxious parents. He wanted to demand to know what was wrong with her. Their arrival at one end of a row of storage units forced him to put all of that aside. He'd figure out later what the fuck she was thinking, because something wasn't right. They both got out of the van, grabbed their collection cases, and followed Dozer down the row of storage units. About halfway down, the agent stopped and punched a code on the door lock. After a couple of seconds, he pulled his gun out of its shoulder holster. Then he bent down in preparation of throwing up the overhead door to the unit. A horrible scent tickled Gunnar's nose. "Stop." Dozer paused in a crouch. "What?" "Do you smell that?" Gunnar asked. Dozer inhaled, let go of the door, and stepped back. "Rotting meat. Definitely something dead in there," Joy said. "But there's something else, too." "What could be worse than a dead butt?" Dozer's face twisted with disgust. "Shit. So far, this whole day was shit. We need to isolate this door unit from the surrounding area before we open that door," Gunnar said. "We don't know what's inside. Could be an airborne pathogen." "Who do we have to call in for that?" Dozer asked. "And how much time will it take?" "We've got everything we need to isolate the unit in the van," Gunnar said. He headed back to the van to get the supplies they'd need to seal it off from the rest of the world. At least the doorway, anyway. Joy answered Dozer's question and was still trying to explain why E. coli didn't become airborne in most cases when he returned. Gunnar and Joy taped heavy-duty plastic around the doorway, then over a collapsible rigid frame that provided a do-it-yourself airlock. Handing Dozer a standard surgical mask and a pair of gloves, Gunnar donned his own mask and gloves, then moved into position to open the door. Dozer stood to one side, his gun out, ready to fire if anything came at them from inside the unit. Not much chance of that. Something was very dead in there. Joy turned on a high-powered flashlight and aimed it at the door. Gunnar turned the handle and lifted. The smell went from bad to horrible in an instant. "Take in air through your mouth, not your nose," Joy told him. "You'll get used to it eventually." Jesus Christ, why would anyone want to get used to it? Dozer managed to gasp out, but in a few seconds he was able to stop coughing. As the door rolled slowly upward, Joy kept her flashlight on the opening as it grew larger and larger. Nothing appeared on the floor behind the door, but as more and more of the space was revealed, a puddle of some kind of slick, oily liquid reflected light back at them. An upright metal appliance surfaced out of the dark, followed by a counter, also metal. Below that, a body, face down. Joy's flashlight paused on the body, and Gunnar studied the corpse. "From what I can see, time of death was a few days ago at least," he said, "but not more than a couple of weeks." "How can you tell that from all the way over here?" Dozer asked. 3 years in Syria. After a building was bombed, it would sometimes take 2 or 3 weeks to reach the bodies buried under debris. The images and scents of the dead, at varying states of decay, had been forever imprinted in his brain. "You helped in rescue efforts?" Dozer asked. Sometimes helping to find even one person alive was a necessary and needed morale booster. He glanced at Joy and nodded once to tell her she could continue the visual examination of the unit. She obliged, but there wasn't much more to see. Next to the counter, in the corner, was a beer keg. The company labeled on it clearly visible: Frank Creek. Chapter 17. Tuesday, 10:43 a.m. Well, wasn't this nice? Joy stared at the body and the beer and wanted to strangle Mike Creek all over again. She was confident the dead guy in the storage unit would be happy to help her, if he weren't dead. "Is there a light switch?" Dozer asked. Gunnar reached in and searched the wall. A moment later, light banished darkness from the small space. Dozer holstered his gun. "What is this, some low-budget evil villain lab?" "If it is," Joy said as she put her flashlight away, "they didn't know what they were doing." She ventured inside far enough to look at the front of the large appliance. "I think this is an incubator." Both men were staring at her. She was hyperventilating. Hardly a moment had gone by when something else got draped over her shoulders, dragging her down into a deep, dark hole. Joy closed her eyes and focused on slowing down her breathing. When she was certain she could deal with the world again, she opened her eyes. Dozer looked around with exaggerated deliberateness. "What the fuck happened in here?" Joy sucked in a breath through her mouth and focused on her surroundings. Now that the lights were on, she could see that there were a number of petri dishes in the incubator with what looked like bacterial cultures growing on them. A small microscope sat on the counter along with an open notebook. "Free America from Oppression" was written in the margin, the words intertwined with pretty flowers. Flowers? Joy pressed his lips together, indignation burning off some of the panicked pecking at her thinking processes. Her heart rate slowed as she found her mental footing again. Fucking flowers. "Looks like someone decided to play mad scientist," Gunnar said, looking at the beer keg. He glanced at the body. "And failed." Joy pointed at the notebook. "FAFO." "Yes," Dozer said, picking up the notebook. "Finally." He tucked the notebook into an interior pocket of his suit jacket. "Have we seen enough?" Joy asked. "I'd like to call this in." Both men nodded, though they continued their visual examination of the space. She exited the unit and walked down the accessway toward their vehicles. She disposed of her gloves, adding them to the contents of their biohazard container, then took out her phone and called Rodriguez. As she listened to Rodriguez telling her to look for evidence of what Mike Creek might have done with the contaminated beer, Joy noticed a man walking toward the unit from the opposite end of the accessway. His street clothes told her he wasn't law enforcement or CDC. He saw her, hesitated, and turned to look behind him. He wore a backpack. From the way it hung low and pulled at his shoulders, whatever was in it was heavy. He looked at her again, and even from this distance she could see the fear on his face. A bitter taste filled her mouth, and her stomach twisted into a tight, terrified knot. "Suicide bomber," she whispered to herself. "What?" Rodriguez asked. "Are you talking about the one who wore the fake vest yesterday?" "I think," she said as she opened her protective coveralls to pull her gun out of the holster tucked into the small of her back. "There's one walking toward the storage unit right now." She crouched down and set her cell phone on the cement of the accessway, Rodriguez yelling her name. Joy tucked her gun behind her leg as she strode toward the unit where Gunnar and Dozer were still working and raised her left hand in a greeting. "Hi, good morning," she said loudly. "Do you have a storage unit in this row, too?" All sound from the open unit ceased. Good. They'd picked up her warning. The approaching man didn't say anything, didn't slow down, didn't react in any way. Only years of training kept her stride steady. "You might have noticed my protective coveralls," she said, pointing at herself with her left hand. "I'm afraid there's been a fatality and this part of the storage yard is about to be cordoned off. You'll have to return at a later time." The man stopped about 5 feet from the open storage unit and reached with one hand for the strap of his backpack. Her right hand came up with her weapon. "Don't move, sir. Stay where you are." He hesitated, but a second later he continued to slowly shrug out of his backpack. "Stop," she commanded. He set the backpack on the cement against the metal wall of the row of units. He turned, moving slowly, and took a step back in the direction he'd arrived from. Dozer appeared in the doorway of the storage unit, his gun in his hands. "Don't move." The man froze in profile, his chest rising and falling in an uneven, too-large rhythm that matched the shaking of his hands. Dozer pulled out a set of handcuffs and took a step toward him. The man made a high-pitched, terrified noise and broke into a run. Dozer chased after him. There was only one reason the owner of that backpack would cut and run. Doom wrapped icy hands around Joy's throat, and she had to work hard to clear it, to voice the warning, fighting to get out. "Gunner, bomb!" She sucked in another frantic breath and added more volume. "Bomb!" She ran toward the storage unit, but had only taken a few steps when Gunner came out of it in a sprint. She had to put on the brakes, turn around, and run the other way. By that time, he'd caught up to her, grabbed her by the arm, and tugged her with him. They reached the end of the aisle and turned left to put metal walls between them and the bomb. Something loud and large turned gravity off, throwing them into the air for one long second. A moment later, gravity grabbed them and yanked them back to earth with punishing force. Joy's chin struck the cement hard enough to snap her teeth together and rattle her brain. Her hand slammed into the concrete and skidded a few inches, leaving skin and blood behind. Her ears only registered endless white noise. As fast as the concussive sound and force arrived, it was gone, leaving a strangely empty silence in its wake. She struggled to draw air into her lungs and finally managed it after a couple of tries. Next to her, Gunner looked slightly confused, but without the usual irritation mixed in. He seemed to have trouble taking in air, too, but coughed after a couple of seconds, then took in several deep breaths. They were alive. On the heels of that thought came another less happy one. Dozer. She looked back, expecting to see the neat row of metal storage units. Not a well-ordered line now. The explosion had blasted through metal like it was the icing on a cake, depositing bits and pieces of the surrounding units and their contents in a large circle around them. Slivers of metal covered both Gunner and her, and a strange gray smoke rose from the ruins of the facility. It hovered in the air, carrying an acrid smell that irritated her nose so badly it refused any and all air. She was forced to breathe through her mouth and still found that acerbic scent so strong her throat partially closed. Some kind of chemical? What the hell had been in that bomb, or in the unit? She blinked. Where were Dozer and the bomber? Joy rolled to one side and, ignoring the pain from her abused palms, pushed up to her hands and her knees. After a moment, she rose to a standing position and looked out over the destruction. It wasn't as bad as she first thought. The blast seemed mostly confined to the 2 rows of units that bordered the explosion. Closer to the epicenter of the detonation, however, units in the nearest rows had also been damaged. Still no sign of Dozer or the man who'd brought the bomb. She returned to ask Gunner for his thoughts on the lung-burning chemical in the air, but he was still on the ground. It took a moment for her to fully process the reason why. A large piece of metal had impaled itself in his left leg. He was frowning at his leg like he wasn't sure it was his. "Gunner?" she asked, trying to get his attention. "Gunner?" He looked up and finally focused on her face. "My cell phone is broken." He sucked in a breath, then coughed. When he spoke again, his voice sounded strained. Pain or the chemical. "I think I landed on it. Call for an ambulance, the bomb squad, and a biohazard team." "Right. EMS." Damn it, she'd left her phone on the ground. It took her a few seconds to find it underneath all the debris. The screen was cracked, but it worked. The connection between the phone and her boss had been severed at some point. She called Rodriguez back and told her what they needed while she ran to the van and pulled out the first aid kit and 3 particle masks. After promising she'd call back as soon as she had something new to report, Joy set the supplies down next to Gunner. He put on one of the masks. "Find Dozer," he ordered, shooing her away as he opened the kit and took out a large bandage. "Go." She slipped on her own mask, grabbed the last one, and went. It was difficult moving once she got to within 20 feet of the explosion. With so many scattered, jagged metal edges, she had to place her feet carefully to avoid stabbing herself with something. The smell got worse and worse the closer she got, even through the mask. She advanced as quickly as she could. A foot, shoe still attached, became visible under the debris. A men's black dress shoe. Dozer. If she started moving debris, flinging it any which way, she might make any injuries he had worse. She retreated to where the air was less contaminated by whatever chemical had fouled the atmosphere. "Dozer?" called Gunner. "He's buried," she replied, coughing. "I need a better mask. There's some kind of chemical in the air that's irritating my lungs." "We've got charcoal filters in the van," he told her. She found them in the container with the particle masks and quickly switched out the filters. The first police car reached the entrance of the storage facility. Until rescue personnel arrived with breathing equipment equal or better than what she had, they wouldn't be any help in digging Dozer out. "How bad is your leg?" she shouted through the mask. "It went through the muscle. A few stitches and I'll be fine." She almost laughed. She'd heard that before from soldiers who later regretted the rush to get back into action. "I'll handle the incoming EMS," he continued. "Get Dozer out of there." "Yes, sir," she said with a snappy salute. He growled, but didn't otherwise respond. Funny how that growl made her feel better, like the world was working the way it should. She picked her way back to Dozer. After looking at the way he was covered from several different angles, she decided she could dig him out without knocking more stuff onto him. The wreckage on the top was a large tin wall panel. She cautiously lifted it, checked beneath to see how the wreckage below was piled up. It looked clear, so she shifted it until it was in no danger of disturbing anything below it. Joy repeated the process for every piece of mangled metal. "Ma'am," a man shouted from somewhere close to Gunner. "Please stop what you're doing and come over here." A cop with his gun out. It wasn't pointed at her yet. "There's at least one man under all this debris," she called. The mask muffled her words and she tried to yell louder. "He's very likely injured and in need of medical attention." "I understand, ma'am, but that's for the paramedics to deal with." "He can't wait for the paramedics." "Ma'am," the cop said, his tone hard, "I need you over here right now." That sounded odd. What for? He lifted his hands, pointing the gun at her. "Now." "What the fuck?" "You think I caused this?" she asked. "Are you fucking insane?" Gunner shouted at the officer. "We're with the CDC." "Sir, until your identity is confirmed, I have to treat you as a suspect in whatever happened here." "Check my ID, then," Gunner snarled. "Check the van, call this in, but don't get in the way of my partner, who's a trauma nurse, from rescuing a Homeland Security agent." "Homeland?" the cop asked, lowering his weapon a few inches. "Is this a terrorist attack?" "We don't know, but we just served a warrant and are investigating several suspicious deaths." The cop didn't answer, but he did drop his gun a few more inches. Joy turned back and resumed removing all the crud off of Dozer. She cleared the last piece and swallowed a mouthful of terror. There was a lot of blood on the ground beneath him. "We need an ambulance yesterday," she yelled, but the sound was blunted by the mask and the police officer didn't move. She strode toward Gunner, carefully keep her gaze focused on him rather than the cop. The officer seemed young, inexperienced, and altogether too happy to point his weapon at her. As she got closer to him, Gunner asked, "Joy?" "I need the first aid kit," she explained. "Will you be okay if I take it?" "Yes," he said without hesitation. "Go, take care of our man." There was a note to his voice that lent her a measure of calm and control. Confidence, conviction, certainty. It centered and grounded her. So much so that when she straightened with the supplies in her hands, she slid into the eye of the battlefield storm. Her heart rate slowed and the world came into sharper focus. Whatever came next, she'd deal with it. Joy turned to the young officer and said, "Is your nose irritated?" He recoiled. "How did you—" "It bothered us as well. Possibly some kind of chemical spill as a result of the explosion. EMS personnel need to have a particle mask at the minimum. She pointed to hers. Or something with its own O2. We've got a man down, so medical is a priority. She paused to give him time to ask questions, but he just looked at her with wide eyes. Got it? She asked. His response was to bend over and retch. Chapter 18. Tuesday, 11:16 a.m. Gunnar watched the police officer get sick. The chemical in the air was showing all the signs of being dangerous. Great. The only help to show up so far is now out of commission. Joy, he barked. Go. She glanced at him, nodded, and picked her way through the debris back to Dozer. She'd recovered from the shock of the blast and had donned her army attitude. He was relieved, something he'd never tell her, because she'd never let him forget it. When she slid into army mode, she could handle an erupting volcano with cool determination. He put his hands under himself and pushed up to stand on his uninjured leg. The world spun and his stomach lurched. To counteract his body's reaction, he bent over and breathed evenly, doubly grateful for the particle mask until his head cleared. It only took a few seconds, and the cop was still dry heaving when Gunnar started hopping toward him. His leg throbbed and blood dripped off the bandage he tied around the piece of metal sticking out of his calf. Stupid to pull it out now without any medical support. A couple of fire trucks, an ambulance, and more police cars roared through the facility's gate. They came to a stop about the same time as Gunnar arrived at the officer's side. Move back out of the area, Gunnar ordered the man. Your reaction isn't going to stop until you do. The cop, holding his stomach, moaned and began backing up blindly. A couple of firemen approached, and Gunnar put up his hand palm out. We've got some kind of chemical spill. You're going to need breathing equipment. Who's that? One of the firemen asked, pointing at Joy. Joy Ashiro, trauma nurse and CDC infectious disease specialist. She's triaging a Homeland Security agent. Sir, the other fireman said, you're bleeding. Please sit down. A crowd of EMS and law enforcement headed toward Joy and him. Gunnar opened his mouth to shout at them, but another dizzy spell hit him, and he found himself sitting on the concrete instead. The first fireman had everyone crowded around him in a horseshoe while he explained about the need for breathing and biohazard equipment. Gunnar glanced at the spot in the wreckage where he'd last seen Joy, but she wasn't visible. In fact, he couldn't see her anywhere. Had she been injured and didn't realize it? Thanks to adrenaline, people could function for several minutes up to as much as an hour with an injury and not know it. Dizziness threatened to throw him flat on his face, and he fought the surge of panic. She wasn't hurt. She was looking for Dozer. She wasn't lying in a pool of her own blood, a bullet wound between her eyes. He lifted his head to look. Why did it weigh so much? And saw her moving a large piece of debris. No big blood stain on her coveralls. She bent over and disappeared from view. He closed his eyes and sagged, barely staying in a seated position. Joy was fine. Sir? Two paramedics were crouched on either side of him, wearing gloves and masks that were only one step up from a surgical mask. When had they arrived? Sir, one of them said again, can you tell us what happened? Gunnar focused on the paramedic's masked face and summarized the last hour. The two EMS examined his leg and the piece of metal embedded in it. They agreed to leave it alone and let the ER doc remove it. We're going to transport you to the hospital now. Joy wasn't in sight. He didn't want to leave the scene of this disaster without her, but she was doing the right thing, sticking with Dozer. She'd be able to direct his rescue and the subsequent investigation and cleanup of the site. On the other hand, she had no backup. Where was his phone? He could request help. Damn it, it was broken. Gunnar. He turned in the direction of the voice that barked his name. A tall man wearing an identical set of coveralls as his own walked up to where Gunnar lay on the gurney. Both paramedics took a step back. Were they afraid of the outfit or the military-grade rifle Lyle Smoke carried? The ex-Special Forces soldier held it with a casualness that told anyone looking at him he knew how to use the weapon. The first time Gunnar had met the man, he'd been beat up, shot and covered in blood and sand. His only concern had been for the nurse he'd been tasked to keep safe. That concern had turned the man into a ticking time bomb. Had she died, Smoke might have followed her. Smoke, Gunner said. "What assignment did they pull you off of?" The big man shrugged, but otherwise didn't answer. He looked around, his gaze missing nothing. "Joy?" "She's with Dozer," Gunner said with a chin lift that direction. "He was too close to the blast." Smoke took a step that way. "Wait," Gunner said. "The guy who dropped the bomb was only a few feet in front of Dozer when it went off. He's still got to be under all that crap." "Armed?" Smoke asked. "No idea. He looked fucking terrified." The ex-soldier's face was cold and hard, and when he smiled at Gunner, the two paramedics took a couple more steps back. He might not be alone. A media helicopter flew in and hovered over them, a vulture waiting for prey to be revealed. Nosy assholes. Gunner hated the press when they pulled this shit. Or someone could be watching. Smoke glanced at the big, ugly bird in the air, then strode into the blast zone. Gut twisting into a tight ball at having to leave Joy, Gunner glanced at the paramedics. "Time to go." Joy better take care of herself, or she'd have to answer to him. The hospital's ER was busy, no surprise there. What was a surprise were the two security guards who appeared to be stationed right outside his curtained cubicle. Finally, after about an hour, the ER doc came in. "Who are you and what happened?" he asked. "Dr. Gunnar Anderson, CDC Outbreak Task Force," Gunnar said with a tight smile. It was the best he could manage. The pain had gradually gotten worse. "Explosion." The other doctor blinked. "Huh, the staff said you were some kind of terrorist." "Nope." "Okay," the doctor said with a sigh. "Give me a couple minutes to get another pair of hands in here." He looked at the piece of metal sticking out of Gunner's calf. "Hopefully you won't need surgery." Gunner thought the couple of minutes was going to be more like 20, but the doctor was back in short order and the piece of metal was removed. The doc stitched up his leg, satisfied that the stab wound wasn't a complicated one, and told Gunner to stay off of it for a few days. Like hell he would. After he was released, he borrowed a cell phone and called Rodriguez again. Joy and Dozer were anticipated to arrive at the hospital shortly, but Dozer's condition was uncertain. "I want a doctor I know and trust to evaluate him." Rodriguez's voice was hoarse, high, and horrified. He'd never heard her speak so emotionally before. "What aren't you telling me?" She made a noise, surprised, resigned. "Until we know the full scope of this incident, I don't want him left on his own in such a public place." "You're afraid someone will attack him here?" "Yes. No." She made a frustrated growl. "I don't know. Just look after him for me, please." She hung up. Gunner stared at the borrowed phone. What had gotten into her? Could Joy be right about those two? Movement in the area immediately next to his curtained cubicle grabbed his attention. He glanced at the visible floor space under the curtain. Several people wearing steel-toed boots and one person wearing paper shoe covers over a pair of battered combat boots were moving a patient from a rolling gurney to a stationary one. He knew those boots, those feet. Relief cascaded through him, sweeping away every ache and pain in his body. Gunner pulled the curtain aside. Joy had her back to him, but he'd know her covered in burlap and rolled into a rug. She was focused on the person on the gurney. Dozer. "Joy, how is he?" She turned, her eyes wide, and let out a relieved breath. "He's unconscious, been in and out. It looks like a concussion." She looked at Gunner's leg, taking in the blood and bandages. "Your leg?" "Some stitches and antibiotics, that's it." He nodded at Dozer. "Any compression fractures?" "Won't know until he's had some x-rays. His vitals are good." "What about the bomber?" "Couldn't find him." That was a surprise. Smoke couldn't find him? Oh, Smoke found evidence of him. Some blood on the ground, but he must have slipped away while we were distracted by the blast. I'd hate to be that guy when Smoke catches up to him. Because the ex-Army Special Forces soldier would find him. After you were taken to the hospital, more CDC people arrived. The explosion has destroyed or contaminated everything that was in the storage unit. Damn it. We're going to have to do this the hard way. Which way is that? Checking out every grocery store, bar, and restaurant the brewery deals with until we find all the contaminated beer kegs. That could take days, even weeks. It could. Someone groaned and Dozer's arm rose, then fell again. "Dozer?" Gunner asked, joining Joy next to the agent's gurney. "What?" Dozer asked, his eyes open enough for Gunnar to tell they were bloodshot. "What day is it?" He didn't answer for several long seconds. "Is this a trick question?" He was certainly thinking like an agent. His concussion hadn't completely scrambled his brain. "It's always a trick question." "Dr. Grumpy," Dozer said. "No flirting today. I have a headache." "I hate to say this, but the flirting is going to happen," Gunnar said. "Dr. Rodriguez gave me explicit instructions to get to second base with you. Reporting that you argued with me doesn't count toward cognitive awareness." "It should. Only a brain-damaged person would agree with you." "I concur." Gunnar shut up and waited. "Second base, my ass." A pause, then Dozer grumbled. "It's Tuesday, asshole." "That's close enough." Gunnar checked his pupils and studied the early bruises beginning to form on Dozer's chest. Definitely a chest x-ray to check those ribs, but otherwise. "Try and stay out of trouble," Gunnar told him. "We've got to get back at it." "Wait," Dozer frowned. "The bomber didn't look that old, college age. In El Paso, all the terrorists but one were students under 24. That is a coincidence no one is going to like. Chapter 19. Tuesday, 11:56 a.m. Joy couldn't stop looking at Gunnar's injured leg. The last time she'd seen it, a piece of metal had been lodged in it, as if it had been thrown like a javelin. Now it was wrapped up in a large bandage, and the idiot man was standing on it. Okay, he wasn't putting any weight on it, but he was vertical rather than horizontal, so gravity was going to do its best to keep it bleeding. Dozer, who should be getting his head examined for real, was still talking about the El Paso case. None of it was helping them catch whoever else was involved in this mess or track down the contaminated beer. Gunnar's last comment finally settled into her head. Wait, are we dealing with terrorists or a cult? Which group of people in our population are the easiest to influence with peer pressure, grand ideologies, and the promise of committing violence without retribution? College-age students, the perfect age group to recruit from. We need to look for the recruiter. In El Paso, it was a fourth-generation American psychopath, Dozer said, who's in custody and won't be getting out any time soon. I'm not seeing the connection between El Paso, Utah, and what's going on here in Atlanta, Joy said. There's only one obvious connection, Dozer said, his tone grim. The use of bacteria and viruses as weapons. Has Homeland been able to trace the darknet source of the pathogens? Gunnar asked. The short answer is no. Whoever it is has some serious hacker skills. Every time we think we've isolated the correct IP address, it turns out to be another false trail. Shit, Joy said with feeling. We need to catch the kid who dropped the bomb. He probably won't know much, Gunnar said. He was cannon fodder. Every little bit helps, Dozer said, his voice tight with pain. Even a small detail could break the case wide open. River walked around the curtain, looking at all three of them, and shook his head. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't put you all on medical leave. My injuries are superficial, Joy said with a rueful smile. The limp isn't going to slow me down much, Gunnar said. You need me for my brain, not my track and field skills. River rolled his eyes. Same as what he said. Dozer angled a thumb at Gunnar. Dozer, you're not working until the medical staff clear you. River turned to look at Gunnar and Joy. You two can continue. He didn't look happy about that. We're still really short on teams at the moment, but if your health goes south, call for assistance. We'll pull someone from the lab or office to help. He made eye contact with each of them. Got it? Gunnar gave him a single nod. Joy said, Yes, sir. You outranked me in the army, Joy, River said, his lips puckered up like he'd tasted something really sour. You outrank me now, she told him, not bothering to hide her smile. Now you know how I feel, Gunnar said to River. She does it to me all the time. Keep in touch, River said to Gunnar and Joy. He turned to Dozer. I'm going to have a chat with your doctor. Don't go anywhere. He disappeared. Why is everyone treating me like I'm stupid? Dozer asked, no one in particular. Gunnar avoided the question by saying, Cooperate with the staff and watch your six. Likewise. Dozer's gaze moved to rest on Joy's face. Thanks for digging me out. I owe you. Just get better fast." Joy and Gunnar headed for the exit. He had an odd expression on his face, like he had something bitter in his mouth, but he couldn't spit it out. After a moment, he said conversationally, "Dozer's cognitive ability seems as sharp as ever. He's fine." "I hope he stays fine," Joy said, "or Rodriguez will kill us." "There isn't anything going on between them," Gunnar said, sounding uncertain. "Rodriguez is too by the book." "No," Joy agreed. "Not yet, anyway. I have the feeling Dozer might want to change that." She glanced at Gunnar's bandaged leg. "Speaking of staying fine," she pointed at his wound, "what are we going to do about you?" Gunnar crossed his arms over his chest. "I've been examined and treated. Have you been checked out?" "One of the paramedics looked at me on our way here." She scowled at him. "Nice try on the change of subject." She looked at his leg. "The injury wasn't as bad as it looked." "That statement isn't as reassuring as you think it is." Her cell phone rang. Joy checked it. "It's Rodriguez," she answered. "Joy Ashiro. I want you both in my office in 20 minutes. She hung up. Once inside their vehicle, Gunnar turned to her and said much too carefully, "I want to understand something." Her stomach dropped. "Here it comes." "Okay. Why, when you realized that kid dropped a bomb, did you run toward it?" The words came out of his mouth faster and faster as the sentence went along, as if powered by some invisible accelerant. Fear. Fear had propelled every step she'd taken to get to Gunnar before the bomb did. "I was trying to make sure you and Dozer got out before the bomb went off." "You had to stop, turn around, and start running again," he growled. "You put yourself in danger for no reason." "I had 2 reasons," she argued. "You and Dozer. Dozer was chasing that little shit." "Fine, just you then." "No," he said, cutting the air with one hand in a flat, horizontal motion. "No one is dying for me again." There was a long pause where the only sound was their ragged breathing. "Again?" Joy asked carefully. "My wife," he managed to force out from between clenched teeth, "died because she saw the shooter and got between me and him. The bullet that killed her should have hit me instead." "Fuck," Joy said softly, but with feeling, a couple of moments later. "I can't. If you—" His voice rose to a squeak and his face got red. He seemed to be having trouble breathing. Finally, he sucked in a breath. "Don't make me survive that again." His voice sounded old, used, broken. "Please." "Fuck," she repeated, then gave herself time to think while he composed himself before realizing there was only one thing she could say. "Okay." They made it back to CDC headquarters with no time to change or make themselves presentable. The look on Rodriguez's face when they arrived at her office would have been funny if every muscle Joy had didn't ache so much. Rodriguez stared at them like they'd just been caught cutting up bodies. Gunnar cleared his throat and opened his mouth, but Rodriguez spoke first. "If you say it's not as bad as it looks, you're both fired." Gunnar closed his mouth. Joy had to fight the hysterical laughter that bubbled up. Their boss got to her feet and came around her desk to examine them. She shook her head. "River said you two looked rough, but why shouldn't I take you off this case?" "Continuity," Gunnar said after a moment. "We know what's happened and we know when, where, and what to look for. Assigning anyone else would mean bringing them up to speed, something you don't believe you have time for, or you wouldn't ask us to provide an excuse to keep us on the case." "No one likes a smart-ass," Rodriguez told him. He didn't respond. Rodriguez looked at Joy. "What about you?" "Ma'am, I'm invested in this investigation. I want to see it through." Rodriguez studied her for another moment, then sighed. "Get cleaned up." She returned to sit behind her desk. "You have 15 minutes, then you're going to the airport and getting on a plane to New Orleans." "You found something?" Gunnar asked. "Homeland's tech guys reconstructed a text conversation between Mike Creek and a craft beer store in New Orleans. They brought in several kegs of the contaminated beer. We've asked them to stop selling them, but a few have already been sold." "Do they have records?" Joy asked. "Only partial records. Some of the kegs were bought with cash. Some of those transactions were made with a fake ID and contact information." Her face told Joy just how stupid she thought the people at the beer store were. So whoever bought them might be planning to serve to minors or keep the keg or whatever stupid shit they've dreamed up, Joy said, more to herself than anyone else. If we've got several kegs out in the wild, Gunnar asked, why haven't we had an outbreak in New Orleans? Spring break starts tomorrow, Joy said slowly. Whoever has them might be saving them for the big party. Local law enforcement in New Orleans is searching for the kegs, but with the influx of college-aged partiers, I don't want to count on them to find the beer alone. Rodriguez's face fell and she looked exhausted. I wouldn't send you two out given your injury, Gunnar, but I've had 3 outbreak calls for help in the last 24 hours, all of them out of the country. Outbreaks? Joy asked. Where? Gunnar asked at the same time. Call around a couple of the Caribbean islands that got hit with hurricanes last year, tuberculosis in Tibet, and a new Ebola outbreak in Sierra Leone. With Dozer out of action for the moment, who will we be working with from Homeland? Gunnar asked. Agents from their local office in New Orleans and the FBI. Rodriguez fixed Gunnar with a hard stare. I expect you to be polite with everyone. He smiled, showing his teeth. Rodriguez sighed, then looked at Joy. Do your best to keep him contained. Yes, ma'am, he's not as fast as usual, so maybe I'll have more luck with that. She gave Joy a flat stare that didn't bother her in the slightest. Go. They grabbed another set of go bags, cleaned up, which meant a shower for Joy, and met at their office before leaving the building. She wasn't sure if Gunnar showered or gave himself a sponge bath, but his hair was wet and he looked as normal as a man could get after getting blown up. Who was she to complain? She was covered in bruises and scrapes, and her entire body felt like King Kong had thrown her around like a baseball. He was still limping, but no worse than before. She grabbed additional first aid supplies and shoved some in both their bags. She was probably going to be the one who changed his dressings anyway. As they waited for a taxi to pick them up, he studied her. You look terrible. Gee, thanks, she said sweetly. You look worse than terrible. Actually, you look like 2 tigers play tug-of-war with your leg. I didn't mean... He blew out a breath and muttered. So much for being polite, idiot. She raised an eyebrow. Pain makes me short-tempered. So does dealing with morons, assholes, and terrorists. That pretty much covers everyone, doesn't it? He paused. No, he said, like he was really thinking about it. Not everyone. His gaze slid over to rest on her. Part of her ate that warm gaze up like candy. He was a man with more than a few bruises on his heart, but he was good. He might be grumpy, but it hit a man who had, give everything to save the innocent. Another part wanted to run like hell. She'd cared for people before, then lost them. Some to a sniper's bullet or an IED, others to addictions or suicide. She hadn't cared for any of them half as much as she felt for Gunnar. If she lost him for any reason, the damage would be equivalent to a gunshot to the heart. No chance of survival. Just the possibility etched acid-laced wounds onto her soul. It burned and froze and hurt. And hurt. She pulled out her phone and began going through news reports on the outbreak and providing Gunnar with a synopsis of each one until they boarded the plane. Their flight wasn't a long one, but they both slept. As soon as they landed and took their phones off airplane mode, text from Rodriguez rolled in. The death toll had risen, as had the number of people in the hospital with worsening symptoms. She would send help just as soon as it became available. Their task had gone from urgent to critical. No pressure, she said to Gunnar after she finished reading the messages. None at all. You wanted a challenge, didn't you? He asked. Yeah, but one of this magnitude wasn't what I had in mind. There was a uniformed police officer and 2 men in suits waiting for them as they entered the airport. She and Gunnar approached them. CDC? The cop asked. Dr. Gunnar Anderson and Joy Ashiro, Gunnar said, holding out his hand to the officer. McDougal, the cop said, shaking his hand. I'm Agent Scott Raleigh from Homeland Security, the taller of the 2 men in suits said. I'm from the FBI, the other man said. Agent Bill Kettner. Everyone shook hands. Gunnar looked around the busy terminal. Is there somewhere we can talk? Yes, sir, McDougal said. This way. He led them to an unmarked door. Inside was a small conference-style room with a table and 6 chairs, but little else. Tell us what you know, Gunnar said to the 3 men. We don't want to repeat information if we don't have to. McDougal went first. He mentioned the recall, but aside from the brand of beer, didn't know any more than that. The two agents knew more, but seemed uncertain what their roles were supposed to be. Were they supposed to help track down the sick and get them into isolation? Was it all a Frank Creek's beer that was contaminated and had to be confiscated? Or was the recall on a specific product? Joy winced at how poor the lines of communication were between agencies. Gunner explained that it was only one of the Creek's brand of beers and that they were hoping an in-person visit might facilitate the gain of more information. Both the Homeland and the FBI agents wore sour expressions when he was done. "That's what all this is about? A few kegs of bad beer you need found?" Raleigh asked. Kettner leaned forward. "I was told this was a high-priority case with the potential for hundreds of victims. I'm not seeing the emergency here." "All it takes is one glass of beer," Joy said, looking from one to the other. Why did they look so irritated? And with the number of young people coming into the city, the infection rate could be quite high. "So what if they get the runs?" Kettner said with a condescending smile on his face. "Isn't this E. coli something everyone has in their gut?" "Our little problem bacteria isn't good enough for you?" Gunner asked pleasantly. "A dozen people dead, not a high enough body count? Perhaps you believe there are more important threats in need of your attention." He dropped the nice voice. "Perhaps you need to pull your head out of your ass." Kettner's expression didn't change much, but something around his eyes said he was dangerously angry. Joy glanced at Raleigh and found the man wearing a slightly confused expression. "What isn't adding up, Homeland?" she asked. 12 dead. Yes, and another 40 in the hospital." "I was told 2. He looked at Kettner. "What was in your brief?" 2. The rage had ebbed, but it wasn't all gone. "When did the number go up?" "Our boss sent us those numbers while we were in the air. It's probably higher than 12 by now," Joy said. "Unfortunately." "What happened to you?" Raleigh asked, for the first time looking completely engaged in the conversation and looking Gunner over with a critical eye. "Why are you limping?" "You weren't told about what happened during the investigation of a storage unit?" Joy asked. "One of Homeland Security's agents was injured trying to stop the detonation of a bomb." "Somehow," Kettner said between his teeth, "we seem to have missed out on a great deal of information." "You weren't told about the bombing?" "I should have been," Raleigh said with a determined expression that didn't bode well for anyone who might have left him out of the loop. "What about you?" Gunner asked the FBI agent. "Where are you getting your information from?" "Some from official channels, some from multiple confidential informants." "What does that mean, confidential informants?" Gunner asked. "Outside opinions with no stake in the problem." He hesitated, then finished his sentence. "Trusted, objective opinions." Chapter 20. Tuesday, 12:18 p.m. "And what are these sources saying?" Gunner asked, managing to keep his tone level only with great effort. "The CDC hasn't responded well to this outbreak, too slowly and with not enough information provided to its law enforcement partners." Kettner's grim smile made it clear he considered himself one of those partners. "There are a lot of theories being circulated on social media, along with graphic pictures and stories of dead college students with their pants down." Raleigh shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "I'm afraid I've seen some of those pictures." He shook his head. "It isn't helping the situation any." "The fact that the CDC sent only 2 investigators—" Kettner let his sentence dangle. Gunner opened his mouth to tell Kettner and Raleigh exactly what he thought of them and their opinions regarding the CDC, but Joy bumped his shoulder with hers. "Right. Keep it polite." Gunner closed his mouth without making a sound. Joy said, "The problem with your sources and the information they're providing you is that it's not accurate. If they're getting it anywhere but the CDC directly, it's nothing more than hearsay or conjecture. You might only see 2 of us at a location, but we're connected to the entire CDC infrastructure with access to real-time results, reports, and communication with other investigators." She explained the 2 strains of E. coli they discovered along with the dangers they faced, because the only cure was experimental at best. Both men seemed to struggle with what she told them, their expressions unhappy, disgusted, and reluctant. "We need you," Joy told them. "The risk to public health is high." "We've got to get the beer kegs off shelves and out of the hands of the public before every hospital in New Orleans is overrun by sick college students," Gunner added. "We need to track down one purchaser who seems to have a less than accurate inventory. They don't seem to know where all the kegs they sold have gone." "Got a name?" McDougal asked. "Bitters Sweet." Gunner gave him the address. "It's just outside of the French Quarter. Lots of bars and restaurants in the area." "Can you take us there?" McDougal smiled at them. "My car is this way." He gestured at the door. Raleigh and Kettner were looking at their phones, checking for updates. "Are you coming?" Joy asked them. Gunner would have been fine with leaving them behind despite what Rodriguez said about them being useful. Raleigh looked up, met their gazes, and said, "The death count is up to 15 now." Kettner's head jerked up. He stared at Raleigh. "What? When?" "Just now. It's not public yet, but you—" Raleigh put his phone away and regarded Gunner with a sardonic twist of his lips. "You're priority number one." "Fuck," Kettner said under his breath. He stared at nothing for a long moment before giving both Gunner and Joy a long look that promised and threatened at the same time. "I'm in. Let's get this done." Gunner didn't move except to point at each of the three men. "You don't go anywhere without wearing a mask or touching anything without gloves on. Joy and I will provide you with both, understood?" All three men nodded. They left the terminal. He and Joy were given their choice of escort, but Gunner wanted to ride with McDougal. He was the local, a cop who'd spent time on the streets, who would most likely know the back alleys, back doors, and back lots in the city. He'd recognize normal from abnormal. "Sir, I hope you don't mind me saying," McDougal began as he drove, "but you don't look like you should be on that leg." Gunner glanced down, expecting to see blood on his pant leg. Nothing. "I don't need to sprint to do my job." "Did that happen in the explosion you mentioned earlier?" The young officer sounded worried. "Thank you for your concern," Gunner said in an even tone, "but I've had worse and kept operating for hours." McDougal nodded jerkily. "Yes, sir." He swallowed and darted a nervous look at Gunner's face. "Sorry, sir, were you in the military?" Another person calling him sir. What had he done to deserve this? "No." McDougal's hands clutched the steering wheel so tight his knuckles were white. What had him so nervous? Gunner reviewed what he'd said and realized what had made the officer edgy. "I spent some time in Syria with Doctors Without Borders." He winced at how normal that sounded, like you just covered for someone on vacation at their neighborhood clinic. Joy was in the military, even did a stint in combat rescue. That never failed to impress, especially since she looked so small and delicate. "Yeah?" McDougal asked. "It's not as glamorous as the movies and TV shows make it look," she said from the back seat. 80% of the time you're sitting on your hands waiting. We used to come up with new card games just to keep ourselves from getting too bored." "No time for that in New Orleans," McDougal said. "Someone is always doing something stupid, usually several someones, and with all the tourists, well, we have to be on top of it." "Huh, I never thought about the tourist issue," Joy said from the back seat. "It makes New Orleans a particularly attractive city to anyone trying to start an outbreak." Joy's words dumped ice water down Gunner's spine. She said slowly, "Newly infected people have time to get on a plane and go home before symptoms begin." Gunner finished her thought. Spreading the disease all over the country or other countries. No one said anything for a few moments. "You two are scary," McDougal said finally. Gunner had to agree with him. What's scary is how fast this infection could spread. It's usually transmitted when you don't wash your hands after going to the bathroom or after cooking with contaminated meat, Joy answered. They arrived at the address of the beer store, but there weren't any lights on inside, and the door was locked. Raleigh and Kettner joined them on the sidewalk. "We're going to need a warrant," Gunner said. "Can we get one at this time of night?" "I received it about 2 minutes ago," Raleigh said, raising his cell phone and wiggling it. "I've got a Halligan bar in my trunk," McDougal said. He retrieved the long, lethal-looking tool and thrust the pick end between the door and the door jamb. He leaned his weight against the other end, and the door opened with a pop. Raleigh and Kettner drew their weapons, while McDougal set the tool on the ground and also drew his weapon. "Wait," Gunner said. "Gloves and masks, gentlemen. You need them." Joy handed them out to everyone, then they went inside the store. Someone found the light switch and turned it on. The room was lined with waist-high counters covered in beer kegs. A cash register computer sat at the back of the space. No signs, no price tags. It looked unfinished, temporary. Joy examined one of the kegs, then a second and a third. Nothing from Frank Creek so far. Along the back wall in one corner of the room was a closed door. Raleigh stood in front of it but glanced at the rest of them before turning the knob and opening it. The smell of advanced decomposition was enough to knock everyone back a couple of steps. "Shit," Kettner said. "How many dead bodies are we going to find?" "Only one way to find out." Joy took a step toward the door, but Gunner held her back. "Let them clear it first." She stopped and glanced expectantly at the other men. None of them looked excited about getting any closer to whatever was causing the smell, but Kettner took the point position and moved through the doorway and into a dark hallway. Joy felt along the wall and found another light switch. She flipped it. The hallway was empty. 10 feet farther on, there was a closed door. No markings on it. The smell grew stronger with every step. Kettner coughed, then knocked on the door and said loudly, "FBI executing a search warrant." No response. He turned the knob and pushed the door open. The smell of decomposition intensified, but it wasn't any worse than any other enclosed space containing the dead that Gunner had experienced. He glanced at Joy. She shook her head once and went around Kettner and into the dark room. A light came on. "Too late again." Joy's voice reached out and pulled him into the room. She didn't sound particularly worried, more irritated than anything else. Gunner limped around the door frame to stand behind her. Not one body, but two. Both lay on the floor face down next to each other. What was left of their faces, anyway? He'd seen this tableau many times in Syria. Government forces weren't interested in keeping prisoners alive. After they'd been questioned, they were too much work and consumed too much food and water. They were shot from behind through the base of their spines. Raleigh stepped through the next door, took in the bodies, then pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Joy met Gunner's gaze. "Okay, I'm starting to be a believer in the terrorist theory. Are we sure it wasn't a robbery?" She slanted a look at him. "This isn't a random shooting." She gestured at the bodies. "They've been executed. We have to be sure." "He's right," Raleigh said, covering his phone with his palm. "It's probably related to our case, but we also need to eliminate any other possible motives for these murders." He turned to McDougal. "You done? We need forensics and the coroner." "Yeah," he said, his face pasty white. "I'll just make those calls." He disappeared. Kettner entered the room, then walked around Gunner and Joy to look at the two bodies. "Men, I'd guess late 20s to mid-30s. He looked at Gunner. "Any idea how long they've been dead?" "At least 2 days. He gave the two bodies another quick visual examination. "Probably not much more than that." He glanced at Joy. "What do you think?" "Yeah, but visual indicators are a poor way to determine time of death. When will forensics get here? We need to search this place for the kegs." "At least 30 minutes. He put his phone away. "We can still search for evidence." "You spent time in the Army too, Dr. Anderson?" Kettner asked. Normally Gunner would correct the man, tell him to use his first name. Not with this guy. This guy was too concerned with a pecking order. He needed clear boundaries. "No, I was a volunteer physician in Syria." "Dangerous work." Kettner's voice took on a sharp edge. "In a deadly part of the world." Gunner wasn't sure what he heard in the agent's voice. Admiration, speculation, apprehension. He'd neither earned nor deserved any of it. "I was lucky. My wife wasn't." Kettner's eyes widened briefly in surprise as he lifted his hands in surrender. "My apologies." Yet there was an edge of calculation in his posture and expression. What kind of math was this guy doing in his head? Gunner's gut told him it was going to add up to trouble for someone. Chapter 21. Tuesday, 8:34 p.m. Joy watched Kettner's facial expression and body language change from suspicious to apologetic to speculative. He tried to hide it, but the tightness around his eyes told her he was processing everything he was learning about her and Gunner, and it wasn't matching the information he'd been given before meeting them. Just who were these confidential sources he'd mentioned earlier? She glanced at Gunner. "Shall I take samples?" "Not until the forensic people have done their work, but the kegs at the front of the store, yes. On it." Joy left them and brought her collection case with her. She just finished the second keg when a number of police cars and other vehicles arrived with lights flashing. Once forensics cleared the room, Gunnar came out and told her she could take samples from the dead. They both came back positive for E. coli. "Does that mean they would have died anyway?" Kettner asked. "No," Gunnar answered. "Some people recover from the infection, but it does mean they were in direct contact with a contaminated beer." He looked at her. "Any of the kegs in the front of the store positive?" "Yes, sir," she said. "The outside of all of them." Raleigh swore. "But they're not all Frank Kraft beer." "It might just mean that whoever handled them got E. coli from one of the contaminated kegs all over everything else." Gunnar looked at McDougal, Raleigh, and Kettner. "Can we search their computer system, find out who they sold their beer to?" The three men traded looks. McDougal spoke first. "It's okay with me as long as you don't copy or delete anything." "Do it," Raleigh said. "Go," Kettner said, like he had the authority to give them permission all on his own. The computer was password protected, so Kettner made a call, and a couple of tech guys were coming to hack it and see what was sold to whom. It might take 5 minutes or 5 hours, and that was time they didn't have. The muscles in Joy's jaw, already aching from tension, tightened until her head began to pound. The two bodies still had their wallets in their pockets, though no cell phones, and were identified as the store owner, manager, and an employee. "We know we have contaminated beer floating around out there," Raleigh said while the FBI techs worked with the computer and the coroner bagged the bodies and removed them one at a time. "But until we get some sales info, we're stuck." "Not necessarily," Gunnar said, looking thoughtful. "The store manager and employee were executed. Why? Could they have known something someone else didn't want them talking about?" Joy asked. Gunnar shrugged. "We're waiting anyway. Might as well investigate the last 2 people who saw or handled those kegs before they were sold. Let's take a tour of the manager's residence." McDougal nodded, guided them out of his SUV. Once they were in, he pulled away from the curb. "What do we know about the manager's home?" Joy asked. "Does it have the space to store specimens?" Gunnar looked at her in surprise. "I hadn't considered that. It's an apartment, but that doesn't mean anything." He shifted in his seat, stretching out his injured leg. "How's your leg?" she asked. "Pain any worse?" He didn't answer out loud, but the expression on his face, when he turned to look at her, gave the answer anyway. "I don't have any of the good drugs with me," she told him. He scowled at her. "It's not bad enough for drugs." She leaned forward. "Lift your pant leg." He did, snarling under his breath. There was a blood stain on the white bandage, about 2 to 3 inches around. There wouldn't be anything if he'd taken himself off this case and rested, but it also could have been a lot larger. He swore, and she studied him. His color was off a little, but he wasn't sweating. "Pain level?" An emotion flashed across his face, frustration maybe, before he smoothed it over. 3. Before she could ask, he continued speaking. "I have a painkiller if I need one." He leaned toward her an inch. "And I promise to take it if I need it." She allowed a small smile to tilt her lips up. "Thank you. You're too important to this investigation for me to allow you to jeopardize your health." When he narrowed his eyes at her, she knew he got the subtext of her comment. "Take care of yourself or I will, and you might not like how I do that." "Yes, mother hen." She clucked at him, but leaned back in her seat and faced forward. McDougal choked and muffled a laugh. Her phone pinged. So did Gunnar's. She pulled hers out and found a message from Rodriguez. The first one was a simple text message. "Death toll is now at 17 with another 39 on life support. Antibiotics aren't recommended. 2 patients died after receiving antibiotics, which killed off their normal bacteria, giving the pathogenic E. coli the freedom to spread faster." Ah, shit. "We're attempting an experimental transplant with a few of the very sick but stable patients. We'll keep you informed." Gunnar whispered. "Fuck." "How long does it take the transplant to do some good?" Joy asked him. "A couple of weeks, though some people say they feel better almost right away. But it's not an exact science. It's, shit." Gunnar didn't have to say anything else. Those people didn't have that kind of time. Time. Her mind turned the word over and over in her head. How are these 2 E. coli strains doing so much damage to the people who are infected with them so quickly? She glanced at him and discovered she had his complete attention. It's like the bacteria had been given a turbo engine. I don't know. He touched his fingers to his cell phone screen. But it's a damn good question. He put the phone to his ear. She listened as he asked whoever answered his call if speed of infection and death indicated a new serotype, or another reason for the change in the progression of disease. Gunnar ended the call and looked at her. Henry's working to figure it out, but this kind of investigation can take months. I doubt if he'll have any information in time to make a difference right now. Damn it. The only way to stop this is to find the beer, Gunnar said, determination adding a growl to his voice. She loved hearing that growl. It sent a shiver up her spine and put her back in bed with him, mutual pleasure their only goal. It took effort to keep her breathing even, her expression bland. Okay. They just eliminated all courses of action but one. That certainly simplifies our priorities. Yay, Gunnar said, his tone anything but celebratory. You two sound like an old married couple, McDougal said. She and Gunnar turned to stare at the police officer. Work wife, Gunnar said. Work husband, Joy said at the same time. McDougal laughed. Raleigh parked next to McDougal's vehicle outside the apartment building. There was no sign of Kettner. Raleigh saw them looking around. Kettner had to return to his office. He'll catch up to us as soon as he can. Raleigh buzzed the building manager, and the man met them at the door. After a quick scan of the warrant, the manager took them to the beer store manager's apartment and unlocked the door. Joy handed Raleigh and McDougal each a pair of gloves to put on. They drew their weapons, and McDougal opened the door, pushing it open, then standing back, so Raleigh could enter quickly and quietly. McDougal followed. Joy stood with her own weapon out in case they needed backup, while the two men went from room to room. The bedroom is clear, Raleigh announced. McDougal's voice sounded like someone was choking him. There's a dead body in the bathroom. Gunnar and Raleigh beelined it for the bathroom. Joy didn't follow. 3 large men and their attendant testosterone would be more than enough to overcrowd the average apartment bathroom. Add a dead body and the result could very well be the same as throwing in a lit stick of dynamite. Something was going to blow up. The apartment looked absolutely ordinary. Sofa, reclining chair, large screen TV, a gaming system, and other electronics were crammed into a long, low TV stand. A small 4-seater dining table with 4 chairs sat close to an open kitchen area. There were a few dirty dishes in the sink, but not enough to complain about. If the store manager was involved, the kitchen and the bathroom were the 2 most likely places where they might find evidence of the bacteria. With that in mind, Joy opened the fridge. Normal, boring contents. She opened the freezer to find nothing out of the ordinary either. She gave the contents of the fridge another study. The milk was outdated by a week. Joy frowned and picked up the carton. It rattled. The kiss of adrenaline shot through her system, and she backed out of the fridge and stepped over to the nearest counter. I found something, she said loud enough for the men talking over each other in the bathroom to hear her. Chapter 22. Tuesday, 10:26 p.m. Gunnar left the bathroom before Joy finished her sentence. He knew that tone. It was a warning and a call for help all at once. She stood stiffly next to the fridge with a milk carton in both hands, but there wasn't any panic in her eyes. Concern and determination lifted her chin, and in her gaze he saw satisfaction. Finally, some good news. He held out his hand and she gave him the milk carton like she was handing over a smoking gun. He looked inside, then tilted the carton one way, then the other. Several petri dishes containing some kind of viscous liquid. Not a label in sight. Amateurs, he said, closing the carton and turning to Raleigh, who'd followed him out and looked extremely curious. It looks like whoever put this in the fridge was trying to keep some bacterial cultures alive. They've got the fridge part right. How long could these be kept like this and have the bacteria still viable? Raleigh asked. 3 or 4 weeks at the most, but given there's no evidence of anyone who knew what they were doing here, that's probably an overly optimistic length of time. We need another forensic team in here and the coroner, Raleigh said, pulling out his phone. Finding dead bodies everywhere we go is getting old really fast. We need to get in front of these people. Homeland Security does have Mike Creek in custody, Gunnar said. Have your colleagues gotten any useful information out of him? Not so far. Raleigh frowned and paused in the act of inputting the numbers for a phone call. Nothing he says makes sense. Disgust curled Raleigh's lip, and he keeps laughing and giggling to himself. So everything he does say is suspect. Yeah, I suppose. And I thought Mikey was dumb, Gunner said. Raleigh nodded. I'll give the Atlanta office a call after I talk to forensics and the coroner, see if they've learned anything new. If not, I'll suggest changing their questioning strategy. He walked back to the bathroom as he began speaking to whomever he called. I'll take some samples from what's in here, Joy said, taking the carton from Gunner and looking inside it. The faster we get this to the lab, the better. She stood next to him, her body angled toward his. I trust you, her body said to him, and he felt himself respond, emotionally, physically. Desire simmered in the back of his head and low in his gut. Instead of trying to shut it down, he left it alone, letting it support him with a bit more energy. Good work, he said to her. Despite not getting enough sleep and too many bruises, she was attentive and thorough, tougher than anyone else he'd ever met. Admiration warmed him from the inside out. He was fucking proud to be her partner, to be her friend, and they were more than just friends. They were good together, in bed and out. She was funny and didn't take any of his shit. He flat out liked her. He'd lost Sandy in a nightmare of sand and blood, a nightmare that had plagued him ever since, unless he was sleeping with Joy. Something his conscience told him had to stop unless he wanted more than just cuddling privileges, more than the comfort of sex with someone who was safe. Did he want her to demand more? She met his gaze, startled for a moment, then a smile crinkled the corners of her eyes. It's a group effort. Such a small thing, that smile, yet it filled that cold, empty place Sandy's death had left him inside with warmth and belonging. Joy turned and began carefully removing all the items from the carton. Gunner gave himself a mental shake, then went to the fridge, opening and searching every container, sealed or otherwise. Nothing. He began searching the freezer and came across a foil-wrapped square with meatloaf written in black marker on the side. It didn't weigh much, maybe a couple of ounces at most. He unwrapped the tin foil and opened a plastic container. Inside was a loose paper towel ball. He removed it and cautiously tugged it apart. A USB stick. Yes. It looked undamaged, but moisture from the freezer could have gotten inside and corrupted the information. Only one way to find out if this stick and their case was connected. He slipped the stick inside his collection kit, then put the paper towel back into the container and returned it to the freezer. Don't touch it. The order came from the bathroom, and it grabbed hold of Gunner's lungs with cold hands. He turned to see Raleigh and McDougal backing slowly and carefully out of the bathroom. What's wrong? The cupboard under the sink, McDougal began. Has some kind of incubator in it, Raleigh finished, with wires sticking out of the door. He spoke into his radio asking for the bomb squad and more units to help evacuate the building. Ice settled into Gunner's airway, constricting his ability to breathe, but there wasn't time to worry about it. They had to get out. Now. Behind him, Joy swore and began tossing everything she had laid out on the kitchen table into her collection kit. No time, Gunner ordered, grabbing her elbow with one hand and his kit with the other. She shrugged him off. It's evidence, we need it. She grabbed her kit, leaving behind the majority of the contents of the milk carton on the table. Gunner ushered her to the door. Raleigh and McDougal were right behind them. McDougal was explaining to someone on his radio what he saw in the bathroom, while Raleigh was on his phone doing the same. As soon as they were out of the apartment, McDougal peeled off, pounding on the neighbor's door, announcing he was police and that the building needed to be evacuated. Raleigh did the same across the hall. Gunner dragged Joy toward the stairwell. 60 seconds, Joy wailed. That's all I needed. We don't even know if there's really a bomb. I recognize the body, Gunner told her as they ran rapid fire down the stairs. It was the kid from the storage locker. Joy looked like she wanted to hit something, wanted to wrap her hands around the throats of the people responsible for all this death and destruction. She held on to her kit with white-knuckled hands. Damn it, she said, her voice vibrating with frustration. Why are there always fucking stupid people? A red fire alarm stood out against the off-white paint of the walls. He pulled it. The clang of the alarm did nothing to hide Joy's continuing response to his news. "It makes no sense, none. Was he shot?" "Couldn't see any obvious wound, but there was a lot of blood underneath him. He didn't stink either." He herded her all the way out of the building and across the street. A number of other people from inside the building followed them as multiple sirens filled the air. People looked at them, but no one tried to ask them anything. Maybe it was the Tyvek coveralls or the CDC initials printed on their backs, but the rest of the growing crowd of evacuees gave them a few feet of empty space between themselves and Gunnar and Joy. A fire truck pulled up outside the building. Gunnar and Joy strode over to talk to the first fireman they saw. "Possible bomb in the building," Gunnar told him. "There are 2 law enforcement officers inside trying to clear everyone out." He had to repeat himself a few times as police, an ambulance, and finally the bomb squad arrived. 3 men in bulky police uniforms and helmets got out of the bomb squad truck, followed by a 4th man, someone Gunnar hadn't expected to see. All 3 officers wore the same dangerous, closed-off expression. All 3 looked around in the same order, stopping at Joy and Gunnar. The CDC coveralls weren't a normal sight at a possible bomb threat location. They were so similar in expression, size, and features they could be triplets. The 4th man stood to one side, staying out of everyone's way. A man who shouldn't be here. Dozer. Raleigh and McDougal emerged from the apartment building and headed toward them when Gunnar waved at them. Raleigh gave the bomb squad a detailed report, ending with a description of the incubator. All 3 of them conferred with each other and another member of their team before the first bomb squad triplet announced, "Detonating it in place is the safest option. A door like that could open by accident." "Dangerous," the second one said. "Dumb," the third one added at the same time. "What do you guys need to get it done?" Raleigh asked. The triplets gestured for Raleigh and Dozer to join them in a close formation, where they lowered their voices so no one could hear them. Joy glanced at Gunnar, frowned, and moved closer. She leaned in to say quietly, "There's blood on the pavement. I think it's from your leg." He glanced down. His leg didn't feel any worse. He would have noticed if the stitches pulled, wouldn't he? "Can I get you to check it out when we have 5 minutes?" "Sure," she said in a take-no-prisoners tone. "But if it keeps bleeding, I'm not going to want to wait for the first 5-minute window. I'm going to tackle you, sit on you, and hold you down until it's been checked." He loved it when she got all snarly with him. "That's fair." She glared. "I'm serious." "So am I. I'd do the same to you if our situations were reversed." She harumphed just as Raleigh's huddle with the triplets and Dozer broke up. Raleigh spoke with Dozer for another minute while the bomb squad trio headed for their van. Then Raleigh got into his SUV and drove off, leaving Dozer behind. "What are you doing here?" Gunnar asked him. "You can't be cleared for duty." "I'm observing," he said, rolling his eyes. "That's all I'm allowed to do. Raleigh is taking off to check out a lead from our cyber team. They found an address here in New Orleans that might be connected to the darknet purchase of bioweapons." "I can't believe Rodriguez allowed you to come back to work at all, not so soon after the explosion," she said, giving him a once-over. "She wasn't happy about it, but she needs every pair of hands she can get, so she gave me permission to observe, advise, and report on this situation." "Really, Mr. Control Freak?" she asked him. "You agreed to that?" He gave her a brilliant smile. "Of course." "Right." She looked at Gunnar. "He's all yours. Have fun." "Gee," Gunnar said in a fake whine. "You give me all the best presents, milk cartons full of mystery bacteria, suspects, and Homeland Security agents." A brilliant but false smile bloomed on her face. "Merry Christmas." The bomb squad began issuing orders to the public with a megaphone, instructing them to move away. 2 entire city blocks. The added distance was in case any of the unknown biologicals were capable of surviving the blast and becoming airborne. Gunnar and Joy checked with the squad to ensure all of the men going into the building with explosives were aware of the possible pathogens sitting in petri dishes on the table. Knocking them over and spilling whatever it was on them or their equipment was something to avoid. It took a couple of hours for the explosives to be placed and all the buildings immediately adjacent to the apartment building to be evacuated. When the explosives were detonated, the blast still knocked people off their feet, including Gunnar. Everyone was ordered to stay where they were while the squad went to evaluate the remains of the building and the debris field. He was ordered to stay down when he tried to get up by a paramedic. Joy watched as the medic unwrapped Gunner's leg and studied the sluggishly bleeding wound. "Need more stitches?" she asked. "It's not that bad," Gunner replied. The paramedic snorted but didn't look up. "I think we can get by with surgical glue." No one said anything else until the paramedic was done and Gunner pulled his pant leg down to cover the new bandage. Dozer strolled over. "Mike Creek's phone is finally revealing its secrets. We were able to retrieve some data he thought he'd deleted. This whole business is bigger than just a few kegs of Frank Creek beer." "Bigger?" Gunner asked. "How much bigger?" "Not sure. We know two things for certain. There are more people involved and they're getting money for this shit from somewhere." Human beings could be so fucking cruel to each other. And for what? Power, control. They were illusions, mirages that held no substance. Almost nothing in this life was under anyone's direct control. So far, all the phone numbers lead to burner phones, but there's enough in the text messages to indicate at least 6 different people involved in the production of your E. coli, distribution of the contaminated beer, and sales to the public. "So there's at least one person unaccounted for," Gunner said. "But possibly more." "Possibly," Dozer agreed in a contemplative tone. "We need to take a closer look at all the messages, see if there are any code words or other sneaky bullshit on it. If this is an act of terrorism, then we've got an active cell here." "How many people in a cell?" "Usually between 6 and 12 people." "So we could be dealing with 6 more people?" Gunner asked. "Lovely." "Find any addresses?" Joy asked. "That would be convenient, wouldn't it?" Dozer asked. "But no, and the GPS on it was scrambled. It thinks we're in Timbuktu." "Are we sure the apartment belonged to the beer store manager?" Gunner asked. "Yeah, the super identified him out of a photo lineup." Dozer studied Gunner's leg. "You okay?" He gave Dozer a sardonic smile. "I can rest when I'm dead." "Not funny," Joy told him with one eyebrow raised. Unfortunately, it was a suspicious eyebrow. Dozer's phone rang and he pulled it out and walked a few steps away. Joy opened her mouth, but Gunner spoke before she could. "Don't start. I'm not suicidal." "I'm not saying you are, but if you keep pushing yourself, you're going to end up in a hospital." Gunner rubbed his face with both hands. "I don't want to fight with you." "You shouldn't be working," she said. "Maybe neither of us should be working, but there aren't enough of us to go around, so we're both going to have to suck it up and keep at it." She frowned. "Point to you, but can I trust you not to do anything stupid?" Dozer came back before Gunner could reply. That was probably a good thing. Blaming any future stupidity he might do on the Y chromosome wasn't going to be much of an excuse. "We've got a lead, the address of a frat house that bought 2 Frank Creek kegs." Dozer grinned. "You two want to come?" "Yes," Joy said at the same time Gunner said. "Absolutely." The drive to the first frat house was tense. Joy looked like she was busy calculating the moment when Gunner's leg would collapse. Dozer drove looking like he'd planned a whole bunch of funerals and enjoyed it. "We forgot McDougal," Joy said. "He's meeting us there after he's done at the apartment building," Dozer said. He drove for a couple of minutes without saying anything. "So about your leg, what about it?" Gunner asked, in what he hoped was a polite voice. "What exactly happened?" "Impaled with a piece of metal. How's your head?" "It hurts, but not bad enough to sideline me." "How strange," Gunner said in false surprise. "That's just how I would describe the injury to my leg." Joy's half-laugh, half-snort was patently disbelieving. "Don't laugh, happy lady," Dozer said. "I'm willing to bet you're black and blue from head to toe." He sighed and shook his head. "None of us should be working right now." Gunner and Joy looked at each other. "Why are you doing it?" Joy asked. "I'm a glutton for punishment." Dozer paused for only a moment, but neither of them laughed. "Seriously, I'm convinced this is terrorism, foreign or domestic." "What convinced you?" Gunner asked, curious as to how the agent was thinking. "The execution-style murders, the use of biological weapons, the targeted recruitment." He glanced at both of them, just a flick of his gaze. "I think you two could bow out if you wanted to take care of your injuries. It would be the smart thing to do." "Does he know anything about investigating bacterial or viral pathogens?" Joy asked Gunner. Dozer supplied the answer. I went through a 6-week intensive course on bioterrorism response, and I've been the liaison between the CDC and Homeland for months." Joy rolled her eyes, and Gunnar had to stifle a chuckle. "He's a doctor, and I'm a nurse," she said. "We have years of experience in frontline healthcare. Before we were posted in our current roles, we went through a 2-year specialized program designed by the CDC for the CDC," Joy said. "To put it another way, your 6-week course wouldn't qualify you to write parking tickets in the CDC's parking lot, let alone investigate a possible outbreak." Dozer smiled. "That's the right attitude." Gunnar stared at him. That smile was full of pride. "Is this your idea of a pep talk?" "It worked, didn't it?" His grin was wide and very smug. "Your heads are back in the game." "I'm surrounded by a village of idiots," Joy said, flopping back on the seat. "Unfortunately, I think I may be one of them." Yeah, she was probably right. They arrived at the frat house to find McDougal already there and arguing with 3 young men. "You can't enter our house without a warrant," one of them said. "Everyone in our house is over 21, the second one said. The third one had his phone out and was filming the entire conversation. Dozer strolled up, that wide, friendly smile on his face. Only he didn't stop to face off with the 2 guys arguing with McDougal. He went straight for the kid with the phone out. "Here," Dozer said, stepping into the kid's personal space. "Let me help you with that." He yanked the phone out of his hand and hurled it against the exterior of the house. The crunch it made was oddly satisfying. "What the hell, man?" the kid said. "Call your dad," the first kid said to the second one. Dozer held up his ID. "Here's what's going to happen," he said conversationally. "We're not here to search your house for drugs or underage kids getting drunk on cheap beer. We're here to locate the cheap beer because some asshole poisoned it. That's right, someone sold you something that has the potential to kill every single person who drinks it." The 3 frat brothers stared at him like he'd issued the death threat himself. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "Frank Creek beer," Gunnar barked. "Someone put a dangerous and deadly bacteria in your beer. It's killing people." All 3 young men looked at each other, then at Dozer, Joy, and finally Gunnar's face, as if they might see evidence of a lie. The first kid started to hyperventilate, then he bent over, gasping for breath. "It's in the kitchen," the second kid so fast his words tumbled over each other as they came rolling out of his mouth. "We've been drinking it for a couple of hours already. Are we all gonna die?" The kid who had his phone out started crying. "I'm sorry," Joy said. "If you've had some of that beer—" "Please, go in, please," the second kid said, waving at them to go inside. "Take it, take it!" Chapter 23. Wednesday, 12:23 a.m. Gunnar headed for the front door of the frat house, shouldering his way past a couple of guys who looked like they played football in the warm months and hockey in the cold months. The music was loud enough to shake his fillings out of his teeth, and the floor was sticky with spilled food and drink. Having a cold beer after a long day wasn't going to be on his personal menu for a very long time, if ever. 2 young men were standing within a couple of feet from the doorway. They frowned at him, then glanced behind him and stepped back, their expressions turning worried. No, it was guilt making their mouths flatten, the corners turn down, and their hands clutched the plastic drinking cups they held. Gunnar looked back to see what scared them. Raleigh holding up his ID. Raleigh? Where did he come from? Shit. Thinking this was some kind of raid, most of the kids at this party would try to escape out any exit large enough for them to squeeze out of. He'd find out why Raleigh was here after they'd secured the scene. "Put that away," Gunnar ordered the agent. "We don't want them to scatter. They'll end up getting sick and possibly infecting more people." "Too late for that," Joy said, nodding at a couple of kids with cell phones out, taking pictures or video of them entering the house. Raleigh dropped the hand holding the ID, but the damage was already done. People were shouting that the cops were here, and there was obvious movement by the crowd toward the back of the house. "Raleigh," Gunnar said, "run around back and stop as many of the kids from leaving as you can." He glanced at McDougal. "You do the same with anyone coming out the front." They left at a run. Dozer entered the room and grinned at them. "I'll back up McDougal." "And nothing else," Joy said, pointing at Dozer. The Homeland agent put his hands up in surrender. He was playing along for now. Gunnar and Joy moved as a unit into the house and were met by a group of young men who wore militant expressions. "What's going on?" one of them asked. "Who called you?" "Medical emergency," Gunnar yelled over the music. "Can you turn the music off so we can talk to everyone?" "What kind of emergency?" the other one asked. "A medical emergency," Gunnar said, hanging on to his patience with both hands. If he didn't, he might strangle someone. Joy held up her CDC ID badge so they could see it. Various members of the group swore. "Okay," the first one said, then turned and threaded his way through the crowd while the rest began texting. The music shut off with a suddenness that cut through the room like a hot blade, searing nerve endings and leaving everyone uncomfortable. The kid who'd done most of the talking at the door pushed his way through the crowd and found a chair to stand on. "Everyone," he said loudly, "shut up for a minute. Some people are here from the CDC. They have something they need to tell us." A cacophony of voices followed. "CDC? Holy shit, are we gonna die? It's Ebola, right?" It took a minute, but finally everyone stopped talking long enough for Gunnar to believe they might be willing to listen. He glanced at Joy and angled his head toward what he hoped was the kitchen. She slipped through the crowd toward it, her collection and testing kit in hand. "I need to know," Gunnar said, "who's had any of the beer from the Frank Creek keg." No one moved or said anything. "Why?" a girl asked from the back of the crowd. "Bad batch," he answered. "It's making people sick." "We're not under arrest?" someone else asked him. "Do you want to be?" Gunnar asked. How stupid were these kids? "We only opened the keg a couple of hours ago," the president said. "Just about everyone here has had some." "Except for Jimmy," another guy said. "He had a lot. He did a keg stand to get it started." "Everyone who's had some of that beer, please stand over here. We need to get some information from you." Gunnar pointed at one corner of the room. Every single college student moved to occupy the corner. Joy came back as far as the kitchen doorway, met Gunnar's gaze, and nodded. Dozer was watching as McDougal took down names and contact information. He gave Gunnar a sour look. "What are we going to do with them?" "They drank contaminated beer," Gunnar said. "Joy tested the keg in the kitchen. Positive. So someone will have to watch them for a couple of days to see if they develop any symptoms." "We're not set up for that," Dozer argued. "Better get something ready because we have to keep looking for the rest of the kegs until we find them, and we only have a few hours before the parties really get started." Dozer nodded, pulled out his phone, and made a call. Gunnar did the same, stepping out of the house and away from the noise for a moment. Rodriguez agreed to set up some kind of medical observation location in New Orleans in conjunction with Homeland and the FBI. "How's your leg?" she asked. "A little surgical glue and I'm good as new." "Don't bullshit me, Gunnar." "I'm not." He cut himself off. "I assure you I wouldn't jeopardize this investigation in any way. I'm functional and I'll notify you if that changes. You have my word." "Fine." Rodriguez didn't sound fine, but he'd take what he could get. "Work with Dozer. He's trying to help." Gunnar was about to say Dozer needed to be pulled off the case more than he did when his boss added, "And Gunnar, Joy is here to help you too. She's capable, creative, and can kick ass if that's what you need her to do. Don't dismiss her abilities. She's an asset." "I'm well aware of how great and varied her abilities are," he said, his tone cold. He respected Joy more than 99% of the people he knew on the face of the planet. "Have I given any indication otherwise?" "She's worried about you, Gunnar." Rodriguez's tone was concerned and invited a confession. Had Joy talked to their boss about him, expressed a lack of confidence, trust? The possibility left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Thank you for bringing it to my attention," he said with careful control. "I'll take a moment when I can to talk with her and—" Just thinking about that conversation had his jaw freezing shut. He fought to force the rest of the sentence out. "Alleviate her concerns." "She didn't tattle to me, Gunnar." "What?" "She didn't come running to me to complain. All she did was ask for a little extra latitude in case you got grumpier than usual." "I don't understand." "You've been injured, your partner is only in marginally better shape, and I've already had one complaint from Homeland about your attitude." Dozer or Raleigh? "We don't have time for posturing or power plays. If some agent doesn't like it when I correct them or countermand an order because the one they gave was dangerous—" Gunnar paused. "I will attempt to be more diplomatic." "Good." There was a longer pause before Rodriguez spoke again. "Keep me informed on your progress in locating more of the kegs. Watch for a pattern in distribution or anything that might hint toward a specific objective." Objective? Like what? World domination? "Homeland believes there's a larger terrorist goal in play." "FAFO?" Gunner asked, his insides hardening, preparing for a hit. "Or are we talking about something larger?" "We don't know, and that's the problem. I take it I won't have to convince you of the importance in determining if it's true or not." "No, those are mentioned as suspicions. A bioterrorism attack would be unimaginable. Infectious diseases spread out and continue to kill long after the initial release of the pathogen. You've only got a few hours left before things are going to get complicated." "Yes, ma'am." He ended the call. Someone cleared their throat behind him. Dozer. Just the agent he wanted to talk to. Gunner smiled. Dozer's inquiring face closed up. "Yes, that's right, I'm pissed at you." "If you have a problem with me," Gunner began in a pleasant tone, "talk to me about it. Don't go running to my boss unless we've had a chance to work it out. We're both professionals, aren't we?" Dozer crossed his arms over his chest. "You're an asshole sometimes, you know." "Isn't everyone?" Gunner countered. "Look, I have little to no patience for people who think they know it all, especially when they don't." Dozer sighed and shook his head. "I didn't say anything to anyone, Gunner." "No? Nope. But you've ruffled some feathers. If you want to stay out of hot water, you might want to let Joy do more of the talking. I know for a fact that both Homeland and the FBI have looked at your file." He shifted his weight. "Your wife died in front of you in Syria, and you went a little crazy after. Your psych eval is riding the border between acceptable and not." He dropped his arms to slip his hands into his pockets. "It's nothing to feel ashamed about," he said, softening his tone. "Hell, something like that would fuck up anyone. But you've got to stop treating everyone like the enemy." Gunner had to give it to Dozer. The guy was gutsy to try and play both bad cop and good cop at the same time. "What's wrong is the number of assumptions you've made after knowing me for only a short time. I'm called Dr. Grumpy for a reason." Dozer didn't say anything, just stood still, unmoving. "Can we move on to the problem at hand? We need to get these kids into an isolation and observation ward of some kind." Dozer's stance didn't relax an iota. "Back to business, huh?" He shifted his weight to one leg. "Okay, what do you suggest? Is there a convention center we could use?" Dozer glanced beyond Gunner, then back at him. "That's not a bad thought. I'll figure out the location, you figure out the staffing issue." He pulled out his phone and stepped away. Joy joined him. "Rodriguez?" she asked. "Supports our recommendations," he replied. "Good." She looked at her watch. "We're not going to find them all in time, are we?" "Never say never. Want to take samples from these kids?" "Sounds like fun," he replied. "Romantic, even. Much better than flowers or chocolate." She gave him a sidelong glance. "Gunner, nothing is better than chocolate." He saw the worry hidden on her face and wanted to reassure her, tell her he was okay, but that would be a lie. She hadn't flinched once in the face of his normal, irritable attitude, and he couldn't bring himself to lie to her anyway. It took them a few minutes to get all the kids at the party organized so they could swab their hands. When the first batch of rapid tests came back positive, Gunner knew at least some of these kids were going to get very sick, and some of those would die. Son of a bitch. Dozer came through with a nearby convention space they could use to set up a rough isolation ward for the kids. Medical staff, student nurses, and residents from one of the medical schools in the city had been tapped to provide care and monitor their health. Raleigh volunteered to spearhead the setup of the isolation ward. "With Dozer back in action, you don't need me getting in your way. He can do that just fine all by himself." Look at that. The man had even developed a sense of humor. Gunner and Joy were packing up the samples they collected for transport to Atlanta when Dozer found them. "We've got another possible keg sighting." "Where?" Gunner asked. "A bar in the French Quarter. Word is they have 2 kegs. McDougal says they can finish here for us. He's got the police ramping up to repeat what we're doing here in more locations as we find them. They're going to get spread pretty thin awfully quick. Then we better find the rest of those kegs just as fast," Dozer said as he headed out to his vehicle. Gunner gestured for Joy to go ahead of him. She frowned at him. "Are you okay?" "I'm tired and my leg hurts." She shook her head. "I saw you talking to Dozer. It looked serious." Chapter 24. Wednesday, 1:02 a.m. Joy watched Gunnar press his lips together in a thin, compressed line. "It appears that my behavior prompted Homeland Security and the FBI to review my file. I'm not sure what their conclusions were, but he hinted that I might be more than one marble short of a game." She winced but didn't protest either Gunnar's summary or Dozer's conclusion. "You agree with him?" he asked, sounding offended. "Oh, Gunnar, I think you're pushing yourself too hard, physically and mentally." She waved off his knee-jerk denial before he could voice it. "We're all in that boat with you, but you're afraid I'm going to go swimming without a life jacket?" Something like that. He stepped closer and said in a low voice, "I'm willing to do a lot for my job, but I would never do anything that might hurt you. If you really believe I need to be sidelined, tell me now and I'll go. I'll get on a plane and return to Atlanta. I don't want to do it, but if that's what you really think needs to happen, then it happens. No one else knows me well enough to make that determination. Not Rodriguez, not Dozer, not Raleigh, only you." He bent to pick up his bag of gear while her mind raced with the implications of his words. He trusted her with everything that mattered to him, his capability to do his job, his self-respect at knowing his own limits. Had anyone else ever trusted her this much? No, never. Her heart rate picked up, and she had to fight down the impulse to kiss him silly, despite his irritation and stomping around like a pissed-off bull. Or maybe because of them. She saw the face of the young soldier who had accepted death, who'd sought it out, in her mind again. Fear rose up to grip her insides with long, sharp talons, piercing so deep no amount of bravado or courage could stop it. Breathing became an intricate ballet between her barely functioning brain and the fear filling her heart. Was he willing to die for his job? She couldn't watch another person do that, walk into death's arms to save someone else, most especially if that someone was her and the other person was Gunnar. She didn't want to take him off the job because she wasn't sure how far he'd go to stop this outbreak, so she'd have to become his shadow, stay with him constantly until the danger passed. Reporting his mental state when she wasn't 100% sure would destroy the trust between them and annihilate any chance of any kind of relationship. She almost did it. Almost called, but he glanced at her and gave a wry smile. "Don't look so worried, Joy. I'm not going to do anything stupid." "Just self-sacrificing?" she asked. His grunt was tinged with humor. "You know what Rodriguez likes to say, plan for the worst, hope for the best." Funny how rational that sounded. Until the worst was punching you in the face. She'd just have to punch back, wouldn't she? They got into Dozer's vehicle and followed McDougal into the French Quarter. The stripper bar turned out to have those 2 kegs of Frank Creek beer. Not only did they have them, the owner had watered them down to make them 3 kegs. He'd managed to contaminate a lot of the surfaces in their storeroom as well as the bar. Public health shut his bar down. Dozer gestured for Gunnar and Joy to follow him outside. "Our tech guys are working to reconstruct the rest of the files that were erased. It's going to take a few hours, so I'm going to make Rodriguez happy and get some rest." He pointed at Gunnar's leg. "And you might want to get that checked out. You're bleeding. Again?" He pointed at Joy. "You watch him." "You do know you can't tell me or Gunnar what to do, right?" Joy asked, managing to sound less tired than she felt. "It isn't me giving the orders," he said with a grin. "It's Rodriguez." He showed them a series of texts from Rodriguez. They hadn't finished reading those texts on his phone when both their cells dinged to tell them they had text messages of their own. "Got a place for us to stay?" Gunnar asked. "Are you kidding?" Dozer asked. "It's spring break. Every hotel room in the city is booked." He smiled. "But Raleigh says he's got a place where we can crash until we get more information. Let's go." He turned and walked toward a waiting vehicle. "Where?" Joy asked. Dozer glanced over his shoulder quick. "I don't know." He waggled his phone. "It's a little rough," Raleigh said, leaving the SUV to walk toward them. "But it's all I could find." "Does he define rough the same way we do?" Gunnar said with air quotes around the word. Joy shrugged. Unless he spent some time in the military, probably not. When they reached the SUV, Joy asked again, "Where are we going?" "Jackson Barracks," Raleigh answered, not looking at either of them or Dozer. "Swanky," Joy said. "Is it?" Gunnar asked. "Yeah, it was completely rebuilt after Hurricane Katrina. I've stayed there a couple of times since." Raleigh looked at her. "It's a barracks." She smiled her patient smile. "It's better than sleeping in the dirt, which is what I thought you meant." "Why would you assume that?" Gunnar held up his hand. "I'm afraid that's the first thing I thought of, too." "Me three," Dozer said. "I'm an Army vet myself." Gunnar shrugged. "When you've had to live, work, and survive in a combat zone, you discover the true meaning of rough. None of you fit into square holes, do you?" Joy's mood lightened. Maybe this guy was finally getting them. "I do believe that's the nicest thing you've said to me all day." Gunnar laughed. The knot in Joy's gut loosened at the sound of his laughter. A few minutes ago, he'd been in no place good. She wasn't fooled into thinking he was okay. Shit, she wasn't all that okay either, but he was holding it together enough to appear in control. Maybe after a couple of hours of rest, they'd both be in a place that might allow them to finish this investigation so they could take some real time off. She had the feeling Rodriguez was going to insist on it. The barracks wasn't far from the French Quarter. Raleigh dropped them off with their go-bags and gear. They were offered 3 singles rooms, but Joy shot that down without hesitation. "You're injured and bleeding. Again," she told Gunnar. "I want a double room so I can keep an eye on my partner." She glanced at Dozer, then angled her thumb at him while speaking to the receptionist. "Can you put him in a room close by?" Dozer ended up next door to them. "I'd say don't do anything I wouldn't do, but given the very short list of things I can do right now, it wouldn't leave you with much." With a chuckle, he went inside his room and shut the door. They went in theirs and dropped their luggage. Joy folded her arms over her chest and pointed at the bathroom. "Strip down to your boxers. I want to see what's going on with that wound." "You're assuming I'm wearing underwear," he said as he limped into the bathroom. "You're not?" There was no reason for her pulse to speed up, no reason whatsoever. "I am," he said as he got out of his coveralls. "But you didn't know that." "Stop trying to start shit," she muttered. "Don't ask for the impossible," he replied as he got his coveralls off and started on his pants. Blood splashed onto the bathroom floor. "Fuck me," he breathed out. Joy came over to see. "Your coveralls must have trapped the blood inside." "Damn it," he said with feeling. She agreed wholeheartedly. "Get your pants off. Let's see what the problem is." "There's a phrase I never thought I'd hear you say," he muttered as he sat on the toilet lid and worked to get his boots and the remainder of his clothing off. The bandage around his calf was soaked in blood. Soaked. "What the fuck, Gunnar?" she asked, angry, concerned, and pushed to the end of her patience. He glanced up and paused. "All I've been doing is walking on it." "Which is obviously too much," she snapped, grabbing a pair of gloves from her kit and attacking the bandage. She shook her head. "I'm going to have to cut it off you. The blood has glued it all together." She pulled out supplies, saline, scissors, non-stick pads, gauze bandages, and surgical glue, then began cutting through the old gauze. It came away easily enough. Joy got down on her knees to get a good look at it. She was so close to his body, the heat of him was a seductive wave over her skin. For a moment she was lost in the almost contact, almost connection, almost care. So close, but not quite. If either of them were just a little bit more whole or a bit less damaged. No. Driving herself crazy with mights and maybes was no way to move forward. With conscious deliberation, she focused on Gunnar's leg. The wound wept blood slowly from the back of his calf. "Looks like the surgical glue didn't hold back here," she said, palpating around the edges of the injury with her fingers. "I think if I put more glue on and you stay off of it for a few hours, it should stay closed. Barring any unforeseen emergencies, I should be able to do that." She gave him a sharp glance as she carefully flushed away the old clots, dried it off, and applied more surgical glue to the wound. "If I catch you tap dancing in your sleep, I'm going to tie you to your bed." Kinky. Her pulse did that stupid, irrational leaping high thing again. Nope. No going there, idiot. He's hurt and trying to deflect, distract, or deny it. She gave him a hard stare, an expression she'd been told many times in the past could cut glass. "Don't make me sit on you." She put a non-stick pad on the wound, front and back, then nodded at him to hold them in place. He laughed as he complied. "Then stop saying things that don't put naughty pictures in my head." "How can you even go there right now?" she demanded as she wrapped the gauze around his leg, securing the pads against his wounds. And she hadn't? Hypocrite. "We're both exhausted, you've got to be in pain, and you're probably dizzy from blood loss." "Not that I've noticed," he said, "though I should probably drink a little more water over the next couple of days." She taped the ends of the gauze down, gathered all the supplies, and put it all away. He sounded so damn blasé about everything. "Are you going to take this seriously or not?" "I get a choice?" "No," she said, putting her hands on her hips. "I thought I was supposed to be the grumpy one." He cautiously flexed his leg, wiggled his toes. "Nice job. Thank you, don't try and change the subject." He sighed. "What do you want me to say, that I'm tired and in pain? I assure you I'm both." He limped out of the bathroom, sat on one of the beds, and studied her. "You look like I feel." "And what is that?" "Angry, concerned, and exhausted. A dangerous combination that could combust into catastrophe." He rubbed the back of his neck. "I'm aware that becoming a human pincushion didn't help either of us, but I didn't do it on purpose. What I can do is promise to tell you when I'm getting close to my limit, physically or mentally." She blinked, and all the bravado that had been powering her movements dissolved into nothing. The loss cut into her diaphragm and up into her throat, turning every breath painful, as if she'd swallowed crushed glass. "About that, you scared the crap out of me, Gunner." "Huh?" "Your leg had been bleeding for a while, but you didn't say anything. You've got to tell me when something is wrong." He seemed to stare right into her soul, see more than she wanted him to. "All right," he said slowly. "I can do that." "Good, thank you." "It's good that we're getting some rest," he said in a matter-of-fact tone. "Both of us are getting punchy." "Well, wasn't that just a simple way to sweep the whole thing under a rug?" "I am not punchy." "Joy," he said, holding out a hand. "Come here." She looked at him for a long moment. If she took what he was offering, what would that tell him? Everything was okay? Wrong. A little sleep would cure everything? Nope. They were going to beat the terrorists or whoever was trying to start an outbreak in New Orleans? Uncertain. Nothing would change, yet taking his hand would alter everything she thought she knew about herself. Accepting his touch was something she couldn't give up. His palm was warm as she slid hers across it. He tugged her over to sit next to him. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "Look on the bright side," he said, hugging her close. "You didn't have to shoot anybody today." She snorted and laid her head on his shoulder as if she'd done it 1,000 times before, as if they'd been together for years. "I can't believe you're the one looking on the bright side." "A very wise person I know told me that's what a partner does," he said. "We take turns being the strong one, the smart one, the silly one." "Okay, enough of that," she said with a watery laugh. "You're making it sound like I'm neurotic." "Don't be ridiculous, you're female. Neurotic comes with the territory." She punched his shoulder. "Jerk," she said fondly, wrapping both arms around his waist. They sat quietly. She snuggled up to him, her head on his shoulder. They fit comfortably. He kissed her hair, and she heard herself murmur a happy little sound as her muscles relaxed. She lifted her chin, her eyes half closed, and his next kiss found her forehead. Why was that so sexy? He kissed her forehead, for heaven's sake, but it was slow and sensual, and his lips on her skin made her needy for more. Her eyes opened and met his gaze. The heat in them stoked the hot ball of desire inside her that never went cold around him. "How much time do we have?" She didn't want to think about terrorists or outbreaks or what might happen tomorrow. She just wanted him. "Not nearly enough," he said, leaning down to kiss her parted lips. The kiss lingered, light and lithe, until a tremor rushed through her, and she tightened her hands on his shirt. It seemed to light a blazing fire in him, and he took her mouth as if claiming her for his very own. She made a desperate, panicked noise and clutched at him, her hands frantic. "Gunner, I need me," he said. Need so strong the word was barely more than a growl. She made that distressed, desolate noise again, as if she expected him to run from her. He couldn't. If he did, something would break inside her. He twisted, taking her down to the bed, one hand around her back, holding her close. The other skimmed her torso, cupping a breast, molding and teasing it, and she arched against him. He yanked up her shirt, levering himself off her only long enough to get the fabric over her head. She wore a pink bra made of a lace that covered nothing. "Pretty," he whispered. She stared up at him, her chest lifting and lowering way too fast, her eyes so full of unshed tears his features were blurred. He froze, his whole attention on her. "Did I hurt you?" "No." She shook her head. "Never." She pulled him down to kiss her. His lips seduced hers. Her mouth welcomed his tongue and danced with his in a give and take she was already addicted to. Something banged against the side of the bed, and a surprised grunt came out of him. She pulled away. "What happened?" "Nothing." He tried to kiss her again, but she put a hand against his mouth. "That wasn't nothing." Joy wiggled out from under him and looked at his leg. "Did you hit it on something?" "Yeah." He sighed, seeming resigned to losing the moment. "Oh my God!" She pulled up his pants to check the wound, then gave him a businesslike glance. "Hanging halfway off the bed isn't a good idea anyway." She lifted an eyebrow at him. He shoved himself across the bed until he was lying on his back. Joy turned away, but she didn't get up, didn't move. What was she doing? What the fuck was she doing? He was injured. They were both exhausted, and she was... If something happened to him, it would kill her. Maybe not right away, but one way or another she'd end up just as dead. She had to get up and walk out of this room while she still could. "Joy?" Gunner's voice pushed her to her feet. She picked up her shirt, put it back on, and managed to say in a normal tone, "I'll let you get some rest." Fuck. The word came out fast and hard. "I'm not going to be able to rest unless you're on this bed with me." She shook her head. She couldn't look at him. If she did, she'd cave, give in to what her heart wanted. "Did I hurt you?" he asked, his tone concerned and apologetic. She should keep her mouth shut and let him believe he did, but she couldn't let the lie stand. "No." She punctuated the word by fisting both hands. "Then why won't you look at me?" She spun around, her cheeks hot, her vision blurred with unshed tears. "Because I crave you, your touch, your taste, your smell like a fucking junkie." She lifted one hand and unfurled it. It shook. Her whole body shook. She stared at her hand. "Look at me. I'm completely fucked up." She met his gaze, and she was pretty sure he could see the building panic on her face. "And I'm not?" His tone said he understood, because he was the same. She flinched. He took in a breath, then forced it out so slowly, so when he spoke again he sounded surprisingly normal. "We're both suffering from a lack of sleep, decent food, and the effects of getting blown up. We've been under a lot of stress, some of it pretty damned lethal, and there's no end in sight. The various morons we dealt with in the last few days." Gunner paused. "Managed to trigger us both to dump more adrenaline, testosterone, cortisol, and God knows what other stress hormones into our bloodstreams. We're high, depressed, frustrated, and horny all at once. It's a wonder neither of us has actually killed someone by now." What a succinct train wreck he just described, and it was their train. He stopped to take a breath and must have noticed her wide eyes and jaw. "Ah, shit," he muttered, flopping back on the mattress. "I fucking just jumped off the verbal deep end, didn't I?" She closed her mouth with a snap. No, but I do think it's an accurate diagnosis of what's going on with both of us, physically and mentally." She started to giggle and cry at the same time. She'd never done them simultaneously before, and it wasn't comfortable. He held out an arm. "Come here." "Is that," she hiccuped, "a good idea?" "I think it's the best goddamned idea I've ever had." His fingers beckoned her. "Come on, sleep with me. Just sleep. As much as I'd like to have fun with you naked right now, we both need sleep more." She nodded, 2 huge up-and-down movements of her head, and lay down next to him. He scooped her into his arms until their bodies were tangled together, and her head was pillowed on his chest. He was warm and smelled good. Desire was a hot river through her body. She was tired, so tired of resisting the multitude of threads tying them together. If there was one person on the planet that could understand her and all the crap she carried around in her head, it was Gunnar, just as she understood him and all the broken pieces of him. They'd comforted each other before, used sex as a cathartic coping mechanism, partially because they saw each other as safe. She didn't want safe anymore. She needed more than that. What did Gunnar need? Joy breathed him in. He smelled so good, so right. She nosed her way to his neck and began kissing him in an unhurried feast. His whole body tightened under her, and his arms came around her a little more. "Joy?" He sounded startled. Good. She wanted to be sure she had his complete attention. Chapter 25. Wednesday, 2:04 a.m. Joy's lazy response only made Gunnar's cock harder, and he was already on the verge of coming in his shorts. Then she found his pulse, opened her mouth over it, and sucked. It damn near sent him into the stratosphere. "Fuck," he managed to get out. "I thought you wanted to sleep." "That's not what I want," she said between nibbles as she made her way up his neck to snag his earlobe with her teeth. She bit down very carefully and flicked it with her tongue. It sent a spear of white-hot heat down his spine. Before he knew what he was doing, he had her hair in one fist so he could turn her face toward him. He took her lips in an aggressive kiss that wasn't nearly enough to satisfy the insatiable hunger he had for her. Instead of withdrawing or getting upset with his aggression, she hummed a satisfied noise low in her throat and stroked her hands over his torso. They'd had sex before. Both times had been explosive and hot. But this was different. They were different. "Joy?" he asked between kisses. She helped him out of his shirt, then he helped her out of hers, all while kissing with a single-minded focus that stroked a warning bell in the back of his head. "Are you going to get mad at me later for, not resting my leg?" She smiled, and it was a glorious beacon of warmth, sensuality, and sinful promise. "Don't worry, Gunnar, I plan on doing all the work." Her words kicked his jaw open and stalled his ability to breathe. It took effort to remember how to suck in air. "I think I just came in my pants." Her laugh came out husky. It was such a delicious sound he had to lick it off her lips. He angled a hip between her legs, but she shook her head. "I get to be on top this time." He could live with that and rolled so he was under her. Joy wiggled off of him far enough to reach for his sleep pants and underwear, tugging them off with impatient hands. His were shaking, worse than an addict's, but she was an addiction he never wanted to give up. As soon as she'd freed him of his clothing, she slid off the bed and took her own clothes off in a whirlwind. She climbed onto the bed and straddled him, but his hands caught her before she could kiss him again. Bruises had bloomed across her body. The one in her chin he'd seen before, but there were large ones on her left shoulder and hip. Her knees were nearly black and still swollen. He couldn't take his gaze off them. "Don't fuss," she said. "They don't even hurt." She paused, then added, "Much." His voice came out scratchy when he asked, "Turn around, please." She sighed and twisted so he could see her back. The bruises there weren't as bad, but did add to the total. He turned her around, stroking gentle fingers over the bruises he could reach. She followed the path of his hands with her gaze. "Not very attractive, huh?" Her words burned through his regret, and he cupped her cheek. "You are beautiful. These testify to your courage and dedication. It pisses me off that there are assholes out there who want to do this to other people." She covered his hand with one of hers, then kissed his palm. "It's just you and me right now, Gunnar. You and me." She tilted her head to one side, asking silent questions so loudly he could almost hear them. "Do you want me? Am I important enough for you to let the world take care of itself for a few hours?" He lifted one corner of her mouth. "Come here so I can kiss you better, badass." She leaned down so he could pay homage to the bruise on her chin. Then he made his way down her neck to her shoulder, spending a lot of time feathering kisses over her abused skin. The heat of her bruises told him some of them were bone deep, and it would take weeks for them to heal and disappear. By the time he'd kissed every bruise on her body, they were both out of breath and shaking with need. "Gunnar, I want—" Her voice quivered. "I crave— me," he told her, his hands around her waist, urging her to straddle him. "Take me." She pushed herself up, her knees on either side of his hips, then lowered herself onto his cock and sank down on him. She was so wet and hot she was able to take all of him in one slow descent. Her head fell back. "Oh, you feel good, so good." "Fuck, you're so damned perfect," he managed to get out from between clenched teeth. He was a hair's breadth from coming and had to focus on maintaining control. She rose and fell above him, her body flushed, her bottom lip snagged between her teeth as she concentrated on pleasuring them both. He found her clit with one thumb and began to rub circles around it. "Come for me, Joy," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Come now." Her breathing sped up and she fell out of rhythm as her climax grabbed her up. He used both hands to help her move above him, faster and faster, extending her orgasm and pushing himself over the edge. Joy collapsed onto his chest and he wrapped his arms around her. He was half asleep when she roused from her drowsy state. "We need clothes." "Planning on raiding the refrigerator?" "Don't want to give any nosy agents any ammunition." She sounded grumpy. He tightened his arms and buried his nose between her shoulder and neck. "Don't want to lose my heating blanket." "You won't." Her tone changed to something warm and certain. Her voice lowered. "We're partners, remember?" "Partners," he agreed, just as certain. He'd been blown up, skewered like a rotisserie chicken, and needed about 48 hours of sleep, but for the first time in 3 years he was content, happy. All it had taken was joy. She wiggled and he released her with reluctance. They both slid out of bed and put on pajamas. For Gunnar, that meant underwear and soft plaid sleep pants. For Joy, it was an adult-sized onesie with a large cartoon moose on the front. She got back into bed and he spooned up behind her, wrapping his arms around her. Warmed, welcome, and in the best of company. He wanted to be nowhere else. Chapter 26. Wednesday, 8:13 a.m. Joy woke warm and relaxed, Gunnar's scent in her nose. She'd never been comfortable sleeping entangled with anyone before, but with Gunnar, they fit. Her eyes opened a tiny bit and she realized they'd left the lights on in the room. The lights on, the bloody bandages and clothes on the bathroom floor, and their gear and kits in an untidy pile by the door. How long had they been asleep? If she lifted her head a few inches, she might be able to see the digital clock on the side table, but those inches seemed so far away and her head so heavy. Her eyes closed. A knock at the door had her wondering if she'd slept again or not. Maybe she'd dreamed it. Another knock. Crap. Nope. Joy slipped out of Gunnar's arms and off the bed. "Joy?" he asked, his voice tired and rough. "Someone's at the door." "Probably Dozer come to check on his chicks." "Chicks?" "Yeah, like a mother hen. Cluck, cluck." His eyes closed. She smiled and opened the door. Dozer stood there, a paper bag in one hand and a take-out drink tray with 3 paper cups on it in the other. "Am I interrupting anything?" he asked, with just a hint of a smile on his face. "Yeah," Gunnar said, his voice sounding more awake. "I was having a great dream about you clucking at a herd of chicks. Is there food in that bag?" he asked, as he got out of bed to take a cup of coffee. "You dreamt I was a chicken?" Dozer asked, sounding horrified. "Yeah, and Joy and I were your chicks." He paused with the coffee cup halfway to his mouth. "Scary." He took a drink, then looked at the cup like it was the Holy Grail. "Thank you. I take back all the shit I've called you when you weren't around." Dozer handed over the bag, then stepped back so Joy could grab one of the coffees and a beignet for herself. He looked at the bed Gunnar sat on, then at the other bed with its tidy blankets. "So, you two are together." It was statement, not a question. Gunnar had his mouth full of beignet, so Joy answered. "I had myself an ugly cry last night," she shrugged. "Gunnar let me get his shirt wet, and we fell asleep like that." Dozer studied both of them and their wrinkled pajamas. "Yes, we slept with clothes on, Grandma." "Do I have time for a shower?" She glanced at the bathroom and winced. The two men looked at the bathroom. The pile of bloody clothing wasn't something anyone could miss. Dozer frowned. "Is all that from your leg?" he asked Gunnar. "Yeah, the wound broke open again. Joy glued it back together, though." He pulled up his pant leg. The bandage was still white. "It seems to be holding." "I guess you two did just crash," Dozer said. He glanced at them and cleared his throat. "Yeah, sure you have time for a shower. That's why I'm here, actually." "Oh," Gunnar said. "We're due in Kettner's office for a meeting in about 90 minutes. Our attendance is not up for a debate." "I don't suppose the case was solved while we slept?" Joy asked. Gunnar's question wasn't far behind. "Did they find all the beer?" "Don't know," the agent said. "We can only hope." He glanced at the bathroom. "I'll let you guys get cleaned up and meet you outside in, 30 minutes? After one last hard look at the bloodied mess on the floor, he laughed. That wasn't the only mess in the room, but it was the only one she could clean up right now. "Got any biohazard bags with you?" Joy asked. "Yeah, a couple," Gunnar replied, limping to his go bag near the door. He rummaged around in it until he found one of the orange bags and handed it to her. "Thanks." She gave him an apologetic smile. "I'll be quick." She grabbed her go bag, darted into the bathroom, and closed the door. Hot water and soap did a lot to finish waking her up, and by the time she was done and dried off, she finally felt like she might be ready for the day ahead. A fresh pair of scrubs was the last item she needed to consider herself armed for action. As soon as she left the bathroom, Gunnar went in with a sexy smile and a kiss for her as he passed her. He'd smiled at her like that last night, and the intimacy in it hit her like a hammer to the gut. Camaraderie was expected in partners, desired even. It meant the people in question would work together rather than against each other. It meant they'd have each other's backs, and if one was sick or injured, the other would pick up the slack. That smile told a different story, inferred an entirely different set of responses and expectations. Some of those weren't professional in the least. Kettner had noticed, and he hadn't approved. Now they had a meeting in his office. This was not going to be good. Had last night been a mistake? Joy rubbed her face with both hands. She needed more coffee before her brain was capable of untangling the law enforcement knot of agents, jurisdiction, and possible conflicts of interest. To untangle her feelings for her partner. To figure out what to do about any or all of it. A whole lot more breakfast, too. After gulping down the rest of the cup of coffee Dozer brought and eating another beignet, she made some notes about what had happened yesterday. Her detailed reports were going to be enough for a novel. When Gunnar came out looking clean, awake and prepared for work in a set of scrubs, she was nearly ready to go. Except for one thing. "Take off your pants." A wicked-edged smile curved his lips. "I thought you'd never ask." She rolled her eyes, stuffing down the worry his sexy little joke evoked, and waved at him. "Shoo, in the bathroom with you." He shooed. He wasn't acting like a work partner, he was acting like a boyfriend. He pulled his pants down, sat on the toilet seat. She wanted to lean down and kiss him and had to force herself to simply lower herself to her knees and put her hands on his injured leg. She said nothing as she unwrapped the bandages holding the dressings in place. The wound looked clean and no worse than last night. She put fresh dressings on his leg, then bandaged it again. "You will say something if it breaks open again or becomes more painful," she said in a tone she hoped communicated how much trouble he'd be in if he didn't. When he rolled his eyes and said, "Yes, Mom," that was more like normal Gunnar. She knew he'd comply if only so he could call her Mom again and get away with it. "How long did we sleep?" he asked. "About 5 hours." She got to her feet and backed out of the bathroom so he'd have enough room to pull his pants back on. Not nearly enough. A solid 12 hours would be awesome. She glanced at him as he finished dressing. His face was pale and there were bags under his eyes. Did he look as tired as she felt? "Got some monster bruises blooming all over the place," Joy said, looking at his legs and frowning. She knew she had a number of smaller cuts, scrapes, and bruises, but nothing that would slow her down. His leg was a bigger problem. It did slow him down. "You've got a few yourself," he said, the smile dimming a little. "Yeah," she said with a sigh. 1 or 5. This whole investigation had been weird right from the get-go. Beer was a terrible delivery system, yet it also would never have occurred to anyone to suspect it as the source for a massive E. coli outbreak if a few kegs weren't tapped too early. Unfortunately, they hadn't found all the kegs yet, and today was the start of spring break. More people were going to get sick and die. That thought left her staggering around inside her own head. She couldn't see a way to win, but she wasn't ready to give up, and she was sure Gunnar wasn't either. What we need is caffeine and sugar. He thrust his chin in the direction of the doorway. And what do you know, our sheepdog brought us some. She chuckled at the thought of Dozer as a dog and took a bite from another beignet. Gunnar finished dressing, then gathered up all of his stuff and shoved it into his go-bag. She stuffed the last of a beignet in her mouth as he joined her near the bed. "How many of those things do you have in there?" he asked, with a bemused expression on his face. "2," she managed to say clearly, if a little slowly. "These are so good." "First chance we get," he said, heading for the door, his gear and go-bag in hand. "We'll stop and get them fresh at a bakery." "That," she said, after swallowing her mouthful of food, "is a plan I can get behind." Dozer was waiting for them in his SUV. Gunnar took shotgun while Joy got into the back seat. Maybe she could get a little more sleep. "How far away is Kettner's office?" Gunnar asked as Dozer pulled into traffic. "We've got about a 45-minute drive." 45 minutes is awesome," Joy said with a yawn. "I'm going to nap. Wake me when we get there." She leaned her head against the window. A few minutes later, Dozer glanced at her in the rear-view mirror, then looked at Gunnar. "She drops off fast. The Army forces you to learn how to do that." "I was in the Army, too." He paused. "This is different. This is what Special Forces and Navy SEALs learn how to do." "She was in combat rescue," Gunnar said with a sardonic lilt. "It got pretty busy about then." "So she saw a lot of action?" Gunnar made an affirmative noise. "You weren't in the Army." It was a statement, but he answered it like it had been a question. "No." The agent was silent, his fingers tapping out a fast rhythm on the steering wheel. Gunnar was too tired to deal with this shit. "What?" Dozer shifted in his seat. "What's up with you two?" Oh no, he wasn't going to try to interpret any question that open-ended. "Meaning what exactly? Are you solid?" Gunnar had to give it to the agent. He was good at interrogation hidden inside friendly inquiry. Gunnar waited several seconds before saying with no small amount of sarcasm, "I'm waiting for you to ask me if I'm a vegetable, animal, or mineral." "Damn it," Dozer muttered. "I'm losing my touch." Gunnar grunted. "Or you have a headache due to the concussion you're currently recovering from." "Look," Dozer said, "Kettner's got a real hard-on for you and Joy. He's determined to get you thrown off the investigation." "Got any idea why?" "Some bullshit about you being a pain in his ass, and the two of you seem to be too personally invested. He thinks you might do something stupid because you're not thinking completely rationally all the time." Dozer shook his head. "I told him a new CDC team won't be any different, but I don't think he heard me." "So now he wants you off the team, too?" "Hell if I know, but probably." "Now for the important question. Do you want us off this assignment? You're a little beat up, but I think you're capable of doing your job." Dozer drove without comment for a minute or two, then said in a low voice, "Having said that, you and your partner don't seem to follow the same set of rules the rest of us do. You've terrified the crap out of me more than once. I might have a full-blown panic attack before this is done." Gunnar frowned. How did he get tagged as terrifying? On second thought, he didn't want to know. "I hope we scare the living shit out of the assholes who started this." Dozer's answer was a nasty grin and a fist bump. They arrived at the New Orleans FBI field office's parking lot with about 5 minutes to spare before the meeting started. Gunnar leaned closer to Joy and said her name a couple of times before she shifted and opened her eyes. "Hey," she said. "We're at the FBI field office." "Yippee," she said with mock enthusiasm. Dozer snorted and got out of the SUV. Joy's nose wrinkled up like she smelled something disgusting. "You guys talk loud." "You heard the whole thing? Enough to know we freak him out." She shook her head. "You could have said something to reassure him that we're not completely nuts." We are a bit nuts, Joy. Really? She blinked. Well, whether we are or aren't, we have to convince them we can do our jobs right now. There's no one else available to take our place. They need us. I'm afraid the FBI doesn't believe they need us for anything. She gave him a hatchet smile. The FBI isn't calling the shots. We are. He loved it when she got snarly. So fucking hot. Joy walked into the building, Gunner behind her, guarding her back. Chapter 27. Wednesday, 10 a.m. Joy followed Dozer into the building, breathing deep to expel some of the frustration, digging tiny claws into her skin and nagging at her focus. If this meeting was about personalities rather than investigation priorities, she wasn't going to be able to hold on to her temper. They made their way to the checkpoint, presented their credentials, and were escorted to a small conference room. Kettner sat next to another agent, close enough to make her think they either knew each other well or had partnered before. McDougal was there, along with a man in a suit that screamed detective. The table was oval-shaped, and the chairs were arranged in a horseshoe, so everyone could see a large, flat-screen TV on the wall. Dozer took a seat next to the unknown FBI agent, Gunner took the next one, and Joy the last. Kettner and his friend wore identical expressions of guarded suspicion. It looked like Dozer was right, and the FBI agent wanted them off the investigation. The real question was why. At that moment, Kettner met her gaze and sneered. Sneered? How fabulous. Starting a meeting like this with open distrust did not bode well. The FBI agent stood, fiddled with a black device sitting in the middle of the table, then pressed a button on a small camera sitting on a tripod. A few seconds later, Rodriguez appeared on the screen. Joy recognized the office window behind her. A good old-fashioned video conference. Rodriguez nodded and said, "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning," the people around the table murmured back to her. "After receiving conflicting reports from yesterday's investigation, I met with representatives from Homeland Security, the FBI, and the CDC to decide on a coordinated response to this biological attack." She smiled, and if you weren't careful, it would cut you to the bone. "These instructions apply to all of you, so listen closely. Stop whining and work like a team. Anyone who can't do that will find themselves without work." She paused. "Dr. Gunnar Anderson and Nurse Joy Oshiro are experts in disease detection and investigation. If they ask you to do something, don't argue, do it. We're trying to prevent the spread of a deadly E. coli outbreak that has jumped from Atlanta to New Orleans. At this time, we believe the source of the pathogen is contaminated beer from Frank Creek Brewery based in Atlanta. We need to track down the last few kegs of beer before the spring break parties get started all over the city. If we don't, potentially hundreds of students could become ill. Many of those could die." Dozer cleared his throat. Joy looked at him. What was he up to? "Agent Dozer, you have a question?" "Dr. Gunnar and Ms. Oshiro were within the blast radius of the explosion 2 days ago at a storage unit in Atlanta and sustained injuries. They have also had little sleep in the past 3 days. He smiled an apology at Joy and Gunnar, then at Rodriguez. "Perhaps a fresh team of investigators from the CDC could replace them." Didn't he just tell Gunnar he thought they could continue working? "Your concern for my people's well-being is appreciated, Agent Dozer, especially given your own injuries from the same explosion." "A slight concussion." He flashed a little boy smile, but Rodriguez wasn't buying it. "As agreed, I'm limiting my role to an advisory and reporting role." "Good to hear," she said, with that sharp flash of her teeth. "Unfortunately, the CDC has every team available out on active investigations. A first for us. We have a large number of disease hotspots and confirmed outbreaks domestically and internationally. Dr. Gunnar and Ms. Oshiro are well enough to cope with this investigation if they have enough support from you and our other law enforcement partners." She looked at everyone in the room. "Play nicely with each other," she ordered. She didn't say "or else," but the add-on phrase was definitely implied. Unfortunately for these guys, they didn't know how bad "or else" could get. The screen went blank. Joy studied the faces of the men in the room. None of them looked happy. Kettner and his pal looked angry and frustrated. Guess no one got what they wanted out of Rodriguez's orders. One corner of Kettner's mouth curled upward in a smug smile. A second later it was gone, but she'd seen it. What was that about? "While we have everyone in one room, can we have a quick debrief?" she asked, before anyone else could speak. "Do we know how many more kegs are floating around out there?" Kettner's expression iced over with disdain, but he leaned forward a fraction and said, "Thanks to the USB stick Agent Dozer found, our tech guys were able to access the password-protected files on the stick about 30 minutes ago. Those files contain sales information from the craft beer store. The store sold 4 additional kegs that are unaccounted for at this time. The files did have addresses for 3 of the buyers, but the 4th one—" He shrugged. "No name, no address, no nothing." Dozer cleared his throat. "For the record, I didn't find the stick. Dr. Gunner did." Kettner pinched his lips together but didn't say anything. Gunner nodded at Dozer, then said, "Okay, so let's move on the known buyers while the FBI keeps mining the USB stick for where that last keg might have gone. The sooner we get this done, the sooner all of us can go home." He glanced at Dozer and said, much too calmly, "A word with you outside?" Then he said to the room at large, "Please don't leave. Since we have 3 addresses, I'd like to coordinate our response before anyone accidentally infects themselves." He didn't seem angry, and Dozer didn't appear too worried, but she doubted either would show how they really felt in a room containing people who weren't all getting along. Joy followed them out of the room and down the hall a short distance. When they stopped, Dozer spoke before Gunner could. "I brought up that complaint so Kettner couldn't. If he brought it up again, he'd look like a dick, so—" His words rocked Joy back on her heels. Gunner's frown lost some of its steam. "Is Kettner the reason the meeting was called in the first place?" "Oh yeah, he called his boss, who called my boss, who called me, the shit-gathering steam as it rolled along." Gunner stared hard at Dozer. "And your reaction was to call Rodriguez and plan to put a speed bump in front of his desire to get us off the investigation?" "Yeah, like I said on the way here, you're weird, but you're good at your job." "I don't think the problem is gone," Joy said with a shake of her head. "Whatever Kettner wanted—" She paused. "He thinks he got it, or part of it." Both men looked at her. "How so?" Dozer asked. "I was watching him right after Rodriguez hung up. He was way too happy." "Yeah," Gunner agreed. "I caught that too." He raised his eyebrows at Dozer. "What's your take?" Dozer stood a little straighter. "I don't have a clue. Kettner called in more FBI hands to help. The guy sitting next to him is his unit chief. I get the feeling that they want to run point, but until the biological danger has been ameliorated, this is a CDC investigation. So the only thing that's changed is we know for certain the FBI don't like us and might stab us in the back. Wonderful." She spun on her heel and walked back into the conference room. The men in the room turned to watch her enter. Gunner and Dozer were right behind her. She made sure to show her teeth when she smiled. "So we've got the GPS on 3 more kegs and at least 1 in the wind, right?" Gunner and Dozer took their seats. "That's the last information," Kettner said. He made a valiant effort to look professional, but didn't quite manage to get rid of the self-satisfied set of his shoulders. "How would you like to proceed?" Oh, so now, since there were lots of witnesses and not enough time to go to each address one at a time, he was all about cooperation. "We need 3 teams, 1 for each known location," Gunner said, "who brings the kegs to a central location for field testing." "We have room to accommodate those needs here," Kettner said with the friendliest expression on his face to date. "But not the facilities," Gunner said with a sad shake of his head. "We'll require a space that can handle hazardous biological materials." He made a show of looking around. "This won't do." Kettner's expression soured. McDougal sat forward. "What about a hospital morgue or something like that?" "That would work," Gunner said, with a genuine smile for the officer. "Could you see if there's any space available in any of the healthcare facilities in the city?" "Absolutely." He pulled out his cell phone. Gunner looked at the FBI agents. Joy watched them stare back at him like they were expecting bad news. Everyone else appeared interested and attentive. 3 teams, Gunner said. All of them need to be wearing proper biohazard gear. I don't think anyone wants to accidentally infect themselves with these bugs. "No," the guy with Kettner said. "Do you have that gear with you?" "We brought extra," Joy said with a smile. "You're going to love the color." No one looked excited, and that made her chuckle. It took about an hour for the additional agents to arrive at the office, receive a quick tutorial on dealing with biohazardous Level 2 pathogens, and put on their bright orange biohazard suits. McDougal had obtained permission for Gunner and her to work from the morgue in the Lafayette Hospital. The teams headed out to hunt down and collect the 3 kegs, for which they had locations, while she and Gunner were driven to the morgue. They were shown to a mostly empty room down a hall from the autopsy room. They prepared space on the available counters for the kegs to be set up. "Do you think Rodriguez will split us up?" she asked after a couple of minutes. She'd meant for it to sound casual, but even she could hear the stress in her voice. His head jerked up. "What?" Joy paused. Someone complained. How many more complaints would it take for Rodriguez to have to do something like firing one or both of us? "I think it would take more than a couple of complaints for us from asshole agents and other agencies to get fired." An anxious noise escaped her. "Our relationship has gotten very personal. We're not in the Army. There aren't any written rules against fraternization." That didn't help. Written rules are not. Most people looked at an office romance with a jaundiced eye. She tried to take in a breath, breathe out some stress, but a tight, heavy ball had been sitting on her chest since she'd shot Mike Creek's fall guy. It was getting harder and harder to breathe, harder to keep focused on her work, surroundings, what her hands were doing. "I'm scared," she said in a small voice. "Scared?" he asked. "You?" There was no reason for him to sound that surprised. "Why is that so shocking? You never get scared." He said it like it was a statement of fact. "What are you talking about?" she demanded. That hot, heavy knot enlarged into her stomach. "I'm scared all the fucking time." Her last 2 words echoed around the room. When had she started yelling? She was losing control. "Breathe, you stupid woman, breathe." Oh, holy Jesus, were those tears running down her face? She stared at her hands. Damn it, she couldn't even wipe them away. She was wearing gloves. "Scared of what?" Gunner demanded. "Name the specific things you're scared about every day." He shook his head rapidly. "Names of assholes, that's what I mean." The knot twisted, constricting airflow, making it almost impossible to take in enough to speak. She stood there, trembling, sweating, and hyperventilating. No names surfaced out of the sea of anxiety she was drowning in. She couldn't even look at Gunner for fear of seeing pity on his face. "It's not someone or something else, is it?" he asked very quietly. She met his gaze and discovered not pity but understanding on his face. "You're scared of yourself." It wasn't a question. He knew. He knew. Images from the shooting incident at the brewery flashed through her mind as if she were flipping through a photo album, one picture at a time. The expression on the man's face as he locked his gaze on her hands. The gun in her hands. Gunner's focused rage as he calculated what he was going to have to do to disarm the man. During all of that, she'd felt nothing. Not worry or anger or fear, just a rock-solid knowledge there was a lethal threat. A threat to her and her partner, and it was up to her to take care of it. She squeezed the trigger. "I shot a man, Gunner," she said very, very quietly. "Not an insurgent, a fellow American citizen, someone I protected for 8 years in the Army." She sighed. "I'm afraid I don't know who the enemy is anymore." Chapter 28. Wednesday, 12:14 p.m. Gunner took in Joy's clenched fists, wet face, and haunted gaze, and he let his gut do his talking for him. Bullshit. She reared back like he'd hit her. He got in her personal space until she had to back up or be pressed against him. "Don't castigate yourself because you did the right thing." She kept backing up. "The right thing? I shot a man. We're not in battle conditions. He was a civilian." Her words were a demand and a plea. He thought he was wearing a suicide vest full of explosives. Gunner took her by the shoulders, halting her retreat, and lowered his head until they were nose to nose. He would have detonated them, killing you, me, and anyone else in that building if they'd been real. He intended to do harm. You did the only thing reasonable. "I don't remember pulling the gun out. I don't remember aiming it at him. All I remember is the surprise and fear on his face." Gunner snorted. Well, of course he was terrified. It was probably the first time in his miserable life he'd ever met a woman he couldn't intimidate. Not only were you not scared of him, as soon as his behavior, his expression, and his body language communicated whatever piece of evil he was thinking, you reacted exactly as you were trained. He smiled at her, proud of her ability to accurately read the situation. You didn't threaten, taunt, or terrorize. You were calm and offered him options that could have resulted in him walking away, but he didn't take them. I'd say you did a fantastic job. But you don't remember pulling out your gun? He waved the concern away. That's just good training in action. But he could hear all her objections just fine. Do you remember every moment of every trip you drive in your car? No? Muscle memory is supposed to work like that. That's what training is for. Joy's eyebrows were crowding together so low and tight they almost looked like one brow. Give yourself time to think about everything that's happened over the last few days. Taken as a whole, you've handled several tense situations very well. She blinked. Thank you. Both their phones beeped. Rodriguez with an update. The death toll had risen to 79. If they miss one keg, just one, that number could double, Gunnar said. Maybe even more. Stupid way of delivering a bacterial pathogen, Joy muttered. Poisoning people has a long history, and using biological weapons in order to kill a lot of people is almost as old. No one is dipping their arrowheads into decomposing bodies or human waste, then shooting them at us. Contaminated beer? She was outraged. That's underhanded and dirty. The definition of terrorism, Gunnar agreed. What's the definition of terrorism? Kettner asked as he, followed by two men, one of whom had a Frank Creek keg on a moving dolly, walked into the room. FBI, all three of them. Gunnar explained their discussion. Kettner said in surprised agreement. Sounds about right. A moment later, the sneer was back on his face. He gestured at the keg. Do your thing. They took a sample of the beer inside the keg as well as swabbed the outside surface of it. Both tested positive. Kettner wrinkled up his nose. So there's bacteria inside the keg and on the outside of it too? Looks like someone wanted to be sure whoever used this keg got sick. Jesus, I drink this brand. One of the other agents looked like he was going to puke. The FAFO is squawking on social media about masterminding this outbreak and threatening more, Kettner said. FAFO has been on our radar for a while, Joy told him, and watched his face sour further. Did the man even know how to look any other way? Footsteps and voices coming from the hall outside announced the arrival of the second team, led by Dozer. Gunnar and Joy repeated the testing process with the same results. Kettner said, This is a waste of time. Just treat the sick when they show up at hospital. Use the equivalent of napalm on these bacteria. Easy, right? Wrong, Gunnar said. Every time we develop a new antibiotic, bacteria evolve defenses against it. We've got resistant strains of tuberculosis circulating as well as a bunch of others that are resistant to all the antibiotics in current use. These two strains are resistant. So use new antibiotics, the ones pharmaceutical companies develop. We'd love to, especially in a situation like this, but we can't start using a drug that hasn't been tested for adverse reactions and side effects. You wouldn't want to jump into using it, then discover it also damages your liver. Also, Joy added, those new antibiotics are hideously expensive, sometimes as high as the mortgage on your house for a single treatment. I hate to interrupt this philosophical discussion, Dozer said, but McDougal is back with the third keg. Gunnar shook his head and turned away to inspect the incoming beer keg. He couldn't see Kettner's expression because the man was behind him, but Joy was facing them both, and she looked momentarily frightened. The hairs on the back of Gunnar's neck stood up. He turned abruptly, but it was still enough time for Kettner to sanitize his expression. Mostly, anyway. Loathing still glittered in his gaze. Why did he dislike the CDC so much? Gunnar raised an eyebrow. That's right, asshole. I know how you really feel. Kettner dropped the mask, hiding his antagonistic expression, before sliding it on again as he turned to speak quietly to his supervisor. Gunnar glanced at Joy, who rolled her eyes. She'd seen the look Kettner had given him. Not much either of them could do about the FBI agent. Fixing stupid was beyond their capacity. McDougal pulled a dolly with a keg of beer on it, one with an all-too-familiar logo on it. More positive results. A low growl went through the room after they announced that. Both Dozer and Kettner were on their phones talking to unknown persons. Are we at a dead end? Joy asked Gunnar softly as they observed the various law enforcement officers, agents, and supervisors in the room. Everyone stood either talking with each other or on the phone, looking as if they were all in charge of the investigation. Not sure how many of them realized none of them were in charge. Dozer finished his phone call, pocketed his phone, then walked over to them. The FBI is finished sifting through everything on that stick, Creek's phone, and all the other evidence. We're reasonably sure there's still one keg still out there unaccounted for. How sure is reasonably sure? Gunnar asked. 95% sure. And that other 5%? Multiple kegs still on the loose. No chance we got them all. Dozer shook his head. Mike Creek offered a deal for his cooperation. Thing is, after we showed him all the places where we found kegs, he kept giggling. Dozer rolled his eyes. You know, like some 12-year-old who hid a dead frog somewhere in your house. You know it's there, but you don't know where. He refused to say if there were any more kegs, but that guy looked way too happy with the list of kegs we've picked up. He could be just fucking with us, Gunnar suggested. That's a given, Dozer said. Still, we can't assume we got them all. No. Joy checked her watch. Shit, spring break parties are only a few hours away from starting. Even if we mobilized every cop in the city, we'd never find it in time, Gunnar growled. A location-to-location search would never work, Dozer agreed. We need to narrow the list of possible targets. So far, the kegs have gone to frat houses, bars, and specialty beer stores, Joy said. Who is Creek targeting? Young people, college-age students, Dozer suggested. What's the message he's trying to convey? Gunnar asked. Is he trying to punish someone? He doesn't know any of the victims personally, Dozer said. We looked for connections between him and the first few cases. Nothing. So his victims could be standing in for the person or people he really wants to hurt, Joy said. His brother? Gunnar asked. He'd have sent that beer to bars that cater to off-duty military personnel, Dozer said with a shake of his head. He sent it to frat parties, Joy said slowly. Didn't Frank say something about him being close to washing out of college? He did, Gunnar said. He's attempting to destroy the thing that broke him, college. Dozer smiled a little. You know, you two would make half-decent profilers. We already have jobs, Gunnar said, but thanks for the offer. Kettner approached them. No new information. We're at a standstill. What about all of you? Same, Dozer said. Kettner's sour expression had a sweet side to it, and it creeped Joy out. My people have suggested we wait until someone gets sick, he said, looking almost happy about it. Your suggestion is to use every person under the age of 25 as the proverbial canary in a coal mine? Joy demanded. Kettner looked at her like she'd asked a stupid question. Yes. Chapter 29. Wednesday, 2:30 p.m. Gunnar found it difficult to control his utter distaste for the FBI agent. If he let how he felt show on his face, the guy was going to pull out his gun to ward Gunnar off. By the time the sick hits our radar, Gunnar said, unable to keep the snarl out of his voice, it'll be too late. The infected will have moved locations or gotten onto airplanes to go home, taking the bacteria with them. We'll end up with outbreaks at universities all over the United States. It will take us months or longer to track it all down and clean it up. It will cost millions of dollars and many lives. He flashed his teeth at the agent. I, for one, will be happy to inform the families of the deceased that you and the FBI are the reason their son or daughter is dead. What do you suggest, then, Dr. Anderson? Kettner said, his jaw muscles working. I have an idea, Joy said, staring at her phone. Everyone turned to look at her. She held up the cell phone, displaying a photo on the screen. Gunnar leaned closer, trying to make out the picture. It looked vaguely familiar. What is that? It's a photo from the first scene we attended at the beginning of this outbreak. Someone who was at that party took some pictures before we got there and posted them to Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. It's already been shared thousands of times. Stupid kids, Kettner said dismissively. Dozer had the opposite reaction. He stared at Joy's phone with greed in his gaze. You want us to post warnings about the beer on social media? Dozer asked. "We've already put out a recall on the beer on the news channels and websites with a carefully crafted message designed to encourage people to cooperate. If we show them how bad things could get, it could start a public panic we'd be unable to control," Kettner said flatly. "But a viral campaign would reach the target audience of this biological weapon," Gunner said, "and it would do it fast." "We're already doing that," Kettner countered. "College-age people don't hang out on CNN or the New York Times websites," Joy snorted. "Even if they saw your carefully crafted news report, they probably wouldn't take it seriously. They'd see it as just another media-fueled report about a problem that doesn't affect them. We need to talk to them in their own language on their preferred vehicles of communication." Joy sounded cautiously optimistic by the end of her sentence, an optimism they needed right now in large doses. "You might be right," Kettner said with a shrug. "But I'm not the person you have to convince, and I don't believe you'll get permission from my supervisor, or his." He pointed at Dozer. Disbelief and frustration squashed the endorphins that had, for a moment, given him hope they could do something positive. "You are a joyless person," Gunner said to Kettner. "Absolutely gloomy. How about you stick your shitty attitude up your ass and leave it there?" As soon as the words were out, he knew they were a mistake, but damn it, the man was as exciting as a wet noodle. "You think sharing the fact on multiple social media channels that there's at least one keg of really bad beer on the loose in New Orleans during spring break is a good idea?" Kettner took a step closer to both Joy and him and shook a finger at them. "You'll make the CDC look like a bunch of fools while inciting panic in the public. It will create chaos and make a bad situation worse." "Offer another solution that will save more lives," Joy said, her words a challenge. "Because that's what's at stake, lives." "If we do nothing and just wait for someone to get sick or die," Gunner added, "we're guaranteed to lose people, a lot of people, potentially hundreds of people. I would rather do everything in my power to warn people about the beer, ask them to look for the beer, and report seeing the beer. We might get lucky and find it before anyone else has to die." Kettner crossed his arms over his chest and turned to Dozer. "Do you think this plan of theirs is going to fly?" Dozer shrugged. "Like you said, it doesn't matter what I think, but I know I'm going to suggest it to my boss and pray he says yes." Kettner stared at Dozer with a snarl on his face. Dozer pulled out his cell phone, then looked at Kettner. "Are you going to be the only one not running this idea past his superiors?" Gunner got his phone out and dialed Rodriguez, while Dozer called someone at his office. Kettner graced them all with a sneer, turned on his heel, and left. "Good riddance," Joy muttered. "I hope he stays away." "Probably not," Dozer said, just before he greeted whoever answered his phone call. Rodriguez answered a second or two later, and Gunner was occupied with explaining their situation and what they wanted to do. He hoped Joy was eavesdropping on the other conversation. He wanted to know what Dozer was saying. Kettner's attitude more than bothered Gunner. It worried him. The guy's reactions were all wrong. He wasn't keeping the big picture in mind. He had another picture in his number one priority spot, and it only partially included keeping the public safe. Gunner just couldn't figure out what that picture was. It was driving him crazy. Rodriguez was silent after Gunner stopped talking, and he let the air grow stale, then dead before asking respectfully, "Ma'am, how would you like us to proceed?" "I need to consult with my counterparts at Homeland Security and the FBI before any decisions are made." She paused. "When was the last time you ate?" "Breakfast," which he realized had been a long time ago. "Grab a cup of coffee and a high-protein meal. I'll call as soon as a coordinated course of action has been decided upon." Rodriguez hung up. Dozer's call took a few seconds longer. He looked from Gunner's face to Joy's. "Did I hear something about food?" "It's good for the brain," Gunner said. "Oh, yeah?" Dozer looked contemplative. "In that case, we should all eat some." "Some of us more than others," Joy said under her breath. Gunner managed not to chuckle, but it was hard. The hospital cafeteria was about half full of people, staff, patients, and visitors. Dozer, Joy, and Gunner filled their plates and ate with similar single-minded attention. Gunner looked at his empty plate. "I'm still hungry." "They were making beignets," Dozer said. "Do you think they're any good here?" "Don't have a clue." "I'm willing to risk it," Gunner said, and got up to do just that. The server behind the counter gave him a piece to test, and holy shit, it was good. Gunnar got enough for himself, Joy, Dozer, and began to make his way back to their table. Kettner stood next to the table, towering over Joy. He was saying something to her, and her face, a flat, cold expression on it, made him speed up. He arrived at the table just in time to see her bare her teeth at him and say, "A different team isn't going to change much. I'm not sure what you think you're going to gain, but we have an integrated communication system. Every piece of information, results from the lab, our field tests, names, addresses, everything is shared in real time with every member of the task force." Kettner's smile dimmed only a little. Joy was practically vibrating with irritation. Gunnar looked at the agent and managed to maintain an even tone to ask, "What did you say to upset my partner?" Kettner turned to him with a mock smile on his face. "I complimented you two on your idea of using social media. I agree. The benefits of warning the public outweigh the risks." "You left out the part where we get sent home," Joy said, sitting back in her chair. She shook her head. "I don't get it. You've been treating us like crap since we met. What's with that?" "You're doctors and nurses, not law enforcement. You don't have the right training." He focused his gaze on Joy. "You're armed, but I have no idea how you're going to react if someone pulls a gun or drops a bomb." "Calmly," Dozer put in, "like a 10-year veteran from any agency you'd care to name." Gunnar glanced at Dozer, who arched an eyebrow. "I'm on the fence with this decision. I think you need to get off that leg, Gunnar, but I also think you and Joy have done a stellar job on this case. We're down to one missing keg." "Wait," Gunnar said, looking from one man to the other. "All of us were told to get along earlier today because we're all you've got." "As of 10 minutes ago, the CDC has another team available," Kettner drawled. "They're on their way here." "That's not—" Gunnar grabbed his phone and found a short series of messages from Rodriguez informing him that a team was coming to help. Not take over the investigation, but help. He gave Kettner a tight smile. "According to the information Dr. Rodriguez sent me, they're coming to help, not take over." Kettner shrugged. "You three look like you've been in an active war zone. For your own safety, as well as the safety of the rest of the people working this investigation, take yourselves off the active roster, get medical help, and go home." He turned and strolled out of the cafeteria. Dozer got up a couple of seconds later. "I'm going to try and figure out what's been happening behind my back." He gave Gunnar and Joy a tight smile. "I'll let you know if I find out anything interesting." He walked away, his phone by his ear. Joy pulled out her cell and made a call. Her hands were shaking. Yes, it had been a good idea to give her something to hold on to. She didn't put the phone on speaker, but he could still hear Rodriguez answer. "Ma'am, is there another team coming to New Orleans to take over our investigation?" "Henry is coming with one of the other lab techs to help," she said, her voice curt with impatience. "However, you may be told to take some time off for medical treatment and rest. You've both logged a lot of work hours and injuries, but not enough sleep." Gunnar frowned. He didn't like the sound of that. Before he could speak, Rodriguez continued. "We're at a standstill until we can find that last keg or people start showing up at hospitals sick. Henry will assess you and you'll follow his instructions. Understood?" "Ma'am," Joy began, "about using social media—" Their boss cut her off. "Good suggestion. We're moving on that right now. Just sit tight and wait for Henry." "Yes, ma'am." "Good. I'll talk to you in a few hours." Joy put her phone away. "What do you think Henry is going to say?" she asked slowly. Gunnar looked at her, then himself, the heat of rage draining out of him almost as fast as it arrived, leaving his muscles even more tired and sore than before. His leg throbbed in time with his pulse. "I think we're homeward bound." "I'm sorry," she said softly. "Not your fault," Gunnar told her, fighting to keep the cold from taking over. "This whole investigation has been odd from the beginning. We're missing something." "What?" "If I knew, I'd tell you to shoot it." "Could I stomp on it instead?" she asked, with a rusty-sounding voice. "What do we do now?" "Wait here for Henry." He took another bite of his beignet and settled back in his plastic chair. "Try one. They're good." She took one and bit into it. "You know that hurts the most?" she asked, looking at her coffee cup. "The disrespect. I've fought for, rescued, and resuscitated so many men and women in uniform. I understood how soldiers work, why they do the things they do, and say what they say, but these people—" She waved her hand in the direction Raleigh went. "They're in law enforcement. They shouldn't be so different, but I don't understand them." "It's fucking politics." "Politics?" Different agencies fighting over jurisdiction, recognition, and funding. They all want to be top dog, and their people have the same mindset. Politics isn't supposed to be part of our job or the job of a run-of-the-mill Homeland agents or an FBI agents, is it? I didn't think so, but they obviously have different priorities than we do. It fucking sucks, she said, her tone resigned. Yep. So now we just sit here until Henry arrives? She asked. She turned to look at Gunnar suddenly, a smile smoothing out the frown lines on her face. I can't wait to see his reaction to Kettner's attitude. He hates to leave the lab on the best of days. If Gunnar was grumpy, Henry was an angry rage monster. It might be fun to watch him rip Kettner to verbal shreds for forcing him out of the lab, his home away from home, to deal with agents who had no respect for anyone other than themselves. Shall we head back to our cozy room in the basement and make sure everything is squared away before Henry gets here? Yeah, if we leave him a mess, he'll do something worse in revenge. Gunnar got to his feet, picked up his food garbage, took one step, then another step. His leg gave way and he crashed to the floor. Gunnar? Joy rushed to his side. Are you okay? He turned onto his back before she could touch him and stared up at the ceiling. He had no trouble seeing 3/4 of the people in the cafeteria come running in his peripheral vision. For fuck's sake, he muttered. A couple of people knelt next to him and began doing a standard first aid assessment. I'm fine, he growled. My leg just gave out. He shooed helpful hands away and repeated, I'm fine. Chapter 30. Wednesday, 3:31 p.m. Joy knelt next to Gunnar but didn't treat him like an invalid or victim. As long as he was conscious, she'd let him ask for help. A hospital staffer reached out, maybe to take his pulse. Joy wasn't sure, but she blocked the woman with a hand. If he says he's fine, he's fine. If you're sure, the woman asked hesitantly, glancing between Gunnar and Joy. I'm sure, he grumbled and sat up. The woman got to her feet and walked back to her table. The rest of the people who'd responded followed suit. Gunnar didn't move, just watched their audience drift away. That was embarrassing. Want a hand up? In response, he took her proffered hand and she pulled him to his feet. He tested his weight on his injured leg carefully. Seems fine. I think it went to sleep. Are the bandages too tight? No, I can feel my foot. He pinched his lips together, telling her without saying a word that he didn't want to answer any more questions right now. Let's go. She nodded and followed him out. His limp was a lot more pronounced than before. Perhaps it was pain or tiredness or a combination of the two. Watching him walk made her wince and finally admit maybe Kettner had been right to find a way to get Gunnar and her pulled from active duty. Jeez, and that thought with its military bent told her she was just as tired as Gunnar was. She wasn't going to tell Gunnar that, at least not now. It took them 10 minutes to get back to their temporary lab/isolation room. Both Raleigh and Kettner were inside talking quietly, while a couple of other people from their respective agencies took photos of the kegs and all of the CDC's equipment. Dozer was nowhere in evidence. The two agents looked at them. Raleigh nodded at them, a frown bringing his brows low, but Kettner smiled. Not a nice smile. Feeling better? He asked Gunnar. Great. So Gunnar's collapse in the cafeteria had been reported to the asshole. Gunnar smiled back, and it was so sharp and menacing she almost took a step back. Fuck off, he said pleasantly to Kettner, his tone at sharp odds with his expression. The FBI agent chuckled. This investigation is almost finished, and your health is important. I hope you do the right thing and take the time you need to get well. Wow, that was laying it on thick. This investigation won't be finished until we uncover the source of the E. coli, Gunnar said, that serrated smile still on his face. We? Kettner asked, but it wasn't really a question. He was taunting them. Seriously? How old are you? Joy asked. 12? Oh, no, Gunnar said to Joy seriously. He's fully grown, he's just an asshole. Kettner's smile changed, became patronizing. Think about what you're saying, Doctor. You might want my assistance someday in the future. Our community, he gestured at Raleigh and the other people in the room, is a small one. You've already earned a reputation as a difficult son of a bitch. Do you really want to add disruptive and disorderly to the list? I can be cooperative, Gunnar said, when I'm working with people who have their eye on the ball and not on the prize. In fact, next time there's an Ebola outbreak, I'll remind my boss how helpful you've been and request your immediate assistance." Joy nearly laughed at the shock and fear that dropped Kettner's jaw. He recovered fast, though. "Is that a threat?" "Nope, it's me being cooperative. That is what you said you wanted, isn't it?" The agent looked at Joy. "Your partner is clearly not in his right mind." "His mind is functioning a lot better than yours," she told him. She paused for effect, then said, "Dick." Kettner gathered himself, straightening his shoulders before deliberately relaxing. He didn't say anything else, just gave them that patronizing smile again and walked out of the room. That left Raleigh staring at them with a contemplative expression on his face. "You might be a dick, but you take too many risks." "Thank you for your honesty. I mean that sincerely." Joy thumbed over her shoulder in the direction of the door. "That guy would cheerfully stab you in the back and smile at you while doing it." Raleigh didn't respond to her assessment of Kettner's character. "I don't like working with people whose self-preservation instinct is all but non-existent. You're too hard to predict, which makes you dangerous." He stared at them for a moment longer, no apology on his face, then moved off to talk to his man taking the photos. "This sucks," Joy said. Gunnar didn't answer. She looked at him and found him rocking back and forth a little on his feet. "Gunnar?" she asked, touching his arm. His face had lost what little bit of color it had. "Sit down," she ordered in a low voice, "before you fall down." He blinked, then shuffled toward a chair someone had set against the wall near the door. He didn't sit down, he fell down, landing hard on his butt. Joy took his face in her hands and looked into his eyes. "Hey, are you still with me?" His response took 2 seconds too long. "Always." He met her gaze, and despite the pain he had to be in, it warmed her from the inside out. They were a team, had each other's back. No one was going to get the jump on them. Her stomach flipped over. How many people, patients and fellow soldiers, had she lost in Afghanistan? Too many. Get your head in the game. They were still on the clock, and if they left the room to find a place where Gunnar could sleep, handing over the case to Henry was going to take even more time. Time no one had to waste. She turned to Raleigh. "Hey, can you find out if we can get a cot in here? Gunnar needs a catnap." Raleigh stared at her like she'd spoken in a foreign language before coming over to look at her partner. Gunnar had closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the wall. Sweat was beating down his forehead. "He doesn't look so good." Joy almost laughed at the irony of it. She cleared her throat and said, "He needs rest." "He's sitting right here," Gunnar said, sounding like his normal grumpy self. "Look," Joy said, giving Raleigh a tight smile. "We've got to stay here until our CDC colleagues arrive to hand off the case." She glanced at Gunnar again and had to stop him from sliding down the wall and off the chair. "It's either the floor or a cot," Raleigh sighed. "You two are a pain in the ass." "We appreciate your dedication to your job, too." He rolled his eyes, then muttered, "I'll see what I can do." He spoke with his man, then left the room. Joy studied Gunnar's face. "Do I need to take you upstairs to the ER?" she asked. "No," he answered. "I just ran out of gas. Adrenaline, coffee, and sugar can only do so much." "Maybe you need an energy drink." He started to laugh. "I'd probably act drunk, then crash." "Can I look at your leg?" "Sure, whatever." He shrugged, but didn't open his eyes. Joy pulled up his pant leg and measured the blood stain showing through on the bandage. It grew as she watched it. "It's bleeding again. Hurts, too," Gunnar added. "Why would it still be bleeding? It was a simple puncture, sutured on both sides. Then we glued it, twice." Gunnar opened his eyes and glanced down at his leg, a frown powering its way onto his face. A puncture caused by an explosion with a lot of debris. "You think something might be in it? Didn't the attending doctor clean it out?" "If it was in there good and deep, he could have missed something." Gunnar looked at her. "How do you feel about flushing it out?" She glanced around. "Me? Here? Where do you want to do it?" "The ER. If we're going to do this, it'll be by the book." "Spoil sport. Shut up and get up. You can lean on me." He got to his feet and did lean on her hard enough for her to know he was in a lot of pain. She wedged her shoulder under his arm, and they took one coordinated step toward the door. Henry stood in their way. Joy frowned, surprised, and since she was tired, irritated. "When did you get here?" "Now," he said, examining Gunnar and her with one thorough glance. You two look like shit. Tell us something we don't know, Gunnar muttered. Behind Henry, several people crowded the doorway. Make a hole, someone said outside of the room. People stepped aside and Raleigh came in with a cot. He set it on the floor next to the chair and Joy helped Gunnar lie down. Henry studied the room and everything in it. Then he crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Gunnar and Joy, and said, "Give me the details. Assume I know nothing." It took them about 20 minutes to explain the whole situation, with Raleigh adding his bits to it. A video some college kid posted on Instagram has gone viral. Oddly enough, you two are center stage in it, telling some kids just how horrible and deadly the E. coli they're infected with is, Henry said. We weren't getting anywhere with our previous press releases. Now we're getting reports of cases of beer coming out of our ears. A smile came and went on his face. But no kegs so far. Damn it, Joy muttered. We're on standby until we get a call, Henry said. He walked over to Gunnar with a limp that didn't slow him down. I heard you took some shrapnel in your leg. Can I take a look? Henry lowered himself to one knee, then the other, pulled Gunnar's pant leg up, and studied the bandage and the stain of blood on it. He looked at Joy. She didn't need him to voice the question she saw on his face. As soon as we're done here, I'm taking him up to the ER to have it flushed. It's been closed 3 times and it's still bleeding. Henry nodded. Good plan, execute it. Joy smiled. Go Army. Henry smiled back so briefly no one else saw it, but she had. And so had the tech he'd brought with him, a tiny woman with red hair pulled back into a ponytail. Henry shifted his body slightly to indicate the woman. This is Ruby Toth, microbiologist, 3rd day on the job. Nice to meet you, Joy said. I'm Joy Ashiro, nurse, and this is my partner, Dr. Gunnar Anderson. Call him Dr. Gunnar. Ruby smiled and nodded, ducking her head, but didn't say anything else. Shy, maybe? So, up to the ER, deal with Gunnar's leg, then on to the airport and flight back to Atlanta? Henry asked, though it wasn't as if she and Gunnar had any other choices in front of them. Yep. We brought our own equipment, so take yours with you, Henry said, indicating their collection kits. A snore rose behind her. Gunnar was asleep. Yeah, he'd crashed. I think I'm going to need a wheelchair to get Gunnar upstairs. It took a few minutes to wake and move him. He made grumpy noises that got even grumpier when the ER doc flushed his wound with saline and fished out a piece of metal that had embedded itself in his calf. News of the search for the contaminated beer keg was everywhere. Every news and social media channel was buzzing about it. Airport? Joy asked, as she and Gunnar made their way slowly toward the ER's exit. I want another beignet. He scowled at the sunshine outside, then turned that unhappy face toward her, as if daring her to make a different suggestion. Or 5. They were supposed to go straight home, but they'd both been through enough shit that a treat sounded really good. I don't think it would be too much to ask to enjoy a good cup of coffee and a couple of beignets before we board the plane. They got into a cab. Where to? The driver asked. The best place for beignets in the French Quarter, Gunnar told him. You got it. The driver started the meter and drove away from the hospital. The cab dropped them off at a very popular cafe, given the number of people there. They still managed to find a table, got coffee and beignets, and just sat and ate. A man at the table next to them swore and showed his companion something on his phone. What a waste of beer. Joy checked a few of the larger news sites. All of them were talking about the search for contaminated beer in New Orleans, and how some people were simply dumping all of their beer down the drain. Well, Gunnar said, I guess that's one way to solve the problem. Get rid of all the beer. Could the bacteria survive in the city storm drain system? Joy asked. Contaminate other bodies of water? Unlikely. Any water source the beer might enter if it's dumped in the street is going to have high bacteria counts already. E. coli is part of the normal flora. These 2 strains are a drop in the bucket. Ha ha, good one. He raised his cup and saluted her with it. He was about to take a sip when he stopped with his cup in midair. What is it? She asked. Beer isn't a great choice if you want to infect and kill a lot of people, Gunnar said slowly. The alcohol content will eventually kill off the bacteria. I know, but Mike Creek doesn't fit into anyone's definition of logical. It's just, if you wanted to infect a lot of people with something like E. coli, how would you do it? She tilted her head to one side. Are you thinking about contaminated water sources? Yeah. You'd have to find a way to introduce the bacteria after the water has been treated for drinking, but before it reaches the people. Gunnar stared at her lips, his lips pressed tightly together. Her jaw fell open and she had to work to close it. I wouldn't use a keg of beer. It wouldn't reach enough people. I'd contaminate the water as it leaves the water treatment facility. Gunnar nodded. Guess who gets blamed when thousands of people get sick instead of just a couple dozen college students here on spring break? The beer, she whispered, her stomach suddenly unhappy with the coffee and pastries she had just consumed. The beer is the fall guy. Chapter 31. Wednesday, 4:43 p.m. It's fucking brilliant, Gunnar said, his voice low enough that no one could overhear him. We've been so busy trying to track down the vector, the source the assholes behind this wanted us to see, we didn't bother looking any further. Joy pulled out her phone. We've got to tell... Who? He asked, interrupting her. We have no proof, just a theory. He snorted. We've already been deemed unfit due to my injury and our exhaustion. No one is going to look into it in time for it to make any difference. She put her phone down, squared her shoulders, and asked, What do we do? I don't think the target has changed, Gunnar said, thinking it through. Just the delivery system. So where does the drinking water for the French Quarter come from? A small section of the city with a concentrated number of young people and tourists in it. An excellent target for a terrorist. Joy picked up her phone and searched for the answer. I have the address of the water treatment facility providing the water for this part of the city. Still got your gun? Yep. Feel like not following orders? She grinned at him and stood up. It just so happens I'm not in the army anymore. They got in another cab and gave the driver the address to the water treatment facility. As they walked to the entrance, Joy asked, So are we performing a quality control inspection? Sounds good to me, Gunnar replied. I'll be the bad inspector. How come I'm always the nice one? Joy's question came out in a teasing tone that woke parts of Gunnar right up. Because no one would believe me if I tried to be nice. I don't have the patience for it. Fine, she said with a gusty sigh that almost made him laugh. They went into the building and approached a reception desk, covered in stacks of paperwork and 3 different laptop computers. No one sat behind it, nor could they see anyone in the vicinity. Hello? Joy called out. Anyone here? No answer. She glanced at him, her expression asking plainly what he thought of the lack of people. He shrugged. Joy moved closer to the desk, then stopped cold. Do you smell that? Gunnar joined her and inhaled through his nose. Blood. Fresh blood. A lot of fresh blood, and it was emanating from the other side of the desk. The pain in his leg faded as adrenaline flooded through him. Joy was already halfway around the desk by the time he moved. He followed her, but stopped as soon as he could see the body clearly. A woman lay on the floor behind the desk, the back of her head wet and matted with blood. Joy pulled out her gun and began searching the reception area. Be careful, he whispered loudly. If you get hurt, I will tan your bare ass. She flashed him a half-grin as she moved to check down the 2 hallways leading farther inside the facility. Promises, promises. He might give her that spanking anyway. Gunnar called 911, gave a concise report to the operator, then hung up before the woman could start asking a bunch of questions. His next call was to Rodriguez. As soon as she answered, he explained their situation at the treatment facility and kept talking fast enough to prevent her from asking anything until he was done. He ended with, We need backup. You're supposed to be on a plane back to Atlanta. Rodriguez's voice was an angry growl. Joy gestured at him with an urgent hand and pointed down one of the hallways. Faintly from a distance, someone screamed. A shot cut the scream off abruptly. Shots fired, Gunnar said into the phone. Get out of there, Rodriguez said, each word enunciated with careful precision. Gunnar partially covered the receiving end of the phone. What was that, ma'am? I'm afraid I didn't hear you over the scream of someone in distress somewhere in this building. Send medical help. He ended the call and put his phone on silent. There would be hell to pay, but better getting yelled at than doing nothing. Joy had a weapon, but he didn't. He looked around for something he could use to combat a couple of murderous mass poisoners and saw a mid-sized fire extinguisher strapped to the wall. It will have to do. He grabbed it, then nodded at Joy to take the lead. Her expression was grim, but she lifted her handgun in a 2-handed grip, looking like she belonged in one of those cop shows on TV. Only this was real life, and at least one person had already been murdered here. They crept down the hallway using a measured pace. They didn't see or hear anyone until they heard shouts. The voices sounded odd from a distance with a bit of an echo, which didn't make sense given the standard office building hallway they were in. There wasn't enough space to create an echo. They reached a corner and Joy paused before looking very cautiously around it. She pulled back and held her breath. She looked at Gunnar and leaned closer. He put his ear next to her lips. "One man with a gun," she said. "It looks like an M16. One person on the ground and another two with their hands up. There's a beer keg on the floor next to some kind of moving dolly. Would one keg of beer be enough to poison the water?" No. Gunnar considered it further. But if they grew a concentrated batch of the bacteria in a liquid medium and transported it inside a keg, it would be. "Shit," Joy said. "I guess we can't just ask them." "I doubt we'd get the answer we're looking for." She glanced around the corner again. "That keg is bigger than the ones we saw in the brewery. Hard to keep your rifle trained on someone and move something that heavy at the same time," Gunnar said. "What's our game plan?" "Distract and destroy?" "How would that work?" He fixed her with a hard stare. "The police will be here soon. I'm the distraction. I think I can lure the gunmen away to other parts of the building if I make lots of noise. Get him to leave the hostages and the keg for a short period of time. Once he's taken the bait, you can get the hostages away." She glanced at the fire extinguisher. "Hopefully you won't have to put out any fires." At the word distraction and the phrase, "lure the gunman," his whole body froze solid, turning him into a fear-filled iceberg of jagged-edged memories that weighed him down and threatened to flip him ass over end. He managed to defrost his mouth and throat enough to say, "You won't give the nutcase with a rifle a clear shot at you. This isn't the OK Corral. There won't be a shootout." He stared into her gaze and leaned closer to her. "Agreed?" "Agreed," she said with a confidence he hoped was real. "I'm serious, Joy. If you get hurt, I will never let you forget it." "Right back at you, partner." She gave him a hard stare, then hustled back down the hallway and disappeared. "Roll the keg onto the dolly," someone shouted. "Do it now." Gunnar glanced around the corner and saw the gunman pointing his weapon at a balding, overweight man whose belly hung over the edge of his pants. "I can't," the man said. He spoke fast, his voice vibrating with fear. "I have a bad back. My doctor put me on a modified work schedule. Shut up and do as you're told, or the next thing your doctor will be doing is putting a toe tag on your foot." Gunnar tried to judge how far he was from the gunman. With his limp, he couldn't move as fast as normal, so he'd need longer to get the remaining hostages out of there. Another quick look around the corner revealed a couple of doorways he might be able to hide in as he moved closer to the action. He just needed a moment when the gunman's attention was elsewhere. "Move, lady!" Someone barked loud enough to turn the gunman's head 180 degrees. Gunnar's too. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Joy came into view, her hands up, a second armed man shoving her forward with the muzzle of another nasty-looking rifle. The sight of her, her hands in the air, a weapon pointed at her head, stopped him dead, his gut disappearing into a black hole beneath his feet. Shit, shit, shit. "Where did she come from?" the first gunman asked. "She was sneaking up the hallway behind you." "She's a cop?" He looked her scrubs up and down. "Her ID says CDC." Gunnar's heart pounded out a funeral dirge in his ears. No, no, no. They would kill her. She was a witness, an expert one. They would kill her. Fuck. The first man paced back and forth a couple of times. "Is she alone?" "I haven't seen anyone else, no cops either." A pause. "I've got her phone. It's hooked into the CDC's internal system. It has real-time lab results and communications from other CDC team members." He laughed. "A fucking gold mine." He had to get her out of there, but how? "There are a dozen officers surrounding this area," Joy said, lifting her chin and making strong eye contact. "Good. If you're gonna lie, make them believe it." "Do yourselves a favor and turn yourselves in now," she continued saying. The second man barked out a laugh. "Everyone else in the building is dead. If the cops were here, we'd know about it already." He looked at his buddy. "She's full of shit." The other man didn't look convinced. Maybe, but she might have a partner or a small team with her. Let's get this finished and get out of here before anyone else shows up. He turned and shot the overweight man in the heart, then in the head. The other hostage, a woman, screamed and covered her face with her hands, and kept screaming. "Shut up," the murderer said, pointing his gun at her, "or you're next." She covered her mouth, muffling the noises of terror she continued to make despite the threat. "You," the second gunman said to Joy, giving her another shove with the tip of his rifle. "Get over there and help get that keg on the dolly." She walked, slowly and with caution, keeping her hands where everyone could see them. Good. Play nice with the armed idiots and maybe they wouldn't shoot her. She tried to roll the keg and was able to move it up to the dolly, but she couldn't lift it the necessary inch, so it sat upright on the dolly's platform. Joy looked at the other woman. "A little help?" When the first gunman yelled, "Hurry up!" the terrified woman tried to help Joy lift the keg, but even together they weren't able to move it. She was going to get shot and he wasn't going to be able to do anything about it. He couldn't watch another person he loved die in front of him. No, not on his watch. He needed to execute the plan, give her an opportunity to get herself out of there. But since there were two armed men, any attempt Gunnar could make at distraction would turn into a deadly impossibility. What else could he do? A bolt of frozen lightning ripped down his spine as the faint wail of police sirens reached him. If he could hear them, so could the two gunmen. They both jerked, looked at each other, then the second one said, "Out of time. There's enough to finish this." Gunnar didn't like the way the first one said, "finish," like it was the end of the world. Maybe to him it was. Were they prepared to die to get the pathogen into the outgoing water? Dumb question. They'd already killed to do it. They wouldn't want to be captured by the police. They'd kill any witnesses as a matter of course. These two spoke like men who'd bet their last nickel and had nothing to lose. More sirens outside, louder now. The police would be charging down the hallway soon, guns drawn, demanding the surrender of men who were cornered with only one way out. Gunnar closed his eyes and pictured the space. Open but surrounded on all sides by equipment, hallways leading to other parts of the building, and large tanks of water below. There were 4 hallways like spokes on a wheel or a compass. If he could get to the hallway opposite his current position, let the police become the distraction, he might be able to do some good. He hurried back down the hallway until he came to the fork and then another. After a few more turns, he came to the corner and looked around it quickly. One gunman was facing the hallway, filtering the noise of sirens loudest. The other was trying to get the keg loaded on the dolly, yelling at Joy and the other woman to lift, damn you, lift. They got the barrel upright, and the gunman began shifting it toward the dolly using the bottom rim. Across the space, someone shouted, "Please, drop your weapons!" The armed gunman grabbed the hysterical woman, yanking her in front of him, and yelled, "Back away or I shoot her!" The second man almost had the keg on the dolly. It was now or never. Gunnar slipped around the corner and moved as fast as he could toward the cluster of people. The second man turned his head and stared at Gunnar blankly for a second. He let go of the keg and his hand shot to his rear waistband as he sucked in a breath and opened his mouth. Joy tackled him from behind, knocking him to the floor. Gunnar moved faster. The first gunman turned, the gun in his hand, and fired. The shot went wide. The woman the gunman was using as a shield lost her shit, screaming, kicking, and punching wildly. She managed to elbow her captor in the face, and he stumbled back, letting go of her. She dashed away, still screaming. The gunman shot her in the back. As soon as she went down, the cop started shooting at the gunman. His body jerked several times before he fell face down. The asshole Joy had rammed managed to shove her off him. He whipped his hands around to the front of his body and aimed his gun at Gunnar. Gunnar pulled the pin on the fire extinguisher, pointed the nozzle at the second guy's face, then squeezed the trigger. The gun went off, and something pushed Gunnar back a step like he'd been poked hard in the ribs with a couple of fingers. He braced himself and kept spraying the man. Another hard poke rocked him back. The pressure from the stream of fire retardant finally forced the gun out of bad guy's hand. Gunnar's arms trembled with the effort to hold on to the extinguisher. He was so fucking tired, and the canister had gotten heavy in a hurry. Joy lunged upwards, snarling, grabbed the extinguisher from Gunnar's loose grip, and smacked the gunman in the side of the head with it. He wilted like week-old lettuce. Joy looked at Gunnar. Her eyes grew wide. "Gunnar?" His knees buckled and he went down. Damned leg. "Gunnar!" she screamed, dropping the extinguisher and jumping at him. "Man down! Man down!" She yelled over her shoulder. Who was she talking about? Gunnar glanced at his torso and saw white puffs of retardant mixed with blood. The red stain got darker and darker, spreading across and down his torso. Joy shoved him onto his back, yanked his shirt open, then pressed her hands against his chest. He'd been shot? Huh. It didn't hurt as much as he thought it would. "Hey," he said, trying to reassure her, but the word came out in a voiceless whisper. Tears were running down Joy's face. He lifted a hand and tried to wipe the moisture away. "Are you okay?" he asked, forcing the words out through a throat that got narrower and narrower with every second. "I'm fine." She let out a sob. "Why did you do it? He had a gun. You had to know he'd shoot you." "I couldn't let them hurt you." Gunnar stroked his thumb across her cheek, wiping away more tears. His arm seemed to weigh 100 pounds, and it fell back to earth. Behind Joy, several men in police uniforms, guns in their hands, arrived. Some shouted questions and orders, others left his field of vision. His whole body felt heavy and cold. Chapter 32. Wednesday, 5:56 p.m. Joy pressed her weight against the hole in Gunnar's chest and tried to stop crying. She needed to be able to speak to the police. She managed to get her tears under control when one of them came to a stop in front of her and said, "Hands in the air." Of all the moronic things to say. Disbelief surprised her so much she was able to speak. "I'm with the CDC," she said, "and so is this man. He's been shot in the chest. I need an ambulance here yesterday." Someone else yelled, "Move away from the victim, ma'am." Like hell she would. "I'm the only thing keeping him from bleeding out," she said in her best "don't fuck with me" tone. "Get me an ambulance." The man in front of her slowly lowered his gun and took a step closer. "She's right, this guy is wounded." The next few minutes passed in a blur as 2 paramedics arrived. They got Gunnar onto the stretcher and rolled it into the ambulance with her still on top of him, putting pressure on the wound. She focused on Gunnar and spoke to him, whispering in his ear that she loved him and he couldn't leave her. If he left, if he died, something inside her would break, shatter, perish. He didn't respond. His eyes were closed, his lashes dark against ashen skin. He'd lost a lot of blood. Too much blood? Why had he tried to stop 2 armed men with a fire extinguisher? He had to have known she was unarmed, and with the cops rushing in, the situation had been too fluid, too confusing. A scream hovered at the back of her throat. Why? A team waited for them at the hospital. They took Gunnar directly to an OR. She was ordered off of him right outside the operating room, and they took him in. There were a couple of chairs along the hallway in front of the doors to the OR. She stumbled over and lowered herself onto one as a strange, painful numbness smothered her body. What if he died? She couldn't imagine her life without him in it. They were partners. They balanced each other. He'd promised not to leave her without talking to her first. He'd promised. Joy let herself cry until there weren't any tears left. She couldn't do this. Not alone. Not again. Henry found her there. He crouched in front of her, close but not touching. "Hey." She blinked at him and found it difficult to focus on his face. She wiped her eyes, but that didn't help much. Her hands and clothing were covered in dried blood. "You okay?" Henry asked. She snorted. "No." She glanced at herself and winced. "I'm not even sure how long I've been sitting here." 1 hour and 42 minutes. "Oh, how do you—" The staff noted what time they took him into surgery. Henry stood up. "Come on." She didn't move. "I want to wait." She had to know he was still alive. "You can wait, but it's going to be a while before they're done. Several hours at least. Time enough for you to get cleaned up and eat." She hesitated. "He's not going anywhere," Henry said. "I promise." She nodded and stood. Her whole body ached and her feet seemed to weigh 3 times what they normally did. "Maybe a nap, too." Henry smiled and she flinched. She'd smiled that smile to family members of patients whose outcome was in doubt, a smile conveying sympathy, pity, and support. "Don't look at me like that." "Like what?" Like you're afraid I'm going to start babbling and pull all my hair out. I'm tired and sad, nothing more." "Yes, ma'am." She rolled her eyes. Henry might not have served as a soldier in the last 10 years, but he still acted like he was in and deployed. They started walking, his limp reminding her of Gunner. She'd heard Henry had lost his leg in an incident that left several of his unit dead. He seemed on top of his shit. "How did you do it?" "Do what?" "Keep all your marbles in your head after—" His face lost all trace of amusement. "You're assuming I've still got them all." "Don't you?" "I don't know." He sounded surprised. Then he continued in his normal tone. "Keep busy, have a purpose. That's been my strategy." He walked her to the female staff change room. "There's some clothing waiting for you inside. Grab a shower. We'll get you something to eat, then depending on the word from the OR, you might even have time for that nap." She scrubbed her entire body 3 times, afraid of missing any of the blood that had soaked her clothing and covered her skin. The heat from the water didn't just wash away the evidence of how badly Gunner had been injured. It dissolved most of the adrenaline, keeping her on her feet. By the time she was dressed in a clean set of clothes from her own go-bag, her eyes were sagging shut despite all the effort she put into keeping them open. She stumbled out of the changing room. Henry took one look at her and said, "Nap time." "Gunner?" she asked. She'd prop her eyelids open with toothpicks if she had to, but she was going to be there when he woke up. She would allow no other outcome. "He's still in surgery and will be for at least a few hours." Swaying, she stared at Henry, trying to read his face for any hint he might only be telling her what she wanted to hear. If he was, she couldn't tell. "Where can I sleep?" "The doctor's ready room. They have a couple of cots in there." He led the way. The cots were pretty cushy. Both had thick mattresses with good pillows and more blankets than she'd use. She stood next to one of the cots and looked at Henry expectantly. "I'll wake you as soon as they decide they're done," he said. She waited. "My word on it." She nodded and lay down. Sleep ambushed her before her head even hit the pillow. Joy rose to alertness due to someone shaking her shoulder. She batted at the offending hand. "Fuck off, I'm not on duty for another couple of hours." "Joy, it's Henry. Gunner will be out of surgery soon." Henry? There wasn't a Henry on her combat rescue team. Memories came rushing in. Gunner, the CDC, E. coli outbreak, Gunner covered in blood, Gunner. "Is he okay?" she asked as she bolted upright. The room spun and she bent over, hoping that would take care of the disorientation. "He's alive, that's all I know." "Better than dead," she whispered. After a long pause, Henry said softly, "Some injuries are hard to come back from." She glanced at his face and saw something bleak and weary in his gaze. Shit. He'd lost a leg serving his country, but maybe he'd lost more than that. "I'm going to be so irritating," Joy told Henry, pushing energy into her voice. "He'll speed up his recovery just to get away from me." "And if he doesn't?" Henry asked. "Doesn't what?" The veteran soldier looked at her with the same winter-killed soul in his gaze as she had inside her. "Want to get away from you?" Everything came to a stop. She was a wasteland, frozen and barren. She and Gunner were coworkers, friends with benefits sometimes, but anything else was a momentary mirage made of snow and ice. "This is Gunner we're talking about." She forced a smile onto her face. "I know how to push his buttons. His physical therapist is going to love having me around." Henry frowned and opened his mouth. "Besides, Gunner is a workaholic like the rest of us," she said before the lab tech could speak. "You watch. He'll be back and growling at everyone before you know it." Henry's frown didn't go away. "That's not what I meant." She broke eye contact to study her hands. Geez, 3 of her fingernails were torn. "Oh? You're together?" Despite the small pause between words, it wasn't a question. "We're partners," she agreed. "No," Henry muttered with some strength. "You're together." Had the room just gotten smaller all of a sudden? She couldn't take in a deep enough breath and had to force air into her lungs. "Henry, that wouldn't be a good idea for either of us." "Why not?" Sorrow nearly flattened her, and she allowed a tiny bit of it to show on her face. "We've both lost so much, too much." Her voice ran away, leaving her whispering. "Letting anyone else all the way in might let all the monsters out." Henry looked at her for another moment or two, and the bleak hopelessness in his gaze felt like her own. She cleared her throat, pushed off the cot, and stood. "Will they let me be there when he comes out of the anesthetic?" "They know you're a nurse and his partner, so probably, as long as you don't cause a ruckus." She followed Henry down the hall. She didn't even remember the walk to the room. "A ruckus?" she asked, all innocence. "Who, me?" "If you start giving orders, they're going to kick you out." "I'd like to see them try," she muttered. "What was that?" "I'll be as sweet as pie." He gave her a sidelong glance, shook his head. "Keep it frosty." She smiled sweetly, but she had to force her muscles. It hurt. He took her into a waiting room and spoke with a nurse in scrubs identical to the set she was wearing. "Are you Joy?" she asked. "Mr. Anderson listed you as his emergency contact. Are you his wife?" "Partner." Let the nurse infer what she wanted from that. "How is he?" "He's stable. The bullet nicked his bowel and liver, but we were able to stop the bleeding and clean things up. He'd lost some blood from a previous wound and more from the damage to his liver. They had to give him 10 units of blood. We may have to give him more, so we're keeping a close eye on him." "Can I see him?" "We're going to move him shortly into an ICU room. You can sit with him there." "Thank you." The nurse took her into an ICU with patient rooms radiating from a central nursing station. One room was empty of a bed, but it had a chair in the corner. She sat while Henry stood not far away, his arms crossed over his chest. "You don't have to wait," Joy told him. "Yes, I do. Orders." "From Rodriguez?" "Yeah, she is territorial about her people. Doesn't like it when she isn't certain of their status." He rocked back and forth on his feet. Anyone who didn't know him wouldn't be able to tell he had a prosthetic leg. She wanted to get up and pace. Where was Gunnar? Why was it taking so long? She couldn't get the sight of Gunnar, his chest covered with blood, the stain of it growing and spreading out of her head. If he died... No, she couldn't allow herself to think like that. He hadn't died. He'd made it through surgery. He was going to be fine. Joy repeated the words in her head. He was going to be fine. He was going to be fine. Turning them into a mantra. It was the only thing keeping her from hyperventilating. Movement outside the room pulled her attention back into focus. Several people pushed a bed and equipment in Henry's and her direction. She got to her feet, and the two of them moved back to give the staff enough space to get the bed into position with its attendant monitors and equipment hovering around it like orbiting satellites. Gunnar was awake, looking around until he spotted her. Then his gaze never left her face. Relief made her dizzy, and she had to force herself to stay where she was and not tackle-hug him. "You... okay?" His voice was rough. "I'm fine. Didn't even get shot once." He stared at her as if unsure of her answer. "The E. coli?" "Didn't make it into the water." "Good." His eyes closed for a moment before they snapped open, and he frowned at her. "What happened?" "There was a second man. He caught me as I was getting ready to make some noise." "You didn't get shot?" "No." The word barely made it out of her mouth. Those moments before the police fired, when the bad guy shot at Gunnar, sucked all her strength into a black hole inside her heart. It left her shaking, barely able to stay upright in the chair, tears running down her face. "You got shot." He stared at her for a long second, then said in a surprisingly hot tone, "You promised to stay safe, out of sight, out of their hands." "I know, but—" She swallowed a hard, bitter lump of self-disgust. "It was the only way to stop them." "You didn't stop them. You got caught." His voice rose with every word. "I had to try. You were injured. I had better mobility, and I was armed." "Do you know what it did to me to see that bastard put a gun to your head?" he said in a hoarse whisper. "Do you know what it did to me to watch you get shot twice?" she choked out. "I couldn't watch you get shot and not do something about it." He stopped talking to focus on breathing for a couple of seconds. "They would have shot you, the other hostage, and then themselves. I couldn't let it happen, not again." Again? His wife had been shot in front of him. So what? He'd made a conscious decision to step into the line of fire, to try to save her, and he was willing to die to do it? She'd seen that kind of heroism on the battlefield and in her teammates as they worked to save the lives of brutally injured fellow soldiers. She wasn't sure she could live through that again. It was all mixed up in her head in a caustic combination of recent memories and old ones, playing over and over in her mind. It wouldn't stop. She needed it to stop. Chapter 33. Thursday, 3:57 a.m. Gunnar watched all the color disappear out of Joy's face, watched as her hands shook, watched as she took a step away from him, then another. His stomach, already turned inside out and upside down from the hours of surgery and worry about her, managed to wrap itself around his spine and squeeze. Shit. He'd said too much, but he was so angry at the terrorists, the stupid kids who drank too much beer with damn near everyone. She'd put herself last, put herself in harm's way. For him. "If you run," he said, his voice wavering between gravel and gone, "I will find you." He had to stop and take a breath. "And I will paddle your butt." "TMI," Henry said. Gunnar didn't look at him. If he took his gaze off of her, Joy was sure to bolt. She swallowed. "It was my fault you got shot." "No," he said, his voice strong and certain. "It's the fault of those free America from oppression, idiots. When are you going to accept that your life is valuable?" She took another step away from him. He tried to sit up, reach for her, tell her she wasn't going anywhere until she understood her life wasn't available for sacrifice for any reason. But he ran out of breath and couldn't seem to catch up. A monitor began beeping, then another joined it as the world went fuzzy, then dimmed. The quicksand of darkness sucked him down, but he fought its pull and resurfaced to find an unfamiliar woman calling his name. "Joy?" he asked. "Dr. Anderson, please don't stress yourself. You've lost a lot of blood. If you try to get out of bed again, there might not be anyone here to catch you." "Hang another unit of blood," he said absently, looking around for Joy. But he couldn't find her. "I'll see what your doctor wants to do," the nurse said, then left. Gunnar's gaze found Henry. "What happened?" "You tried to get out of bed and chase down Joy. She ran faster than you." "The story of my life," Gunnar said with as much sarcasm as he could muster. "You were a little hard on her." "Henry, she believes her life has less value than everyone else's. She really believes that. I think survivor's guilt has been eating its way through her for a very long time." "How do you know that?" "Because it's taken more than just a chunk out of me." He sighed. He didn't like all the noise from the monitors or the way his eyelids got heavier and heavier. He needed to stay awake so he could find Joy. "You plan on convincing her?" Henry asked. "Yes, even if I have to tie her down and sit on her." A ghost of a smile flitted across his face. "I'd recommend using a bed for that." "A joke?" Gunnar asked. "You?" "It's been known to happen. I tell you what, you promise to do whatever's necessary to get well, and I'll keep an eye on your girl. I'll let you know where she is when you're ready to break out the rope." "Deal." Gunnar let sleep take him. A week later, Henry picked Gunnar up at the Atlanta hospital he'd been transferred to after being released from the ICU. Joy hadn't come to see him. She'd send flowers and coffee. That was it. That was it. Gunnar didn't say anything when Henry showed up in the doorway of his hospital room. He didn't say anything when the nurse explained the care he needed at home to Henry. He continued to not say anything as Henry wheeled him out to his vehicle. Only once both of them were inside and Henry was navigating his truck out of the parking lot did Gunnar speak. "What's been happening?" He wanted to ask, "Where is she?" but he was pretty sure he wasn't going to like the answer to that one, so he asked something else. "Rodriguez told her not to see you until you were released from the hospital." That didn't make any fucking sense. Why? Joy might not have been the one who got shot, but it wounded her just the same. She's taken the last week to get intensive counseling. She promised Rodriguez she wouldn't make any decisions until she's ready to return to work. "That doesn't answer my question," Gunnar said, hanging on to his temper by the finest of threads. Henry sighed. "Joy tried to quit as soon as she got back to Atlanta. She tried to quit the next day and the day after that. Rodriguez finally told her to cut it out until after she had a chance to talk to you." Henry looked at him, his face serious. "I think Rodriguez is hoping you can talk her out of leaving the CDC. If you're flat on your back in a hospital bed, Joy might not listen to a word you say." Gunnar waited to be sure Henry was done talking. "Okay," he finally said. Thanks for that sanitized, politically correct explanation. Can I have the short, non-bullshit version now? She blames herself for you getting shot. That's ridiculous. I made the decision to approach those assholes all by myself. Trauma doesn't have to make sense. That doesn't make it any less real to the one experiencing it. Henry shrugged. Rodriguez thought you'd have a better chance of convincing her you're not going to die if you don't look like you're going to die. Gunnar grunted. So where is she? At her apartment. The confidence with which he spoke caught Gunnar's attention. You know that for certain? Henry flashed a grin. I live in the building too, remember? Good. You can help me get to the second floor. Henry nodded but didn't comment as they went, not to Gunnar's apartment on the third floor, but to Joy's door. Gunnar knocked. He heard soft footfalls coming from inside the apartment. Then, nothing. Open the door, Joy, Gunnar said. I'm not leaving until we talk. A few seconds went by. 20, then 30. The deadbolt rattled and the door opened. Henry swung Gunnar's go-bag inside, then he turned and walked briskly away. Gunnar didn't take his gaze off Joy's pale face. Had she lost weight? She glanced at his go-bag sitting inside the apartment, then back at him. She spoke to his collarbone. There's nothing to say. He stepped into her, forcing her to back up a step, 2, then 3. He closed the door behind himself and turned the deadbolt to secure it. She backed up a little faster and turned to face her sofa, all without looking at his face. That was getting old fast. He limped slowly to the sofa and sat down. Her gaze sharpened. How are your injuries? Any complications? No, they kept me a couple of extra days in case my liver squawked, but all my enzyme levels are good. She nodded and seemed to deflate. This was not the Joy he knew. His Joy was strong, secure, and resilient, not this frail, fragile, reticent woman who wouldn't look at him. Henry was right. She did blame herself for his injuries. It wasn't rational, but pain was often the least rational thing a person experienced. He studied her, making no effort to hide it. She had lost weight. It had only been a week, but the weight loss was noticeable. He opened his mouth to demand she stop this ridiculous behavior, but she flinched. She flinched before he could say anything. She flinched. Shit. His normal grumpy shit was not going to do. She was expecting that, anticipating it even, but she only thought she knew what he was going to say. I don't have any good tea in my apartment, he said in a soft voice. He rubbed his face with one hand. Shit. Everything in my fridge has got to be moldy, too. Her gaze moved as high as his nose. Just a little bit more. I haven't had a decent meal since those beignets we had in that cafe. He waited. Her gaze flicked up, met his, then skittered away. I could make some soup and toast, she said tentatively. That would be nice, he said, working hard not to sound too triumphant. She stood and made her way into the kitchen. He couldn't see her from where he was on the sofa, so he moved to her small dining table just off the kitchen. She pulled a can of soup out of a cupboard, opened it, and dumped the contents into a pot. You didn't come here because you're hungry, she said, her voice lifeless. What do you want, Gunnar? I want my Joy back. He hadn't meant to say that, hadn't meant for it to come out with so much emphasis, but the words were out now. He'd just have to keep going. It's not your fault. Her head jerked up and her gaze hit his with enough force to stop his breathing for a couple of seconds. Yes, she argued, it is my fault. I was stupid. I thought I could be the hero, but that's not what happened. I was caught, captured, and caused a situation where you had to act. You already coping with an injury, loss of blood, and no sleep. She stood at the stove, the spoon in her hand, shaking. I'm not dead. But you could have died, she said. You very nearly did. That was a choice I made, he replied, resolute. I chose to help. I chose to use you and the arriving police as distractions. I chose to put myself in harm's way. He stood and took a couple of steps toward her. And I would make those same choices again. She was breathing heavy, trying not to cry, he realized. Why? The word broke some barrier inside her and sobs began shaking her body. Because I love you, he said, taking another step toward her. Because no matter what you do or where you go, I'm going to be there to guard your back. I'm going to be there no matter how difficult or shitty the situation is. He stopped a few feet away. the last distance between them. She had to choose to cross it. She had to choose him. "I love you," he said again and held out a hand. For one long second, she didn't move. For one long second, his heart stopped beating. She closed the distance and took his hand as if afraid he'd break. He tugged a little until she stood, stiff and shaking against his body. He locked his arms around her. "I'm not letting you go," he said, his voice almost harsh. "You had your chance to turn me away, but you didn't. You're mine now, and I'm yours." She nestled her face against his neck and began to cry, great heaving sobs, as if her heart were breaking. With her resting against his body, he could have stood there forever. Pain and an overall weakness in his muscles had him rocking back and forth with the effort it took to remain standing. Joy drew away to look at him with a frown, which transformed into surprise and regret. "Come on, you need to sit down." She tugged him toward the dining table chair he'd vacated, then considered him again. "Nope, the sofa." He thought about refusing, but when she sat down with him, close and warm, he didn't argue. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Joy rested her head against his chest and sniffled. He hugged her, let his head rest on the back of the sofa, and shut his eyes. The tightness that had gripped his chest for the past week eased. The drain of stress hormones from his system was nearly tangible. He had nowhere to go besides here. Joy sniffled again. All he needed was for Joy to be on the same page as he was. "Henry said you've been trying to quit working for the CDC. She sighed and nodded. "Why?" She lifted her head to stare at him, dumbfounded. "Why do you think?" "I think you've convinced yourself you're at fault for a lot of things you had no control over." She made a noise that was part disagreement and part sorrow. "I thought I'd be okay with using my sidearm in a dangerous situation. I had no trouble using it when I was in the Army or after at the firing range, but I couldn't do it at the water treatment plant." She stopped to take in a couple of deep breaths. "I couldn't pull the trigger. I froze, and as a result, the second FAFO terrorist caught me." She looked away. "So you see, it was my fault our plan didn't work." "Bullshit," he said, leaning down so he was nose to nose with her. "You were tired, stressed, and still under the effects of your worst experiences taking center stage in your head." "Yes, but you made some pretty stupid decisions, too," he interrupted. "I chose to put myself in harm's way. I'm going to have to face the repercussions of that choice. Maybe not today, but soon." "What do you mean, repercussions?" "I don't think Rodriguez is going to be happy with what I did." "And what I did." The smile she gave him was so sad, his heart hurt to see it on her face. "I think it would be best if I left the CDC." "Why?" She didn't answer. "Don't," he said. "Don't leave. She doesn't want you to. I don't want you to." Joy shook her head, tried to pull away. Gunnar tightened the arm he had around her. "I thought we established," he whispered, "that it was too late for you to go back away from me." "Gunnar," she said, tears in her voice again. "We're going to get fired. I won't ruin your career." "I have it on good authority we're not." He tugged and she leaned her forehead against his chest. "We're going to need some time to recover from all our injuries, both visible and not so visible, but our jobs will be there when we're ready." "I'm a mess," she said, confused, chaotic, confounded. "I'd say that's normal for anyone who's been through DEFCON 5 level crap." He sat his lips near her ear and whispered, "Partners?" She lifted her chin so she could make eye contact. "Partners." Her lower lip quivered. "I love you too." Joy blossomed inside him, so fast and hard it almost hurt. His mouth was on hers the next moment, and she was kissing him back with an intensity that matched his. Her lips were soft yet firm, and her taste drove him wild, but the frenzy didn't last. His heart was more than willing, but his body wasn't ready for anything strenuous yet. She gentled her kisses, then gazed at him with eyes showing no sorrow at all. "Still want some soup?" He looked into her face, her beautiful eyes, and said, "I want whatever you'd care to give me." "Sleep with me tonight?" she asked, her cheeks a bright red. He smiled. They were going to be all right. They were going to make it just fine. "Just try and get rid of me." Epilogue. A week after Gunnar knocked on her door and refused to go away, Joy came home to find him sitting on her couch, working on his laptop. Her pulse leaped like it always seemed to when she saw him after being apart for any more than 5 minutes. It still surprised her to find him waiting for her in her home after she'd gone out. She kept expecting him to return to his own place. It was, after all, only 1 floor above hers. A cup sat on the table in front of him, along with the remains of an apple. His skin was no longer the unhealthy pale it had been the week before. He looked relaxed, comfortable, and irritated. "What?" she asked, closing the door behind herself. What?" he asked, with more than a bite in his bark. "You look like you're ready to strangle someone." He grunted, winced, then focused on his computer screen. Rodriguez called. Some of the happy fizz in her bloodstream fizzled out. When he didn't elaborate, she carried on into the kitchen with her groceries. "What did she say?" "She's coming over here to talk to us about our current roles with the CDC. He put air quotes around the last few words. All her fizz vanished. Damn it, that sounded ominous. She didn't comment. What would be the point? One of them was likely to be asked to leave. She'd already offered, but Rodriguez had asked her to hold on to her resignation until she'd had a chance to review all the reports on the incident that resulted in Gunnar getting shot. "Did you try to quit again?" His voice sounded much closer than the couch. She spun around, her hands full of milk and sandwich fixings, to find him an inch away and closing in. She backed up a step. He followed her. "Did you try to quit?" he repeated, his voice deceptively soft. He only talked like that when he was really mad. She backed up another step. "No." He kept pace. She bumped into the counter behind her. Gunnar kept coming, caging her in with his arms and body. There was something sexy about a growly Gunnar, but she wasn't about to let him get away with Neanderthal behavior. She cocked her head. "You know, given your state of health, I could take you with one arm tied behind my back." He wasn't backing down. Not a bit. "Why is our boss making a house call?" She sighed. "I don't know. I guess we'll both find out when she gets here." He glared at her for another long moment, then retreated a step, then 2. She slid out, then resumed putting the groceries away. "What's really bothering you?" She turned to look at him. He was standing in the middle of her rather small kitchen with his arms crossed over his chest, watching her like she was a loaded weapon left unattended in a firefight. "If she isn't here to fire us, she's here because she's got a problem." "What makes you say that?" Gunnar raised an eyebrow. "We've had a week to recover. A week to recall everything that happened, didn't happen, and who was involved. We sent in our reports a few days ago, and she's had a chance to read them." "Yeah," Joy winced. "It stinks. The whole situation stinks. Like week-old fish." She started a fresh pot of coffee in the coffee maker, then looked at him. "How far up the chain do you think it goes?" Gunnar shifted his weight slightly. "I think we don't know, and that's just the first rung on a long ladder of problems." A knock on her front door had Joy moving toward it. She looked through the peephole, then opened the door and let Dr. Carmen Rodriguez inside. Their boss walked in far enough for Joy to close the door, then stopped and took in Gunnar, who'd moved from the kitchen into the main room. He hadn't lost his frown or his hard stare. Rodriguez took in a breath. "Is that coffee? Fresh coffee?" "Yes," Joy said. "Would you like a cup, and maybe a sandwich?" "That sounds lovely, thank you." Joy slipped past Gunnar into the kitchen. "So," Gunnar said with false casualness, "just came over for a snack?" Joy looked at him and frowned. Was he trying to get them fired? The next moment, Carmen started to laugh. She kept laughing until Joy came out and handed her a cup of coffee. "Thanks," she said, lifting the cup and looking at Gunnar. "I needed this." "You came here for a coffee, a sandwich, and a grump?" Joy asked her. "I came to talk with some people who are exactly who they are." She sipped her drink and smiled. "I don't think either of you know how rare that is." Gunnar gave Joy a look. "Called it." "What did you call?" Carmen asked. "You have personnel problems," Joy said, setting a plate with the sandwich on the coffee table. "Please, sit." She sat, put her cup on the table in front of her, then rubbed her hands over her thighs like she didn't know what to do with them. When she spoke, her voice came out even, inflectionless, dead. "Dozer was shot earlier today." "What?" Joy and Gunnar said at the same time. "He was in motion, turning, so the wound wasn't as bad as it could have been. Punctured left lung." Her hands were clamped in one place on her thighs, knuckles white. She was barely holding on to her control. "Is he okay?" "He's in surgery now." "Why are you here?" Gunnar asked, "and not at the hospital?" She gave Gunnar a sad smile. "Our DS is watching over him and he's armed. I'm here because I need your help. I need somewhere safe for Dozer to recover." "Homeland can take care of their agents," Gunnar said. Rodriguez shook her head. "Since Dozer is in surgery, I beg to differ." "What happened to the shooter?" Joy asked. "Killed by another agent." "Where did this happen?" "As he was getting into his car outside the Homeland office." "Only a moron would shoot someone on the doorstep of a Homeland Security office," Gunnar said. "Or the shooter was meant to die," Joy said slowly. "Like some kind of suicide bomber?" Gunnar asked, but he was already nodding. "Yeah, whoever wanted Dozer out of the picture probably wanted all the loose ends tied up nice and tight. The dead tell no tales." "Speaking of dead men, Mike Creek committed suicide." Joy glanced at Gunnar. He looked as shocked as she felt. "Wasn't he in custody?" "Yes, somehow he still managed to hang himself." "How big a problem do we have?" Joy asked softly. "I don't know, but I'm beginning to suspect that what we can see of this FAFO group is really just the tip of the iceberg. The majority of it is below the waterline, out of sight. We still haven't found the source of the E. coli. Homeland and the FBI are working on it, but there's been no new information." "So someone else might try poisoning a random city's water supply again?" "It's possible. Homeland Security is quietly increasing security at water treatment plants across the country, but there are thousands of them." "It could take years," Joy breathed. Rodriguez looked at them both. "Can I count on you two to help?" "Of course." Gunnar's frown deepened. "But I'm still on medical leave." "That makes you the perfect person to hide Dozer." She gave both Joy and Gunnar a wry smile. "In fact, I'm going to add a couple of notes in your files. Officially, I'm here to check on your recovery and instruct you to take another couple of weeks off to recover from your injuries." She turned to Joy. "I'm also here to offer you and your partner permanent positions on the Outbreak Task Force. Join our first in teams, first into a new health event, last to leave." Joy pointed at herself and Gunnar. "Our personal relationship isn't a problem?" "No, we need tight teams, people who can weather difficult, sometimes desperate situations. Years of research have shown that teams with special relationships, trust, and respect have the best chance of managing critical situations." Joy stared in shock at her boss. "We've only been together for a week." Gunnar nodded his agreement. Rodriguez laughed and stood up. "You two have been tight since the moment Joy walked into the office you share." She shook her head. "I need more people like you, not fewer." "I see," Gunnar said slowly. "I'm still waiting for an answer," Rodriguez said, and her tone implied she'd wait until she got the answer she wanted. "We'll keep him safe," Joy said. "Or at least out of trouble," Gunnar added. Rodriguez snorted. "Thank you. I have to go, but thank you." She stood and headed for the door. "I'll be back with him as soon as he can be moved." Joy and Gunnar watched as their boss left. "She didn't drink her coffee or eat her sandwich," Joy said, glancing at the food and drink sitting on the table. "Were you able to eat while I was in surgery?" "No." Joy stared at the door. "Is this going to be a problem?" "Only if he fucks it up with her." Joy glanced at Gunnar. "You don't think he will?" "The way she talked about him," Gunnar said, meeting her gaze without hesitation. "It's how I feel about you." She blinked. "Stop that," he growled at her. "Stop what?" Irritation sharpened her tone. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Stop looking so damn surprised every time more than an hour has passed and I'm still here. Stop looking so shocked every time I so much as hint at how much I love you." Her jaw dropped open. He threw his hands up in the air. "This is exactly what I mean." He strode over to her, cupped her face, and kissed her. It was no quick peck. Rather a long, slow exploration that left her out of breath. "If I ask to move in," he said softly, kissing the corner of her mouth, then her nose and her cheek, "are you going to panic?" He wanted to... what? "I like spending time with you, being in the same space, talking, cooking, arguing." He smiled at her. "I love it all." He shrugged. "Besides, Dozer can stay in my apartment then." He was serious, completely, madly serious. "Sounds like you've got this all worked out." "All I know is what I want, and that's you." Something inside her chest, something wound so tight it had been slowly strangling her, loosened. I want you to. I've just been afraid to believe I can have this. He gathered her closer to him. This? You. Happiness, love, a real life. Her throat closed up. You deserve all of that and more, he whispered in her ear. You're amazing, strong, smart, and so beautiful you take my breath away. I love you. Joy hugged him close, dropping every wall and barrier between them. Stay with me. Gunnar kissed her temple, then pulled back to gaze into her eyes. So much heat, commitment, and love in his face.